Can someone please tell me what is wrong with this cat?
Wow. Thank you the Dart Runner for the recent and yummy latte. Sip, sip, mlem lem lem lem.
You so fucking precious when
Wow.
you smile.
Thank you Jack_Watches for the recent and yummy latte. Sip, sip, mlem lem lem lem.
What the heck with the subs? Thank you for the subs, y'all. I appreciate it. Thank you, Jax, for the 3 months and Germa. Hello. Thank you for the 5 months of Dart. Thank you.
This is the best part. Stop talking. This is the best part.
Ooh, thank you for the subs. Appreciate it.
Nice.
Almost got a hype train going too. Thank you. Welcome in, guys. Driving to Minnesota for con is long drive. Ooh. Good luck with the drive. But welcome in, everybody. Happy Soulsborne Monday. I will appear now. Give me a sec. Boop. Hello. We also have our guest, but they are not. Oh my God! Hype train hooligan. Thank you for the 6 months. Thank you.
Mumla, have I been a good kitty? I see for my past behavior. I've spent the last month and working on life stuff.
Life stuff. Wow. We love that. Thank you for the hype train. I appreciate it, y'all. Thank you. She appear. I appear. Well, I've got a guest waiting, so I ought to get right to it, huh? Thank you for the hype train, y'all. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. But welcome in, everyone. I hope you're having a fantastic start to your week with this fine Monday. Talent check. I know, he's so talented. I'm very hyped for today's stream. It's gonna be so cozy and emotional, but I'm hype. Do I collect vinyl? I don't, but I actually put a vinyl on my throne because I really want to get the Hypnospace Outlaw OST on vinyl. If I ever did start to collect, I would probably just collect video game OSTs. It's getting there. I'm glad it's getting there. Good luck. I know that can be a lot of work. I love Hypnospace. That's one of my all-time favorite games. My one flex is the dev follows me on Twitter, which I think is pretty neat because I really like their work. But welcome in, y'all. I'm really hype. So if you don't know what's going on today, it's gonna be me and special guest Drakilian. I'm gonna be watching Dark Souls lore videos and learning about Dark Souls. Drax a huge Dark Souls fan, and they do know all the lore, so they'll be explaining a lot of that to me, and a lot of fangirling is gonna happen. I'm very excited about it. The Disco Elysium file is gonna reset this week. Oh, I'll put it on my throne when it gets up, because I would love to have the Disco vinyl. That'd be great. Yeah, I guess let me pull Drakilian on. Let me undeafen. Let me undeafen
You all
Discord.
better sit down, be quiet, and listen up, because Mum there is going to learn you a thing or three about the Dark Souls of sequels.
The
Dark Souls 2. And you better pay attention because this is going to be on the test.
There's no test.
All
no.
of it.
There's no test.
Or
No
will
test.
it? You won't know until the test, so better pay attention.
I promise there's no test. That's okay. All right, let me bring Drak in. Hello. Hello.
Oh, hello.
Hi. There you are. Here's killing. Everybody say hi. They are here now. A little statue on my desk.
This is where I'm supposed to say something cool, right?
Yep.
Be not afraid, immortals.
There we go. I mean, if there's no, I promise there's no lore test. We're just gonna enjoy. Let me actually bump your audio up a little bit. There we go.
There might be a pop quiz.
Maybe a pop quiz to see if y'all paying attention. Blossom, welcome in. Hello. Also welcome in EP and Matt. Hello, guys. So yeah, Drakilian, if you'd like to maybe talk a bit about like your Dark Souls knowledge, what you intend to share today, that'd be fine.
Oh, Dark Souls knowledge. Oh man, now you put me on the spot. Oh man, I have spent too many hours in this game. Way too many hours. I now feel ashamed of my life. Truth be told, I am here to join you on this adventure and try to answer any questions you have. I don't have any plans.
Okay. Lore test. There's no test, chat. I promise. No test. No test. Let's see. We got Lord. Yeah. Welcome in, Hannah. There's a fire in it. Yeah, I think this game has fire in it. Maybe. Allegedly. Dark Souls gang. Yeah. So, chat, you are also welcome in turn to, like, if you want to talk about Dark Souls lore yourself in chat, you can gush along. This is a full fangirl stream, right? It's gonna be a good one. And there's a lot of videos to watch. Like, a lot. So, we're gonna probably just get right into it. Start watching.
Oh, I stand corrected. I'm going to make sure you learn about patches.
Yes, that's right. Drakilian wants me to learn about patches, but I do want to learn about patches. I'm very intrigued by that man. Here to learn. Yeah, if you don't know anything about Dark Souls at all, I mean...
Mother, I crave blood. Praise the sun.
Yes, praise the sun. Also, thank you for the raid from Prince. Welcome in, raiders. I hope you had a good stream playing Minecraft. Hello. Let me do a quick raid intro for you. But yeah, so I played all 3 Dark Souls games. I played 1, I played 2 for a bit, and I played 3. And then I also went back and finished 2. But I made sure to pretty much avoid all the lore for the games if possible. So this is going to be a blind reaction, I guess. Welcome in, Wandering. And Prince, again, hope you had a good stream. I am turning off alerts besides, or not alerts, you guys can still do bits and follows and subs, but I'm turning off redeems that are going to be interruptive, so you guys can't, like, throw cheese at me during this. We're gonna, again, think of today as more of like a movie night / podcast, because we're gonna be talking and discussing things. Let me turn off all my redeems. I have 5 billion. You guys can still pet and boop. I'll leave Chat on for now, but if he gets too interrupted, we'll make him go to bed. But he can stay for a bit.
Be nice, he's right next to me.
He's right next to Drakilian, so be nice. No threats. Welcome, Pedestrius. Welcome. We can still do... yeah. Okay. Everything should be off except the pets, Chat Cat, and the goods, stretches, hydrates. This is Drakilian. They are Dark Souls fanatic and yeah, the perfect person to have on for this kind of stream. So we're gonna start off easy with like some Zuli videos. Zuli does a lot of like sort of deep dives into the game's technical aspects with a little bit of lore. There are 72 videos in this place. We might not watch them all, but there's a bunch of... This is a Dark Souls 1 video.
Okay, got it. Not threats.
I have not actually watched all of her stuff, so...
Yeah, I'm excited to see, because I've watched her Elden Ring videos and her Bloodborne videos, obviously. That's my big brain knowledge, is Bloodborne lore. That's where I thrive. I've also watched her Sekiro videos, too, when I did my Sekiro lore stream. Also, why isn't chat showing up on my screen? Hold on. There we go. And welcome in, Soft. Alright, y'all. Let's get into it. Let me know how the volumes are and everything. I am screen sharing for Drakilian as well, so they're going to be watching along. The month of Beanbag sharing seems some big ZD. Whoa, that sounds lovely. Autism probably Dark Souls. Hey, welcome in, Sop. I mean, if this is one of your like hyperfixations, you can go crazy, go silly. It's all good. Anywho, let's get into it. So yeah, this is about Chester from Dark Souls 1's DLC. I like this guy a lot. He's very Bloodborne-esque. Have a good lurk, coffee. A nice guy. He never invaded me, I don't think. He was just chilling. Yeah, they use a lot of Kingsfield in their OST in their work, which I love that soundtrack. It's a banger. Very Joker-esque. I agree, with the big smile. Yeah, he does throw roses. Very unique character. How romantic. Elden Ring DLC? That'd be crazy. I never played Demon Souls, by the way, so this is also new info to me. First Souls game, was it for certain? I would love to play it at some point. Play the remake. Proof of concept? I could see that. Twilight Princess music.
Oh, these buggers.
Yeah.
Oh, we're just going through all the dragons.
Looks like this is a what is it called? This video is labeled. Oh, it's about cut content. Yeah. You're right, it is, Windmaker. I'm sorry. You're so right. Windfall Island, yeah. I remember these guys in Dark Souls. Fake fan spotted, shut up. I didn't beat Wind Waker.
Today is Monday, which means Jackie
Hey, it's
gets
okay.
to chastise
The only
viewers.
Zelda game
It is
I
her
beat was
favorite
Twilight Princess.
activity.
That's a good one to play, though.
So this is just talking about how the drakes were supposed to fly around.
Yeah. Like all their cut movement sets.
That would have been really annoying considering how bad bows were.
Yeah. Lauren. Oh, Lauren. Welcome, Pizza. And Tempest is welcome. Howdy, guys.
Ha, Husky.
This one is called... Okay, it's about bonfires.
How the original model wasn't that great.
Yeah, I see.
That's actually one thing I didn't like about the remaster. The
Yeah?
original Dark Souls, they had, you can see it right there, it has that weird
Holy
mystical
smoke.
fire
Jackie,
that sort of
Jackie.
like
Really
rises
miss
and
Jackie Hart.
waves like a snake into the air.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the remaster, they make it look like an actual fire.
Oh, I see. I never really looked into like what the differences were between Dark Souls 1 and the remaster. I just played the remaster only. Also, it sounds like for the 15 months of subs. Thank you. Appreciate it. And welcome in Dumbass MP4.
Don't get me wrong, the remaster was great. There's just a few things where I was like, you probably didn't need to change that.
Mm. A whole 15 months. I know, that's crazy. Sorry, I had to turn off chat cat for a sec there.
Man, I wasn't told I'd be doing a lot of reading today.
Yeah. This is something I'm excited to learn about is Quelaag and her sister. I'm really intrigued by these two characters in particular.
Oh, did you know you can find her in Dark Souls 3?
No, I didn't know that. Where?
She's not alive, though. You can find her corpse in the demon area.
Oh.
So, you know, when you're crossing the bridge to go fight Giant Skilly Boy,
Yes.
if you knock off the bridge and you go down and past the demon, when you go through the tunnels to go up to destroy the crossbow so it stops shooting at you, you can find her body in that maze.
Oh, wow. I never knew that. Welcome in, madame. And also, let's see, who else? Strife, welcome in. That's really neat. I did not know that.
Yeah, it's where you find one of the tomes of magic.
Oh. I had to nudge Leg to like find her during their last thing. I was like, hey, go to that wall over there and hit that, please.
Did you know you could talk to her?
I actually did talk to her in my playthrough. I had the ring.
Ah, you had the ring. Yeah, you had to pick the ring in the beginning in order to talk to her.
Yep. I think Leg also had the ring. Because they talked to... Or unless maybe I was wrong.
No, she only got dots.
Ah.
They took the key, if I remember correctly.
Right. Also, Lockman Hunter, we just got started, so don't worry about it. We are just at the beginning of this deep dive.
Did you ever learn what happened to Solaire?
When I played Dark Souls 1, I got the bad ending with Solaire.
You have to use the Fair Lady to get the better ending for him. Well, it's sort of a bad ending. He's a very depressed boy afterwards.
Man.
But you need to feed her 30 humanity, and then she lets you open the door so you can kill all the bugs before they get Solaire.
Oh, so you have to kill the bug so he won't get, like, taken over by one. Oh.
Yeah. But he will join you for the final fight with Gwen.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I really want to go back to Dark Souls 1 and play it again, because I definitely missed a lot of things through playing it. Like on stream, it was like a whole different animal for me as far as like Souls game. I had only known Bloodborne, so it felt different, and I know I missed a bunch of things I want to go back and experience. Plus, watching like play, like I have the drive to play again.
Also, you could also be a very mean lad and kill the Fair Lady, and you get a Firekeeper soul. But that's only for people who try hard.
Oh.
Oh, speaking of Chester, I believe in the Cathedral District of Bloodborne, they have a sort of a thing for him in there. You know, like I can't think of the word off the top of my head. a tribute, a reference sort of thing inside the
Oh.
Cathedral Ward for him. Yeah.
I have to double check. I'm playing that next week, so I'll look for it when I play. Jill, welcome. Have a good lurk, Stones. Fist only run win? Never. Thanks.
Yes, they put a corpse of Chester in there, actually, yes. He's laying down with a corpse.
Okay. I'll have to look once I'm there.
However, you gotta be careful if you stand next to him too long, or one of the Megadollars grab you.
Oh, it's by oh my god, that's where you get the hunter set, or not the hunter set, but the top hat. Okay, I'll check. That makes sense. I usually run past there fast so I don't get grabbed by Amy. "24 attacks? Oh. Yeah, for those who don't know, next Monday kicks off a new Bloodborne playthrough. We'll be playing Bloodborne, Hunter tools only, so I can't use weapons or guns. I have to only use items to beat every single boss, including the DLC bosses, including Lawrence. So,
But, Jackie, if it's Soulsborne and you've done all the Dark Souls and Bloodborne, when are you going to do the Demon Souls?
whenever I can get my hands on the game. If I could play, if I ever get a PS5, I would play Demon Souls.
That's another video you're going to have to watch where Vadi gives his theory about how Demon Souls, all of Dark Souls, and Bloodborne are connected.
Ooh, I would love that. There's Kingsfield. yeah.
I played through Kingsfield. It's great. The issue with it is very repetitive. Very repetitive.
Hi, Cash. And for those who are wondering...
Lady Dusk.
Oh. I don't think I ever met her.
She's the DLC.
Oh, DLC, okay. It's been a long time since I played Dark Souls 1.
She's the one that's stuck in the golden golem behind the Hydra.
Oh, yeah.
And she's the one that's laying there crying after you save her from Malice. Malice? Yes.
But for those wondering about the next actual different game we're
Manus,
playing...
That's right, see?
Oh, Manus, yeah. I'm gonna play Blasphemous after Bloodborne. So we're keeping the Souls-like theme with a different game. Playing Blasphemous for the first time. Because I have been meaning to play that game forever.
Well, Jackie, I'm going to tempt you like I tempt everybody else. I know a Souls game. It has guns. It's getting a sequel soon.
Oh, is that Remnant is the game?
You're
Right.
Remnant from the Ashes.
I've been told I would love that game, so I'll have to add it to the list.
And the sequel's coming out soon, too.
Exciting.
It actually gives you a dog. One of the classes you can play gives you a dog, and you can pet it.
Dog! Awesome. Bird. A knife only running from soft, except Sekiro on Bloodborne. Definitely not Bloodborne. Hey, listen, Wednesday, guys. Put your clown makeup on for Wednesday. Sony fucking State of Play. Maybe it's time. Clown makeup on. Copium inhaled.
What's happening Wednesday?
They're doing a Sony showcase. So, I'm getting hyped.
What are we hoping for?
Bloodborne PC. I'm gonna pause the video real quick to talk about this. Kid's very funny. The billionth Bloodborne rumor is that a guy who used to work on God of War heard from a guy about they're gonna announce Bloodborne port on Wednesday. Well, they didn't say Wednesday, but they announced there's gonna be a state of play soon. It's a very vague rumor, but I need something to cope with. So.
Well, then I might have to play through. I've only played through Bloodborne once because I was not a PS guy.
Well, I'll tell you, I've been saying this forever, that the day that Bloodborne gets a PC remake, I'm going broke. I'm buying all my friends Bloodborne. I will spend $60 multiple times. I'll be the dealer of Bloodborne.
As I've told multiple people, I don't take, I only give.
That's right, you do give. Like mid-mealworm, thank you for the follow. Living in the past. That's okay.
As I saw the Emerald Herald, I will say my Dark Souls 2 knowledge is very low. I only did like 4 runs through that myself because I did not enjoy it.
That's fair. I think I pretty much did everything in that game except I messed up on the final boss. I didn't get the final boss of the game. But I hear that the final guy, it's the fire dude that you can talk to. I guess if you talk to him like enough times, he'll be like the last guy you fight. And I guess he's got really cool lore, so this is a Kingsfield video. About mimics. Let's see. Ooh. Dragon Lady lore.
Oh, Priscilla, the poor half-breed.
I didn't hurt her, I was nice to her.
I have to admit, I love her scythe too much to let her live.
That's fair. She's really funny to have in the Dark Souls randomizer, because she'll just like make a blizzard happen anywhere. That's really funny. Fashion Souls. Yep.
Well, the cool thing about her scythe, it has the highest bleed chance of the game, but it causes you to bleed. But you can build around that, so it doesn't do that much to you.
More interesting. Yeah, like I said, when I beat Dark Souls 2 last week, people were like, oh, you didn't get the final fight. And I'm like, the what? And apparently the guy's lore is like really good. So I'm excited to figure out more about Dark Souls 2. All the time. Yeah, she's
you know what?
Yeah.
I did not see what ending you got on Dark Souls 3. Which ending did you get?
I don't know what it was, but I walked into a room made of stone and sat on a throne, and the game ended. So...
Oh, you mean that was Dark Souls 2, right?
Dark Souls 2, yeah.
I meant Dark Souls 3. Which ending
3.
did you get?
Oh my god, what ending did I get? I'd have to check my actual VOD, but I don't know. I have to go see, because I don't remember. I think I chose... Oh my god, open YouTube. I loved that game so much. I need to play it again. I adore Dark Souls 3. It's my second favorite Souls game next to Bloodborne.
I so totally do not have more than 3,000 hours in it.
Yeah. I think I could sleep. Have a good sleep. Being on fire in 3? I don't remember. I'll look right now. I'm watching my own VOD. Ah, you guys can hear it. I forgot. I scrim. I simply want... Yeah, I beat Soul of Cinder. Tears in my eyes. And then... What happened?
Bling, bling, blong.
Blim, blim, blim.
The modding scene for Bloodborne is going to be insane if it hits PC.
That's what I'm saying, Rut. That is the only reason I want PC port for Bloodborne, is I want to play modded Bloodborne. I want to randomize it. You can do it on the PS4, but I don't have a jailbroken PS4 or the ability to do so. It's also a pain to mod a PS4 in the first place.
Ooh, speaking of mods, I think you should really try the Pokemon Dark Souls 3.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah. Okay, so I'm watching my ending of Bloodborne or Dark Souls 3, and everything goes dark, and the Firekeeper, like, I guess the fire goes out. That's what I got for an ending.
Oh, did you talk to your Firekeeper and she does it, or did you?
Yeah, she does it. Yeah, she's like kneeling towards the flame.
You gave her the eyes, and she got rid of the flame because she saw the truth.
Ah.
But you didn't get the cool special ending.
I'll have to get next time I play then. Oh, I turned this down too in turn. Whoopsie.
Back at Firelink Shrine? Please, no. It's the least that I could do.
You can just stab her and then why would I do that?
Oh, it's the great betrayal ending where you stab her after you set everything up with her, because Dark Souls is Dark Souls.
Yeah. What is this video? Oh, it's
It's just a video to see if they can
elevators.
even use their own stuff.
That's really good. Aw, Ornstein too
he's-
tall.
Well, why do you think he jumped down?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he looks like a dragoon from Final Fantasy. He just jumps up.
Oh, cool. Great video. Let's see what else I want to watch. Oh, this is a Manus video. Yes, let me see that boy. He's so cool. Yeah, I love Ornstein. This boss was such a pain to fight, but it was like one of my favorites in one for sure.
Wish they had more time to finish the first Dark Souls.
Mm.
The entire demon world was completely and utterly rushed. They even said so themselves. That's why it's such a horrible, horrible zone.
Ah, I see. Okay, I guess this is probably why I like Manus. It's very Bloodborne-like.
Well, the team that did make the DLC for the Abyss was the team that moved on to make Bloodborne.
Mm-hmm. The Gutter in 2 was almost entirely different in the drawing phase. It's crazy to think that, like, the team that worked on 2 had a pretty big part in making Elden Ring, and when playing the both, you can definitely see that. So I was playing 2 on stream when Elden Ring came out, and I could definitely see and feel the same kind of beats, but better.
And I'm so glad they didn't make adaptability a stat again.
Oh, yeah.
Though what Elden Ring is missing is the hardest boss of them all, Pinwheel.
That's right. Oh. Ew.
Look at all those teethies.
Ew. Gross. Ooh, more dragon facts.
Ah, yes. The age-old old game. Where do we hide the model until it needs to be seen by the player?
Yeah. Dragons. Yes, if I ever get a dragon form, we'll make Jack have a little kobold as a treat. We gotta match.
What type of dragon would you be?
I probably like a sort of like Eastern-inspired dragon. They're very fluffy and long. I'd like to be like that.
Sort of like a luck dragon?
Yeah, yeah. Take my beans.
I'd buy that for $1.
Golden scales. Yeah, I think Chat Cat fits the cold bull energy pretty well. Maybe even $2, so don't get crazy. That's loads of money.
$2. Cash. Who can name that reference?
I cannot. Chat bold. If you do, I mean, you're free to make your own chat cat, dragon. If it could be overlaid onto this PNG, I'll add to the list of outfits.
You're close, Matt. He was a paperboy, but from what movie?
Yeah, we're watching Zuli
I am a
first.
kobold, fear me.
Oh, I do fear you, chat cat, yes. So scary. Yeah, we're watching a little bit of Zuli, then we'll get on to Vati videos. Taking it nice and slow before we get to the sad, crying time.
And Hunter Dandy got it. Better
Nice.
off dead.
Nice. Ooh, I love this kind of cut content. This is an alternate version of Ornstein Smo's room.
Ooh.
He eases into depression. We do have Happy Souls loaded up to break between the sadness. So I've not seen Happy Souls yet, so I'm excited. Ooh, have a good lurk, Moss. Can't wait. Gonna my watch VR chat a bit later. Ooh, fun. Yeah, I haven't. This is the boss I missed when I played Dark Souls 1.
Gwendolyn?
Yep. Even
Do you-
even so, I know how to get to Gwendolyn because when I was
Remember, it's not stealing, it's acquiring.
yes, right, check it. I was playing a randomizer once and I was like stuck, and chat was like, "Oh, you can do something else." So I went to go. I found the boss area where you fight Gwendolyn, but it was Quelaag instead.
Ah,
So Quelaag in a very narrow hall. It was a fun time. I also welcome in Corvid. Thank you for the follow.
did you destroy the amazing chest ahead?
Yes,
Ah,
that's how I knew you do it. I thought it was pretty cool. I can't wait to like see that whole thing in the like non-randomized game. Don't know what this video is supposed to be. It just said it's 8 minutes long. Oh, just a showcase of the worlds. Just a video like looking at Dark Souls. That's nice.
from different angles with better lighting.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, the Abyss Keens. The DPS check. Remember, kids, if you can't kill the 4 Keens, you can't beat the rest of the game.
Oof.
Upgrade your damage.
Welcome restart. Also, Corbin, I'll be on Whiskey Stream Friday, so look forward to that. More VR chat shenanigans. And I'll have my full body tracking too. Ooh, I'm excited.
Ooh.
Yeah. Hey, welcome in, Azzy. Hello. See, I know how tall these guys are, because again, I played this game randomized. I've seen them out of their element, and it's terrifying. Oh my god, they have feet. I didn't know that. Fear.
I don't know if I could take this knowledge of feet.
Too much insight. Ugh. Also, happy birthday, Restart. Hope you had a good day. Insight counter. Yeah, frenzy counter goes up. Or meter, rather.
Curse bar goes up.
Mm-hmm. Milkman Nick's vision. Hello.
We can get Elden Ring in this. The madness bar goes up.
Also, I appreciate you coming from TikTok next. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. What do they have feet for? I don't know. I guess just
Well,
like finish the models. Oh.
They used to be human, so I guess they decided to just add feet. I mean, come on, guys. You've seen what the creator of Dark Souls does. Every time there's a lady, feet.
Oh, yeah. I can't wait to learn about ceaseless lore. I'm very intrigued by this guy.
Oh, it's sad.
I know. I can't wait.
That's the pansy way of opening that secret tunnel. This is how a true man gets it to open.
Ah, I see. That's fun. Ah, okay. That's great. I love this. I just love weird game tech like this. That's so funny. Yeah, it's neat, right? Yeah, I love that. Loading's a bomb. It literally is leaf pool. Welcome. Howdy. This character jump scared me when I first played Dark Souls 1. Like, I hated looking at it.
Did you find the second one?
There's another one? No.
Oh, to get the dark ending of the game, you can, when you go down to the abyss area where the kings are, if you don't talk to Frampt and do what he wants, and instead you go down and kill the kings before even getting the vessel, the evil version of Frampt comes up and is like, we need to not light the fire. We need to extinguish it. He's the guy in charge of all the Darkstalkers.
Oh, I see. Solid Frampt and liquid Frampt. Brother! That's horrifying. Yeah. The blend shapes or whatever are going all nuts.
I will say the first time I played, when he picks you up and eats you, scared me crudless.
That's what I'm saying. I was like terrified of this thing when I was first playing Dark Souls 1 on stream.
The fact they hang down like that?
Ugh. Those like gnashing teeth. But
also, if you do the ending with a Darkstalker, there's like 8 of them at the end.
oh,
There's a lot more of them.
Oh, okay.
No reason for pause at this point.
The mission rotates him. He's actually facing the direction in a default pose. Huh.
Face the Lord
Something scary. I mean, these games all have horror elements in them, which I think is pretty cool.
What's funny is these guys aren't even supposed to be the scary horror guys. These are like the advisors to Gwyn.
Yeah, and yet they're just awful to look at. Let's see what else we can look at. Oh, here we go. It's a video about Ceaseless. Biggest NPC next Sekiro. I assume the straw doll is probably taller. Or the snake. Cat dog Frampt.
Constantly oozing lava.
The Divine Dragon? I don't think so. Well, maybe. A baby. I know that Ceaseless is like a baby, or like a very young aged character.
I don't want to spoil his storyline unless you want it.
Nah, we'll get to it.
Alright.
Babu. I thought this guy had the long way by just hiding in the crevice and attacking his arm. I didn't know about the funny skip you could do. I guess the intentional way to fight him or whatever it is.
Well, they have multiple ways of fighting him. Like I said, the first time I fought him, I too hid, but I had sorcery, so I could just shoot him from afar.
Ah. I see. Yeah, this is definitely Twilight Princess. I will bet like at least $2 that it's Twilight Princess right now. It is! Yeah. Yeah. Zula uses Kingsfield, Wind Waker, and Twilight Princess for like all their music in their videos. Hello?
Oh, well, hey.
It's yeah, TP has a great OST.
What's this video?
I actually don't know. Let's see. The PvP maps that nobody used is what it says.
When they tried to add matchmaking to the remaster.
Oh.
Well, wouldn't you want upbeats?
Yeah, who wouldn't? I will say, one of the best things about 2 is its matchmaking was really, really well done. Like, online was very easy to do in Dark Souls 2. Ooh, I love these kind of videos with, like, light up the maps that are dark. Yeah.
Ooh, I was actually
Majora's
always
Mask.
curious.
Sorry, I got excited.
It's alright. I mean, we're supposed to be fangirling about Dark
That's
Souls,
right.
not the other games.
I know.
I don't know these songs, so... Because I was also not a Nintendo guy.
I honestly wasn't either. I just, the way I played Zelda games was I had an Xbox that had a bunch of, like, non-Xbox games on it. Wink wonk. And that's how I played Majora's Mask as a kid. And then I bought the collector's disc for the Wii, which had Zelda 1, 2, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, and the demo for Wind Waker. That's how old that is.
The only PlayStation I owned was one of the original PlayStations.
Mm-hmm.
So the games I played on there were like Legend of Dragoon.
Oh, I love Dragoon. Yeah.
The other Final Fantasies. Some of those other sort of RPG games. And then the only Nintendo I ever played on was the Super Nintendo Entertainment System.
Ah.
In the game of choice, Chrono Trigger. How many hours did I put into Chrono Trigger? Too many. My mom thought I was addicted.
Oh.
I cried the first time I beat that game, and she will not stop making fun of me about it.
Oh no.
And then after the Xbox came out, I was stuck on the Xbox.
Ah, I see. I was mostly almost entirely a PC and like Sony person growing up, so a lot of like PS3, 2, and then PC games. And
Well,
by that I mean like Sims and like all those like city simulation games and Zoo Tycoon were like my things to play.
see, it wasn't because I felt the Xbox was better. It was more so my parents were divorced. So every time I visit my dad during the summer, we'd play Halo on the Xbox. It was our sort of bonding thing.
Ah, I see.
We've played every Halo up to the most recent one because they didn't add a co-op to Infinite. And I'm
Oh.
quite pissed with that one. I have to say, the fear factor is gone when you can see everything in this place.
Oh, absolutely. And you can see all the skeletons just waiting for you. Also, yeah, you...
Infinite has co-op now, Yin.
Mm-hmm. It's like this is a comment said, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Alright. Well, next time you stream, you better be wary, Ying, for that information you gave me.
It's a whole different mood, like, looking at this area when it's, like, fully lit up. They're dancing to the song.
Yes, this song in particular.
This song in particular, yep. Also, yeah, Hunter, you can play Majora's Mask on the Switch. It's part of the online thingy. You can play Ocarina of Time as well.
But can the Switch see why kids love to taste the Cinnamon Toast Crunch?
But can the Switch run a Crisis? That's the real question. And Doom.
Can... Oh yeah, that's what I was about to say. Can it run Doom?
How much is it? I don't know. I think there's like... It's like a add-on thing. Like, you get the online, which I have, which is like, I don't know, $3.99 I pay for it for, like, Splatoon. I don't know how much the monthly fee is if you upgrade to the NES or whatever online. I'm waiting for the GameCube stuff to happen. I'll pay for that.
Oh, you know what? I did play a lot of the GameCube.
A lot of good games from that console.
Way too much Super Smash. Way too much.
Okay, this is... Oh, I remember what the last video was. 10 minutes! Hang on. What else are we gonna watch now? Ooh. This guy. This guy also scared me when I first saw it.
Ooh.
It's so nasty.
Slimy. Oh, they're all just hugging each other, that's all.
Uh-huh. Yep. I remember fighting these things. Ugh. That is true, Danny. It can. I've seen the picture of Doom running on a pregnancy test. Which Hollow's fused into a gross boy. Yep.
Didn't somebody get, like, Doom to run inside, like, they built it and got it to run inside Minecraft?
Probably, yeah.
I've seen it, like, ran on a treadmill, a ticket validator. I think someone got it to run on their vape.
Oh.
What's this?
This is proving a point. I don't know. This is like the merchant in the sewers. It sells you, like, purging stones and stuff.
Yeah, when you accidentally hit them?
Yep. Which I done when I played Dark Souls 1.
When you don't intend to?
Yeah. I guess it was just showing her stats. She had 420 health and like a certain amount of stamina. Let's see. I know about how to escape grabs. That's easy peasy. You just mash buttons. L2 and R2, I think it is.
Why? Why would you make Doom run on your chainsaw? I had to look up strangest things they ran Doom on, and one of them is a chainsaw.
A chainsaw. That's so good. Ooh, I want to see this. We were just talking about this. How long are certain enemies?
The Hydra.
Mm-hmm.
No, I've never actually got a good look at its back. It's like
It's like a
Stingray?
Yeah, it's like
Hydra?
stingray. Yeah, it's like a stingray squid hydra. That's so
You
cool.
know what? Actually, that reminds me of the Storm Lords from Demon Souls, just with heads.
Hmm.
Oh, you haven't played Demon Souls, sorry.
I have not, but that's okay. Oh, this is the dragon butt. I remember this. These guys remind me of one of the dragons from Yu-Gi-Oh! The old
The
dragon.
zombie dragon?
Zombie dragon, yeah. Yes, the Hydra also scared me when I first saw it. I agree. I was not prepared. In that area with like the clams.
Sadly, the DLC was very easy if you had a faith build. Lightning is very powerful in Dark Souls 1.
I actually learned that lightning's powerful through watching speedruns of the game.
Ah.
Everyone who uses lightning, and I was like, I see what now is the strongest thing to do in that game.
Yeah, it's very hidden because you have to either do co-op or have a high enough faith before you can even get the first spell from.
Ah.
And I'm sorry, everybody, but I never fight this boss legitly. It is such a silly boss.
I actually feel pretty big brained. I figured out this boss's thing right away. I didn't even try to fight it. I was like, what if I shoot these glowing orbs? And I did. And I was like, oh, that wasn't too bad after all.
Well, the thing is if you go over, blow up one orb the first time, and immediately exit the game, reload, come back in, the floor isn't gone, and you can walk over and blow up the second one.
I see.
Immediately reload.
That's always fun, the reload tactics in these games.
Yep.
That was fast. Alright, what else we got?
Oh, we got a T-poser.
We got a T-poser. Let's see.
Yep, you can shoot or throw fire bombs through. If the fire bombs get through the bubble, they'll kill it, and you don't even have to go in there.
I just want to see this one. It sounds funny. Low detail Sif. I want to see it. I played Neo? Not yet, but I would like to play Neo. Yes.
Next time you play Dark Souls, do the DLC first, and then go fight Sith.
Oh, okay. Look at that low poly dog. Oh my god.
I don't know why, but it's even cuter when there's low poly.
What's the dog doing?
Oh, well, now it's spoiling that for you.
I didn't even see what the screen said. I was looking at chat.
Ah. Oh, no. If you do the DLC first and save Sith in the past, and then come back and fight her in the future, she recognizes you, and this is that scene where she gives a mournful howl because she recognizes you as a friend, but she knows she has to stop you.
Oh no, that's so sad. Man. That's sad. Oh my god. There's no nose.
Okay, she's less cute now.
Her nose is gone. Alright, I think I want to go and watch some Bati videos now. These are neat, but I want to move on to... So, we're still not going to go into the Predator Riot. What I want to watch first is I really enjoy his Things You Missed series, where he like talks about stuff I might have missed in these games, and like also fun facts. I wonder if he has anything about Dark Souls. Bati Dark Souls Things You Missed.
He does. I tried looking, but he doesn't have them like
In a playlist.
all bunched up in a playlist. Yeah.
Here we go.
You have to specifically hunt his.
What's up, guys? This is 10 things you didn't know about Dark Souls. Or maybe you do know them. Let's play a bit of a game with it. If I tell you something new in this video, leave a like. If you recognize everything in this video, then feel free to leave a dislike. Let's get started. Number 1. You can actually get to the end of Gwendolyn's chamber. There's no trick to it, just keep running for about 5 or 10 minutes. Number 2.
Old Mike,
the
yeah.
eyes of a basilisk aren't exactly what they'd
I
seem.
knew that.
Assumedly, they're a method of intimidation. Here are its real eyes. Number 3. Also, the teeth of a mimic are actually human fingers.
I know that.
Number 4. The pearls within the clams are actually skulls. It explains why they drop purging stones, since purging stones don't strictly cure curses. They're essentially other humans that draw the curse out of you and into them instead. Number 5 is something that you'll notice all throughout Anor Londo. There are 2 sizes of the area. One is devoted to humans, the other is the right size for giants. Take this staircase for example. Number 6. There's a few places in Dark Souls that are remarkably similar to places in the real world. See if you can name one area where the inspiration is obvious. For example, the interior here looks like the same as a castle in France called Chateau de Chambord, and you can almost definitely say that the arches here were based off Milan Cathedral in
that's
Italy.
so cool.
Number 7 is that the first time you enter Ash Lake, the music only starts when you look at the sky.
Oh.
Yep, I knew that one real well.
That's very silly.
Number 8 is that an extremely rare mob called a vagrant exists, which are monsters that spawn in response to large quantities of souls, humanities, or items being lost in another player's world. Now you might already know this, but did you know that there's 4 different types? There's an evil vagrant which is white with a claw, an evil vagrant which is red with a claw, a good vagrant which is white and an egg shape, and a good vagrant which is red with an egg shape. Number 9. There's a unique stab animation when you attack another player lying in the coffin in the catacombs. And
That
lastly,
I didn't know.
Number 10. You can aim crossbow bolts semi-reliably by looking through the binoculars and moving your camera.
I did know
you could do the
that.
same thing with magic.
Mm-hmm.
You aim with the binoculars and immediately switch to the spell and
Alright,
throw
so
it.
if you're still around, first off, thank you. I don't know why, since that video wasn't exactly the best thing in the world, but hey, it allowed me to keep my promise of 1 video a week, so that's pretty good. At any rate, I just want to use this time to give a bit of an update about the channel.
Okay, thank you, Vati. Very cool. Where are the rest? Sure.
Alright guys, it's time for 10 more things you didn't know about Dark Souls. Just like last time, let's play the game. If I tell you something new in this video, you leave a like. If you somehow knew everything in this video, you can leave a dislike, guilt-free. Ready? Let's go. Number 1. Did you know that the Hydra in Ash Lake performs a jumping attack if you go past a certain point? Wait, too easy for you? You already knew that. Fine, let's make it harder. Number 2. The first time you encounter Seath, you can actually go back through the fog gate to postpone that mandatory death.
Huh.
Number 3. If you look closely, you can see the NPCs captured within the big head crystals of the golden crystal golems. Look closely here and you'll see Dusk. Look closely on this one and you'll see Sieglind. Number 4. You can offer ranged support and distract the gaping dragon while the host fights it. Just don't enter the fog gate. Number 5. Ornstein's finger twitches just before he gets smashed. He's alive, Smo just doesn't give a fuck. Number 6. You can see Manus's eyes before you
I knew
enter
this.
the room.
You can shoot
even
him.
kill him with the bow from here if you have an hour to spare. Number 7. Did you know you can see your soul sign from any 2 points in the world?
Hey, Panda.
This is the longest distance I could find, but there's some other great examples out there. Number 8 is something easily overlooked.
Welcome
There
in,
are 3
Ryan.
different poses when you're sitting at the bonfire. Number 9 isn't necessarily a fact, it's more of a very likely theory. At the very least, you have to admit that it's logical. Oscar drops you the key to your cell from the roof while he's alive and well. However, the asylum demon is also on the roof. When you next encounter Oscar, he's in a room with no obvious entrance, except for this one hole in the roof. He's fatally wounded, with rubble all around him. Put 2 and 2 together, and you realize that it's likely he was fighting the asylum demon on the roof until he was smashed into this room. And last, but definitely not least, number 10. Just in case there's that one guy here who still knows everything, this should get you. Did you know that if you use a fire weapon to kill the bloated hollows, then you won't get poisoned? Well, that's 10 more things
you
didn't
didn't
know
get me
about
this
Dark
time, buddy. I knew them all.
You knew them all. Let's see. But yeah, I hope you had a good stream, Ryan. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Alright.
The only reason I knew about the fire one is because I used a chaos weapon. But
this is Dark Souls, Bloodborne, and Demon Souls. These are also Dark Souls, but fine, I'll watch these.
Modding Dark Souls is about to enter a whole new level. I'm just gonna let this clip speak for itself. So you saw that right, another character just killed Gwyn, and immediately chose the Dark Lord ending, leaving us, a spectator, alone with Gwyn's pendant and his cinders.
Hold on.
Holy Smeeth. Thank you, Ryan Curtis 2001 for year or more of support.
Jeez.
I can now enjoy this giant crepe.
It is, yes. Thank you for the 21 months, Ryan. Holy heck. Thank you for the sub. Thank you.
This is how Dark Souls
crazy.
Nightfall begins. And And it seems like nightfall is set just as the Dark Age of Man begins, since we just witnessed the chosen undead's abandonment of duty. This room is where most of our Dark Souls journeys ended, so it's kind of genius to design a mod that actually starts from this point. And it's not only the story that's changed, the gameplay has too. Now, this looks overpowered, but later on it becomes clear that if you want to heal, you have to temporarily abandon this overpowered state, and you heal with these Umbrous effigies, which seem to basically be an Estus flask equivalent that you find by the Lord Vessel. And there it is, 12 cinders remain. You should go and watch the preview after this. It reveals new enemies, new bosses, a health regeneration system similar to Bloodborne, there's a time travel mechanic, and last but not least, there's totally unique voice acting and characters.
Gods, look at you. Hollow as they come, huh? But I suppose we can't choose our company this far from home.
Dark Souls Nightfall, featuring the creator of Dark Souls Daughters of Ash, is shaping up to be the best Dark Souls mod we've ever seen. Check the links in the description and go and follow the mod team on Twitter, because I don't think you want to miss this. When you see a bonfire, you think good. The French word for good is bon, actually.
Bon.
And according to the 1755 Dictionary of the English Language, that's where the word bonfire comes from. But the 1755 Dictionary of the English Language is wrong. In the 1890s Webster's International Dictionary, the etymology was corrected. Turns out, in heathen times, there was a practice of burning bones in the open air, something backed up by a series of citations from the time. These were bone fires, as opposed to a wood fire, though all types were eventually assimilated into the word bonfire as the years passed, and burning heretics and bones became a little bit less common. Of course, in Dark Souls, undead are constantly sacrificed to fuel the first flame, and just so, bonfires are literally made up of the bones of the undead. So this is something that you can see in-game, and it's described by a couple of items as well. So in the end, the bonfires of Dark Souls exemplify the long history of the word bonfire. They are good fires, a cause for celebration when you finally find one, and they are bone fires with a dark history burning deep within. The history of words is beautiful sometimes, and I love that Dark Souls brings that to light. A ton of places in Dark Souls take after real-life locations.
We just learned this. This is Bloodborne stuff, Bloodborne stuff, Bloodborne stuff. Demon Souls. Here we go. Also, have a good restart. Take care.
Mental. Dark Souls is a lonely game. The ruined world is on its way out, and is largely empty of life. Furthermore, communication between players is limited on purpose, except for emotes, which is what makes Praise the Sun so amazing. It captures the spirit of jolly cooperation, and also the overwhelmingly positive spirit of Solaire, who just contrasts so wonderfully with this dark world. But this emote actually existed long before Solaire. It first appeared in Demon Souls, and the reason so few people know about this is because Miyazaki was actually hiding it from the higher-ups at From Software at the time as well, who wanted it removed. According to the Dark Souls design works, that pose actually carries some significance for me. During Demon Souls, that was a holy sign. When I presented the game to the rest of the company, I showed them that pose, and one of the higher-ups told me it just wasn't cool enough. Of course, I told him I'd get rid of it, but I secretly kept it in the game. So naturally, with Dark Souls, I was determined to use it. So this is what it looks like when you normally cast a miracle in Demon Souls. But this is what it looks like when you cast a miracle in Demon Souls while you have the Ring of Sincere Prayer equipped. The time it takes to perform this animation actually increases your spellcasting time, making you more vulnerable to attack, but it increases your miracle power by almost 50%. Your character isn't rushing this miracle, it is more sincere after all. So Praise the Sun is a representation of sincere prayer and sincere faith, and it's no coincidence that this is perfect for the character of Solaire, who sincerely believes that he will one day find his own sun. So we've talked about developer names for enemies hidden in the load list code of Souls before.
This is Sekiro. This is also Sekiro. I'm not talking about Sekiro, we're talking about Dark Souls. Fine, this is a place about Dark Souls 3. We can watch this.
See that ladder over there?
That ladder motivated me to make this video because no one should have to go through what I did to find it. Because breaking the bridge doesn't work. Finding your one character with the cat ring to survive the fall doesn't work. But what does work is killing this crawling tree. Once it's dead, you'll hear an audio cue which signifies a ladder has spawned. And it's easy to miss it because who would think to go back up here?
I think I did.
At the top of Laddersmith Gilligan's wet dream is a Titanite slab, one of the 3 in the DLC. Another place that looks out of reach is the Colosseum structure, which looks an awful lot like the place we fought Priscilla in Dark Souls 1. It's accessed after breaking an illusory wall in the lower part of the cave with the flies. Once you navigate the routes down, you get led to an invasion by livid pyromancer Dunnel, provided you've used an ember, and apparently every painted world has its pyromancer, because the corpse you get the parting flame from is also the same one that gives you Jeremiah's robes in Dark Souls 1. It reads, "When Dunnel lost his hideous spouse, he gave his own pyromancy flame as an offering, which transformed into a parting flame. Not long after, Dunnel became a mad spirit, damned to wander the lands." Once you're done fighting Pyromancer Dunnel, just plunge down from the plank and hurry home. Don't worry, it's totally safe. The Parting Flame has a really interesting weapon art. You release your store of Death Echoes to gain a modest dose of Estus. Or not. So to get this to trigger, you need to keep it in an active equip slot, then build enough Death Echoes for you to cast it. So this translates to killing about 12 enemies for 1 charge of Estus at a time. Let's talk dialogue. This stuff is really interesting, because the DLC adds a new way to trigger dialogue. You just have to return to a place or character for the second time after reloading the level. This is one example, the worst example. It's a seemingly pointless event where you get to hear from the Corvian down in his cave.
My very own home now.
Far more interesting is this piece of dialogue that triggers the second time you approach the white-haired woman after you've
this
let
lady.
her out of the archive.
I remember her.
Those who aren't kin to fire cannot paint a world. Those absorbed by fire must not paint a world. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten, Mother.
So, I'd say she fits the first line, right? She's someone who isn't kin to fire and cannot yet paint a world. Ariandel, who's the restorer of the painted world, he fits the second line as he's absorbed by fire and perhaps
I agree, Hunter, yeah.
the world. And as for the third line, it's trying to get us to ask the question, who is the white-haired girl's mother? Is it the woman depicted in the statues holding the small girl, perhaps? Or
well, if
is
it helps
Priscilla?
any, we could go
we'll talk
and,
about
you
that
know,
a bit later.
fight
Maybe
the
the mother
screeching
is related
doggo
to the
lady
girl's
from
Uncle
Bloodborne.
Gale as well.
Yeah.
This man
That should
who
wake you up.
prays to the
Merciful goddess, mother of the forlorn.
But time will tell more about this character, hopefully, especially considering how much of a tease her final piece of dialogue is. This triggers the second time you talk to her after killing the boss.
My thanks, Ashley.
Oh god, comment. Volume warning. Wake up! Thank you for the Mariah Cleric Beast comment. Appreciate the biddies.
Almost see the flame. Soon, Uncle Gale will bring me the pigment.
I realize I can't hear chat,
He has found it.
chat
Yeah.
or the
Dark
redeems
soul of
because I have
man.
the stream muted on my other pet.
It's almost
Yeah.
like Gale
That's
is
fair.
still out there, and that he's looking for the dark soul of man the girl wishes to paint upon her canvas. So we'll have to go more into what this means in the lore video. But before we go, I just want to say, do you think pigment is a play on words for pygmy? The furtive pygmy was the one who found the dark soul, which split into humanity, after all. Maybe I'm looking too far though. Number 8. The crow-like Corvian also has final dialogue after you set fire to the painting.
Oh, my thank you. I can hear the crackling from here.
the sound of my home, the painting of Ariandel, burning away. When the world rots, we set it afire for the sake of the next world. It's the one thing we do right, unlike those fools on the outside.
Oh.
So this tells us of the cyclical nature of
Yes.
Oh, I've never heard his second bit of talk, but the fact that he attacks the outside world is quite funny.
You also get a slab for your efforts here. So, because the game was updated, my camera mods don't really work well right now, so it's hard to get close up to some of these models, but it's worth talking about what some things look like close up. They give us clues that we couldn't glean from just dialogue and descriptions. So this white-haired girl is the best example. I might start calling her Aria, not the white-haired girl, and I call her Aria because the painters so far have been Ariamis and Ariandel, so presumably her name would take after theirs as well. White-haired girl is just getting so annoying to say, so Aria, she has scales visible on her ankles and her neck, and also her eyes are a dark red and slitted like a reptile's. Priscilla of Ariamis shares these same sort of scales and the same sort of eyes, though hers are green. So, considering this dialogue,
I haven't forgotten, Mother.
It might be that Aria's mother is Priscilla, given the similar scales and the eyes and the hair. So Priscilla's definitely a promising candidate, but we'll talk more about this in her lore video. So next, let's talk about the environment in a bit of detail, just like we did the models. So in particular, I want to talk about three things. There's the snake statue at the end of the boss chamber. There's the glass murals on the sides of Ariandel's chamber before he destroys them. And there's the intertwined serpents upon the door of the church. But first, let's talk about the snake statue, because you come face to face with this thing immediately after the boss fight, and it's so deliberately placed and designed that they want you to ask questions about this thing. Your attention is inevitably drawn towards it. So, it's a statue, because the face is textured like wood, and the scales on the tail are torn and maybe rotting away, revealing that it's actually cloth because you can see the thread between them. And since this cloth, the scales are rotting away, you can actually see inside the tail, which reveals that it's actually metal or wood segments, cylindrical segments, held together by wiring of some sort. And I call it a tail, but really it's more like her lower half. Hell, it's more like her entire body. Her torso is scaled, like the tail is, and it's not really like a hood, because if the headpiece hadn't worn away at the front, we'd be calling this thing a snake, straight up. We wouldn't be calling it a human. It would be entirely covered. The shawl around this thing's shoulders is like fur, and it reminds me of Priscilla's fur. So, what is this thing, and what does it represent? I don't know. I don't think anyone can really claim to know for sure, but I think it could be a representation of Priscilla, but that's a stretch, and I think it also could be someone else entirely. And I got a lot of tweets about this statue, but I didn't get a single one about the glass murals on the panels during Phase 1 of the boss fight. Look at this, it's creepy. Two dark, womanly figures lean over a valley between two darkly wooded cliffs. One of these women is resting upon a sword or a staff, and the other one is reaching down to grasp a broken white cord. At the bottom, below, are the barely visible figures of people reaching up towards them, like a lot of hollows do in the game when they pray. Why is no one talking about this? If I had to guess, I would say that maybe...
Yeah.
To be fair, Vadi, when people walk into this room, the first thing they're more concerned with is with the creepy lady with the scythe walking towards them.
Yeah, it's more like, oh god, I'm gonna die right now. So you really wouldn't have much time to explore this.
She does destroy them after a while.
Yeah, that's what he said earlier, I think, about it being destroyed. I was like, hi, Mora. Welcome in.
The broken link could represent how the sisters are seeking to usurp the linking of the fire, and the figures at the bottom could be hollows worshipping them. That's the best theory I got, but What are your thoughts? Lastly, engraved upon the door of the church are two snakes entwined. It reminds me of Karth and Frampt. Karth and Frampt represent two sides of a cycle, one light, one dark, but both irreversibly intertwined and doomed to repeat. So, I'd say that's what it's meant to represent, but I don't know why it's here in the painted world. But that's enough lore talk. Let's talk about something very insignificant, which is the crabs. I killed them so you don't have to. One drops a crystal gem. Wow. Number 12. The wolf you fight on the way through the snowfields. So, in case you ran past him and didn't kill him, the wolf gives Titanite if you defeat him in the snowfield in both spots. Number 13. Very interesting. If you chose the Lord of Hollows path and ending in the base game, then Frida and Wilhelm, formerly of the Sable Church, which is related to that ending, have heard of you, and when you talk to them, they beseech you to return to your subjects, to your hollows, instead of remaining in their painted world.
Thou art the Lord of Londor, and have thine own subjects to guide.
Yuria has something new to say as well.
Thy scent seemeth most familiar. A sweet fragrance long faded from our own bosoms. My lord, how this came to pass I know not, but take heed. Kindness can wear upon one's principles.
And she has more dialogue when you kill Elfrida.
'Twas the soul of my sister, Elfrida. A poor wench turned to ash, who would abandon Londor. If thou wouldst, let it nourish thy lordship, and in return do her one small kindness. Remember those who stayed by her to the end, in the shadows cast by fire. And lastly, my lord, take up thy rightful mantle of usurper.
So for number 14, a couple of people on Reddit have pointed out a nice detail about the name Elfrida and the change of the name to Frida. So, as we know, Elfrida was a member of the Sable Church, and both Yuria and Wilhelm refer to her by that name. But she renounced her past life, and she found a new purpose in the painting, and here, in item descriptions and dialogue, she's known as Sister Frida, without the L at the start. And both of these names have meanings that line up with who she was at each time in her life. So Elfrida, according to Wikipedia, means elf strength, and when she had that name, it's at a point where strength was a much bigger part in her life. The three sisters of the Sable Church were known as very able swordmasters, and they were known to be strong enough to found the church just between the three of them. So Elfrida means strength, and Frida, however, is derived from a Germanic element, Frid, which means peace. And in the painted world, described as a peaceful land, it makes sense that she would change her name to Frida, for she found a people to care for and even attempts to calmly reason with you to leave the painting. She doesn't want to fight, but she knows she'll have to keep the peace. So From's naming was really on point with this character. And finally, for number 15, don't kill any NPC in the painted world. It's really not worth it this time around. You don't get any exciting weapons or anything like that. Wilhelm and Frida disappear. The crow-like Corvian drops nothing. Arya cannot die, for she says she has a world to paint. And Gale, killing Gale, I think, locked my soul level 135 character out of the painted world forever, because I can't get him to appear.
Oh no.
I guess I'll have to take this character to New Game Plus now, which kind of sucks. So, thanks for watching, guys. Hope you enjoy the Ariandel content to come, and let me know if there's something I missed down in the comments, and go down in the comments and see if there's anything cool down there that people have posted about. But thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Prepare to cry.
Prepare to cry. Yeah, I think we should get into these. I think it's time. Also, I agree, Lunar. That's probably my top, I don't know, my favorite fight from Dark Souls 3, but Fried and Ariandel is like up there. That was such a cool fight. Alright, where do we want to start? There's so many. Oh no.
Oh no, you should always start with the original Dark Souls. So,
Yeah. We're gonna start with the Dark Souls one. So, I guess if you want to suggest where we start, you can.
Well, nobody knows about. Where is he? Scroll up before.
Mm-hmm.
There he is, Black Iron Tarkus, the man, the myth, the legend. The one NPC that can solo a boss for you.
Oh.
We all remember the help Tarkus gave us that day. Tarkus was like us, someone trying to make it through the world to uncover the truth. The least we can do is follow in his footsteps and succeed where he failed. The Knights of Berenik are known for their heavy armor and weaponry. There is no nation that is physically stronger, but even among them there was Tarkus, a knight renowned for having strength great enough to sport a set of heavy black iron that was unique to him alone. Berenik was a land outside of Lordran, but it was not free from the curse of the undead. As the curse spread and society crumbled, countless knights became undead. But the knights had not lost their sanity yet. Throughout the neighbouring lands a prophecy was spreading, an old saying from Astora that said this:
Thou who art undead art chosen, and thine exodus from the undead asylum maketh pilgrimage to the land of ancient lords. When thou ringeth the bell of awakening, the fate of the undead thou shalt know.
The fate of the undead. With nothing else to go on, the undead knights of Berenik ventured to Lordran, which was told to be at the heart of the undead curse. They were right. The gods were partly responsible for the crumbling world. The light in Anor Londo is an illusion, and many gods have already abandoned the world of men. For the real light, the first flame, was fading. There was one path into Anor Londo, and that was through Sen's fortress. So the Knights of Berenik threw themselves at the deadly castle, trying to force their way through. And they were not the only ones. Within Sen's fortress we see the hollowed forms of both Knights of Berenik and Boulder, two nations that attempted to reach the land of the gods, desperate to discover the fate of the undead. Near the top of Sen's fortress there is an undead man who desperately tries to retain his sanity.
Remember, counts. Counts.
Oh, this guy.
1, 2,
yeah.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Count. I can't.
He has seen all the heroes pass through Sen's fortress, never to return.
For a century they've tried and failed. The Night King Rendell, Black Iron Tarkus, and even Logan himself. You won't stand a chance, you'll be eaten alive. But go along if you wish, if only to deepen your despair.
They all failed. Every Knight of Berenik, every Boulder Knight, the Night King Rendell and Logan himself. Every one of them failed, except Tarkus. Tarkus conquers the fortress, leaving his hollowed brothers behind. He carves his summoning sign at the top of Sen's fortress, so his spirit will be able to aid anyone else who comes as far as he does. Time is convoluted in Lordran, and even if Tarkus is already dead, his spirit will remain to aid those who need help with the final step, even if those heroes exist in another dimension. For guarding the final step to Anor Londo is the Iron Golem. It is said that the soul of this construct was originally the bone of an everlasting dragon, and it has slain countless heroes seeking Anor Londo. For the sake of all those who came before him, Tarkus prevails. He becomes the first one to make it to Anor Londo.
Welcome in, Stray. How you doing?
But the tragedy begins here, for when Tarkus arrives at Anor Londo, he finds the path retracted before him. He must break into the palace by the only path available. Up a narrow ledge, through a window, and across the ceiling rafters protected by painting guardians. This operation runs counter to his skills. Encumbered by his armor and huge weaponry, Tarkus falls to his death on the rafters, and is dragged into a corner by the painting guardians.
Oh,
But his death was not in vain, because now the path is clear and Tarkus helped you there. For the sake of the fallen, we carry on.
Damn.
But yeah, he can solo the Iron Golem for you.
Ah, that's so cool.
And he's the only NPC that can solo a boss for you for some reason.
Huh. That's really neat. I didn't even know. That's how he
Yes.
dies. Yeah.
That's how he dies.
That's so cool. Like that's really neat that like you wouldn't even think about that broken window. It just like it's a door for you. And you don't think about it being like someone else had to open it for you. That's such a neat little detail. Yeah, this is Vati. This is an old video. You can tell by the the mic quality. But I mean, his lovely way of speaking still stands. The sad way to go. I mean, isn't it though? Like, I think it's pretty sad in any story when we have like
well, if you want to see a sad one, we can always go with Sigmir of Cattlery.
We can. But, yeah, I mean, like, it's always kind of tragic in any story where you have, like, this big, cool character and they die in a very insignificant way. That's sad to me. That's fucked up.
The gate, the old fortress. Was that your doing? Venturing is my life. I'm prepared for the worst.
Have you seen my father? You wouldn't miss him. Tell him that Zugland is on her way. Oh, so just stay put and keep out of trouble.
God, this mic quality. Good lord.
We can overcome this together.
Well, this one isn't Mike. This is his recording.
It's so peaky.
You seem to help me at every turn. This Knight of Katarina expresses his deepest gratitude. Now I have no regrets. I shall depart for my final adventure. Wherever you go, may you be safe. You are a true hero, to be sure. Perhaps the time has come. I am Zigmire of Catalina, and you shall feel my wrath!
Xbox mic quality, yeah.
When an
The original Xbox Live quality?
They begin to
Yeah.
follow. Siegmeyer is an adventurer who prides himself on his bravery. His ability to progress and explore is what keeps him from hollowing. The name Siegmeyer means victory. Success is at the core of who he is.
Venturing is my life. I'm prepared for the worst.
With good intentions, the chosen undead saves Siegmeyer time and time again. The man learns that he only has to wait for his problems to be solved. So, in helping Siegmeyer, you take everything from him. And an undead who loses everything becomes hollow.
I've run flat up against a wall, or a gate, I should say. The thing just won't budge, no matter how long I wait. And oh, have I waited. This is quite a fix. We'll need another 3, no, maybe 5 bodies. Quite a fix indeed. By my knighthood, I'm ashamed to ask, but can you spare a few scraps of moss?
As you save Siegmeyer, you are draining his belief in himself. Every time you help him, he becomes more and more hollow.
Oh no.
That is, until he decides to make a final stand. He sacrifices himself to repay his friend, but you take that victory from him as well.
Friend, I have an idea, a good one, really. I will rush those dire fiends, and you can slip away in the confusion. Please, friend, I owe you much more than this. By the honor of the Knights of Katarina, allow me to assist you. And now, I go. Don't be slow. Come on! Over here, you fiends! Perish, foul creatures! I am Siegmeyer of Katarina, and you shall feel my wrath!
Yeah, they are creepy. The
Allows
blender
Siegmeyer
enemies.
to sacrifice himself while you escape, then he will die with his honor intact. However, the only way for him to survive is if you shame him and save his life again.
But you, didn't you get away? Well, you've saved me, once again. Oh, thank goodness. I'm exhausted.
This is the last time you'll see Siegmeyer alive.
Oh, Have you seen my father? You wouldn't miss him, a suit of armor just like mine.
Sieglind is the daughter of Siegmeyer. She risks the perils of Lordran to tell her father his wife's dying words.
Oh.
My daughter risked life and limb just to find me, to deliver her mother's last words. And the poor girl's not even undead. Heavens. I never asked her to do that.
It would seem that Siegmeyer abandoned his daughter and wife for a life of adventuring. It is clear that Siegmeyer cares for his daughter and her for him, but something has happened in their past that led to them being kept apart. After hearing his wife's dying words from the daughter who risked her life, he goes on his final, reckless adventure. Hollowing is a slow process, with the undead suffering many deaths before they hollow to a point of no return. The name Sieglind means gentle battle. I believe Sieglind has killed her father before, but only out of necessity.
Ugh, that's so sad.
If he goes hollow, I'll just have to kill him again.
Siegmeyer hollows completely at the end of his adventure.
Have a good look, Silverheart. Thank you.
Now I see. You are one of the bad ones. Then there's only one thing to do with you.
Oh, we had to put the stellar music in on this one.
I just noticed that too. Jeez.
You want to make me double tear up.
I never got any of this in the game.
Can this be?
Oh, his quest line's a little bit harder to do than the others.
My dear little Lynn.
And so, your friend Siegmeyer meets his end in Ash Lake. And there is nothing you can do to stop it.
My father, all hollow now, has been subdued. He will cause no more trouble. It's finally over. Dear father. Dear father.
Jesus, that was so sad. God.
To answer you, Strife Dragon, in Dark Souls 3, you learn that you can become unhollowed.
That's it. Yeah, I last time I saw Siegmeyer in my playthrough was Incense Fortress, and that was it. It's sad.
You have to help him several. You have to talk to him several times, and you have to go kill the giant that's dropping the stones that roll around the fortress.
Oh, I see.
And then he'll move on from there.
All right, let's watch Big Cat Logan. I'm curious about this
guy.
guy.
Oh, no, not Big Cat Logan.
Which exists in solid and loose forms.
Ah, the mic quality got better. We're improving.
Life originates in the soul, which exists in solid and loose forms.
Well, it's a good thing you fell asleep, Sad Panda, because you would have been more sad.
Yeah, we're at the Prepare to Cry. So we were watching a bunch of like sort of fun facts, hidden detail videos. Now we're watching the lore stuff. So, starting with Dark Souls 1 with all the characters.
Life originates in the soul, which exists in solid and loose forms. Stronger beings have their souls held together in unicity, infusing their unique personality and power. When the body is broken, the link to these souls is severed, exposing the solid soul to the air. When exposed, souls burn like they are on fire. It makes sense then that the 4 Lord Souls were found within the first flame. They were the fuel. But if the soul is the source of all life, then what distinguishes the humanity we hold within ourselves? The truth is, even humanity originates from the soul. It's simply a fragment of the dark soul. The mysteries of souls, crystals, and sorceries are deeply intertwined. The more you understand these things, the more control you have over them.
Soul sorcery is the art of controlling soul power with knowledge, just like we manipulate fire with heart and instinct, and miracles through faith. The Dragon School of Vinheim teaches and researches sorcery. The great hero of Vinheim is Big Hat Logan, a great sorcerer and teacher to many students. In time, however, he tired from the attention of others and donned a large hat to hide his face, earning him his nickname. Locked away in a cage in Sen's fortress, we first encounter Big Hat Logan.
I have a bright idea. Suppose you set me free. I'm old and empty-handed, but I could repay you with knowledge and sorcery. This place is melting my mind. The inactivity is repressive. I'm saved, and I'd love to resume my travels, but I must log a few things first, and I owe you a favor.
Back at Firelink Shrine, Logan treats you like an equal, and offers to teach you all that he knows.
Glad to see you alive. As promised, I will share my sorceries. You really are very diligent.
On your journey, you'll find another sorcerer from Vinheim. Once rescued, Griggs joins you at Firelink Shrine as another sorcerer who's in your debt. On the topic of Logan, he says this.
He is a true hero. No, the reason I seek Logan is, well, it's really my own conceit now, isn't it?
This sorcerer of Vinheim seeks Logan simply to prove that he can. It's clear that he admires the man and strives to be like him. After you've proven your worth as a student and learned everything that Logan has to teach, Logan mentions that he has plans to leave. As to where, that's unknown.
Heading out, are you? I too will leave soon. Undead or no, I shan't stay here forever. You have great potential. Don't go and die over nothing.
With his debt repaid, Logan leaves Firelink. He tells you his plans, but he doesn't tell Griggs, who is left in the dark again.
Oh, there you are. Just so you know, Master Logan has left on his own again. It seems that he is still determined to find the famed regal archives in Anor Londo. I intend to search for him.
And this is the last you'll ever hear of Griggs. Hope that you never see him again. Sorcery is enhanced by understanding and knowledge. That's why Logan seeks the Archives, a place built for Seath the Scaleless, as reward for his help against the everlasting dragons. The knowledge contained there is beyond measure. Seath was born different from his brothers, who were encased in stone scales that made them immortal. Seath was a mutation, an albino dragon who didn't have the immortality his brothers possessed. Driven by jealousy, he betrayed their secrets, and soon after, driven by desperation, he began the search for immortality. Seath created six-eyed channelers to be his eyes, scouring the archives and other lands for knowledge. He created crystal golems to retrieve trinkets and maidens for his experiments.
Cool.
He does all this, knowing that time is running out. Logan once taught you that life originates in the soul. That's why a crystal-homing soul mass draws towards it. Somehow, crystals are linked to the soul, and so, through the power of crystals, Seath finally finds what he's been looking for.
Ah. The secret of Seath's immortality. If you have fought him and were in prison, you must know that Seath is a true undead, different from ourselves. His wounds close promptly, and no mortal blow affects him, granting true insulation from death. It is an effect of the primordial crystal, a sacred treasure pillaged by Seath when he turned upon the ancient dragons. So only by destroying the primordial crystal can you so much as scratch his hide.
Seath's knowledge comes at a price. He finds a source of immortality and hides it away, but something changes. The other lords notice. Seath locks himself away in his archives and stations 2 armored boars in the hallways. Channelers guard the stairways and crystal hollows are scattered throughout. On top of all that, the archives now lead anyone strong enough to a chamber with Seath himself inside. Upon your death, Seath locks you in a cell with a bonfire, knowing that you'll be locked into a cycle within that cell. It's almost like he knew you were coming. But you escape and roam the archives freely. This is where you encounter Logan again. But he's not the same.
Oh, there you are. It's been a while. Or were you just here? This fascinating place defeats my sense of time. But I can't remember the death. He's undead. He was.
The same knowledge that unsettled Seath is affecting Logan. There's some things in the archives that should remain unknown. For the path to true knowledge is cursed, and the fate of the 3 sorcerers in Lordran is something that should be forgotten. The less that is known, the better.
Very cool. We got Seath lore as well during that, which I didn't know about at all.
Yeah.
Very nice.
And what's real great is the tie-in to Elden Ring with this, where the primordial crystals are used to power sorcery in Elden Ring.
Oh yeah, that's so neat. What did I miss? Oh, we were watching a bunch of like secret videos and details. Now we're watching the actual lore of all the NPCs and characters of Dark Souls 1. Also, welcome in Wooliest and Paladin. Welcome in, guys. Hello. All right, let's see. Oh, cool.
Children of Chaos. So do you want to pick it up?
Oh no, we can, yeah, whatever you suggest. We can watch Children of Chaos. This is a long one. I'm excited.
I think this one has to deal with...
My mother, the Witch of Izalith, was one of the primeval lords. Her power came from the soul that she found near the first flame. She focused this power to light a flame of her own. But she failed to control it. The flame of chaos engulfed Mother and my sisters, and molded them into deformed creatures. Only I escaped, and now I am here. My mother.
You didn't get her questline, I don't think, did you?
I did not. Nope. No questline. What were you saying?
Well, this will spoil her
we
questline a
thought
bit,
the
just
Chaos
so you know.
Flame
That's okay.
was born of desperation. A flame created to replace the fading First Flame and to secure the Age of Fire for the Lords. We were wrong. Izalith's flame was a flame of ambition.
Hi, Vixie.
For the First Flame gave life, and Izalith believed that her soul could replicate this power. And she was right, but not in the way that she expected. For when the witch and her 7 daughters huddled together and focused their power, chaos was born. Their flame spiraled out of control, engulfing the women and the city of Izalith. And during this period of instability, the very worst demons were born. But soon after, the witch clearly wrested chaos under control, becoming the bed of chaos at the heart of a new city. On that day, Izalith learned a set of core truths. First, that her power has limits. Second, that fire is to be feared. And third, that grotesque, parasitic life is still life. The first daughter we meet is Quelaag. She is described by her soul as a perfect creation of chaos, and we see this in her movements. Note how she affectionately caresses her demon half, how she smiles with contentment, and how she embraces her parasite.
Ah, a precious new sacrifice. The children of chaos are hungry. Give yourself to Quelaag's flame.
A steady stream of undead are attempting to ring the second bell of awakening, making this the perfect place for a daughter of chaos to nest. For chaos, just like the first flame, thrives off of humanity.
Those who defy the pact, those who trespass Quelaag's domain, may you feel the depth of our wrath.
She speaks of a pact, but a clueless undead can have no knowledge of this. To us, Quelaag is just another foe who blocks our path. But she was so much more than that.
Oh dear, what have we here? Are you a new servant? But you have no eggs. Ah, no matter. Go along and have audience with our fair lady. Except, if you lay a hand on the fair lady, you should be prepared to face my wrath.
Quelaag, my dear sister, what is it? Don't mind me. It does not hurt terribly. Your visits out more than anything. I'll be fine. I have you, dear sister. But promise me that you will take care of yourself.
The Fair Lady is the second daughter of Chaos we meet, but she's not much longer for this world. Blind, ailing, and unfeeling, she subsists on offerings of humanity that her sister Quelaag once brought to her. With the old witch's ring in our possession, the fair lady understands us, and since Quelaag was the only remaining one capable of speaking to her, you must be her sister.
You know, I still remember your beautiful, silky face. If only I could gaze upon it once more. Is something troubling you? Please, sister, do not cry. I am happy, really. I have you, don't I?
You speak the tongue of the fair lady? In all honesty, I am envious. What comfort can I offer without speaking her tongue?
This egg-burdened undead was once a renowned pyromancer. He developed spells of toxic and poison mist, which are considered to be terrible heretical spells. These pyromancies earned him exile, followed by a terrible infection, and then led to a chance meeting with the Daughter of Chaos.
Worse than undead, we are diseased and unwanted like the grime of the great swamp. But my dear fair lady, she cried for me and swallowed the great blight pus, despite Mistress Quelaag's orders to the contrary.
These two Daughters of Chaos care really deeply about their offspring, and in the fair lady's case, even for the undead that carry those offspring. But without the humanity that her sister brought her, she and her children will die.
Quelaag, my dear sister, the eggs, it hurts. They've gone still. I am afraid it may be too late. I am so sorry, dear sister.
Luckily, Ingi does not yet know that Mistress Quelaag is dead, so he shares his flame with you, which is a deeply personal act for a pyromancer, because the flame is a part of himself.
You have served our fair lady well. Now, let this strength be yours.
Before there were pyromancies, there were fire sorceries, and then, when the Witch of Izalith shared her flame with her daughters, pyromancy came to be. Unlike sorcery, which requires a certain intellect, pyromancy is this personal, primal art, rooted in this desire to hold and control fire, and then it's refined by the acceptance that true control is impossible.
Pyromancy is the ultimate fantasy. We are born into dark and warmed by fire, but this fire we cannot touch. Those whose fascination with fire
I will say I had no idea the Quelaag's ran that deep. That's
so
sad.
Humanity took really well to this ancient art, passing down knowledge from a Daughter of Chaos.
You're slowly going to learn that you just make things worse.
Yeah, I'm learning that. We're making things worse. Oh no.
Wanders the poison swamp. Only no one has ever seen her, so who really knows? But what if she is another of the Quelaag sisters? Our fair lady would be greatly comforted by her presence.
A mere undead, yet you can see me. Fascinating. I am Quelana of Izalith. I am not often revealed to walkers of flesh. You have a gift. Are you too one who seeks my pyromancy?
Quelana is the eldest Daughter of Chaos, and she's the furthest one from home. It's thanks to her that mankind became so attuned to pyromancy.
Pyromancy is the art of invoking and manipulating fire. But remember one thing. Always fear the flame, lest you be devoured by it and lose yourself. I would hate to see that happen again.
Interestingly, Quelana refuses to teach the chaos pyromancy of her homeland, instead opting for the more refined pyromancies to come. Fire Whip, an effort to control that which cannot be controlled. Firestorm, which displays the indiscriminate horror of flame. And, perhaps most importantly, Rapport, an advanced spell of Quelana that uses fire to lure the living, making them a temporary ally.
I have a favor to ask. I abandoned my mother and sisters and fled to this land, but my mother and sisters have been in anguish since. I beseech you, free mother and my sisters from the flame of chaos. I cannot do it myself. I lack the strength and the bravery. But you, I realize what I am asking. But please, free their poor souls. Mother's ambitions were misguided, no doubt. But surely 1,000 years of atonement is enough.
Quelana believes her family has been in penance for 1,000 years, and that death would be their only comfort. But is this true? Will you take the word of a woman who's afraid to face her own demons? The flame of chaos is not as evil as Quelana would have you believe. How could it be, when it motivated an entire developed civilization? Izalith's architecture is inspired by chaos. Its first demons are considered priests. The Capra is capable of taming animals. There were embers of chaos used for smithing. There is a written language, a spoken language. This is not really a place that was ruined because of chaos. It's a place that became defined by
I knew
it.
none of that about this
And
place.
it's all thanks to Mother Izalith. If it was Izalith's goal to create a flame of life, then she succeeded. For two younger sisters and the mother can be found in the depths of Izalith at its lowest point, where demons are born. This seedbed of life is called the Bed of Chaos. It's actually comprised of 3 family members. Flanking on the sides are 2 enchanted, fleshy mounds, connected to the center with staves. Staves that look awfully like the Izalith staff, seen in the beginning, where 2 sisters flank the mother in the center, which makes the center of the Bed of Chaos Mother Izalith herself. Her control is evident by virtue of our ability to undo it, because if you take out a sister on the side, then the heart of chaos breaks free. So, if chaos was under control, what happened to Izalith? Well, war. Despite Izalith's aid in Gwyn's war against the dragons, the Lord of Light turned his ire to the creatures of chaos. Did he feel threatened by these monsters? Did he consider chaos to be this affront to the integrity of divine flame?
I mean,
it's impossible.
They're kind of ugly to look at.
For this war, he commissioned an elite order of warriors who became known as the Black Knights. Their oversized weapons were designed to deal with their oversized foes, and their loyalty to Gwyn was so fierce that they would later follow him into the kiln of the First Flame. If there ever was a time for Quelana to slip away and leave, it would be now, during the war. Her family must have thought that she died, for upon an altar, dressed upon an unrecognizable corpse, is a gold-hemmed set that says it was once worn by Quelana of Izalith. So not only does this suggest that she faked her death, it suggests that she couldn't bear to have her family know about her desertion, and this news of her death would have hit no one harder than her brother.
Oh, I
This
see.
giant is a being of ceaseless discharge, born alongside the worst demons when the Chaos Flame was still unstable. So, to soothe his lava-inflamed sores, his witch sisters gave him a special orange-charred ring, which, fool that he is, he accidentally dropped. He would never receive another, and so he spent the rest of his days in pain, oblivious to everything around him. Everything except the shrine to his sister Quelana.
What the fuck?
Desecrate
That's
her
so
corpse,
sad.
And he would literally throw away his life to punish you. So strong is the love for his family.
Yeah, you grave robbed his sister. That's why he attacks you.
Oh my god, that's crazy. Oh.
Leaving her family may well have been the worst decision Quelana could have made. For,
Mayhaps.
in a move that she could not have predicted,
Maybe.
Gwyn stopped short of annihilating the demons entirely. Izalith, after all, was already broken, referred to by many as the obsolete capital of chaos. In return for their miserable lives, and along with a promise to never leave Izalith, It appears that Gwyn received a swarm of demonic troops for his own army. Stray demons guard the asylum. Lesser Batwing demons became the messengers of the gods, and a white-winged demonic lion watches over the sanctuary of Ulasil.
Oh, I love
so
that
it
fight.
was that the family of Chaos survived, and Quelana deserted them all. It's likely Quelana didn't expect her sisters to survive the war, but now that
Gwyn
they have...
changed history at that point, because the rest of the game tells you that they blew themselves up.
That's right.
Becomes stuck in this awkward state of limbo. She cannot return, for she disgraced and abandoned her family, and yet, nor can she bring herself to fully leave either. Instead, she sits as close to Chaos as possible, punishing herself with this endless wandering through a poison swamp.
Tario.
She watches on, so close to her tormented family, and yet, given her survivor's guilt and her cowardice, she might as well be miles away. Which is a shame, because Quelana could truly be a comfort to her remaining family, especially to the Fair Lady, to her brother,
that's right.
and to her mother.
The Witch of Izalith, please, do not speak of her. I abandoned my mother and sisters, and fled to this land. Now I roam these parts, feigning ablution and pretending to seek answers.
Finally, after 1,000 years of survivor's guilt, she meets us. Someone who can finally break the stalemate. She lacks the strength and the bravery, and we have a Lord Vessel to fill.
You would betray us? I should have known. My dear fair lady, you are in danger.
Quayla, what was that? Is something troubling you? Quayla, but why?
Why, you monster! The fair lady! What have you done? What have you done?
They gave everything to wrest Chaos under control. They ignited a culture. They displayed that they could control their parasites, and even that having a parasite at all is a choice to serve Chaos. And we undo it all. We rip the sisters' shackles from Chaos, and despite the mother's feeble attempts to sort of swat us away, we finally put an end to Mother Izalith herself.
Wow. Outstanding. You have done very well. Thank you. I am blessed to have met you. Please take this. It is all of me.
We fed Quelana's ignorance. She never got to see her brother mourn her for centuries. She likely never knew that her sister poisoned herself for the good of the wretched. Did she know that a dark wraith was squirreling away humanity for his fair lady? That her mother was doubled over in pain for centuries to contain chaos? Survivor's guilt is a real traumatic condition, and it led to the death of her family.
Welcome in, gamer.
Eons afterwards, the effects of all of this are still felt. Without the mother, chaos rises again, unbridled, in a city called Aleum Lois, until a powerful king and queen sacrifice themselves to contain it once again. And even later still, towards the end of the world, surrounded by mountains of dead demons, an old demon king gives up the vestiges of chaos in one final effort to fight for his species. There is only one silver lining to this tale. It's that deep within the long-forgotten ruins, past the last surviving offshoots of the demon race, and behind an illusory wall, lies the corpse of Quelana, curled up to the fair lady. She finally found the strength to return home.
Oh. Oh.
This video is dedicated to my patrons.
Yep.
Because there's like 1,000 or so of you who support my stuff, so that millions can enjoy it.
Quelana curls up and dies next to her dead sister.
So,
you find both their bodies.
Hey, I guess I can now include my Twitch subs amongst that number as well. Twitch subs actually get...
Ugh, that's so sad. I had no idea that, man. You just fuck up all kinds of shit when you go to...
And you don't even know it. It gives you no background story. Your character knows nothing. It just goes in, thinks it's doing a good thing, and it turns out you fucked it all up.
Yep. That is, you fucked it all up. Jesus Christ. A small oopsie-whoopsie.
Gwyn's fault. You will learn that everything is Gwyn's fault in all of this.
Everything is Gwyn's fault.
Because he was too scared to not be a god anymore.
Good storytelling. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I love these games for. Is like, sure, you can go through and play the games and whatever. That's it. But there's like so much just everywhere. Every character has like a story, which is insane. I love it.
Poor Nito.
Poor Nito. Let's find out.
In the beginning, there was no
He's
life
very
or
Nito.
death, no
Yeah.
light or dark. There was, however, the above and the below. Above, where the everlasting dragons ruled, and below, where there were humanoid beings that would one day become humans, giants, and lords. Below, fire was born, and some beings found power within these flames and took it for themselves. Gwyn could be called a lord of light, Nito a lord of death, and the witch of Izalith a lord of life. These souls were the disparity. They represented black and white, where everything else was grey before. And so they cast away the grey, and started an age of light and dark, life and death. There is one that I haven't mentioned, who came after the other three lords. The furtive pygmy found the dark soul within the flames, and fathered humanity. The pygmy was content to wait, splitting and spreading his soul while the other lords changed the world. There are dynamics that exist between the souls. You can't have one without the other. Gwyn's Age of Fire is built around the first flame, which was linked to bonfires and spread throughout the world. However, eventually even this fire began to fade. It was realized that humanity, the little black sprite in every human, could feed the fire, so Gwyn commanded his children to shepherd the humans. Maybe there's a reason the Dark Soul was found after the first three. Maybe it was the fuel. You already know what happens next. The grey dragons were cast aside, and Gwyn began an age of fire. When the flame started to fade, the Witch of Izalith attempted to create a new flame with her life soul, but it spiraled out of control and demons were created. Then out of nowhere, a curse appeared, a kind of disease that links humans to the bonfires, causing some to become undying. Instead of death, there is hollowing, and to reverse the hollowing, one has to offer humanity to the flames. Convenient, isn't it? Some even whisper that the curse was designed by the lords, to keep the humanity of the undead linked to the bonfires. The more humanity they donate, the greater the fire grows. And the undead are drawn to the flame, fated to be consumed over and over again until only a hollow husk is left. For the purpose of shepherding the humans, the Church, the Way of White, was formed. An influential covenant devoted to serving the gods. They condemn the undead as a plague. The cleric knights of Lloyd are praised for their undead hunts, using Lloyd's talismans to prevent the undead from recovering, allowing the knights to kill with impunity. Afraid of the threat that the Dark Souls pose, Gwyn effectively sets humanity against itself. Undead are caught and shipped to the asylum to await the end of the world. So what happens when a member of the Church becomes an accursed undead? When this happens, it isn't seen as a curse. It couldn't be. How could such a thing happen to a member of the Church? No, becoming an undead Way of White member means you are blessed. It means you must devote yourself to a pilgrimage in service of the Way of White, something that gets you out of the Church, but still serves the Church's purpose. Undead clerics are given a quest for kindling, the art of feeding bonfires with humanity. Is there humanity hidden within the catacombs? Maybe, but it's much more likely that they are searching for a secret rite of kindling, a method of feeding bonfires with humanity that was stolen from an ally of Gwyn. And this brings us to Nito, who was rumoured to hold the rite of kindling until it was stolen by Pinwheel.
Pinwheel.
Nito is a strange
shit.
entity. Unlike the other lords, he seems to only have one motive. Above all else, we see his desire to spread death. He doesn't concern himself with the politics of the outside world, except for once when he brought death to the undying. The everlasting dragons had their stone scales ripped apart by Gwyn, and Nito delivered the death blow. But why did he do this? Well, disparity is in Nito's best interests, because if life exists, so too must death. After the successful alliance with Gwyn, Nito gained dominion over the dead and the catacombs, with a vast army of dead servants defending his tomb, and another army of Gravelord servants actively spreading death to others through the eyes of death. Nito seems content to wait in the darkest depths of the catacombs, slowly growing his army of the dead. Like all the other Lord Souls, his power is distributed among his servants. But is there nothing more to Nito? The first undead cleric was Leroy. He was given a glorified set of armor and the most powerful relics the church possessed. In a grand gesture, he was sent into the catacombs to retrieve Kindling. You fight with him to kill Pinwheel, and the mission is successful. You retrieve the right from the catacombs which was stolen from Nito. But there's more. Attempt to kill Nito, and Leroy will defend him.
Oh.
Leroy will fight against you. Assume then that Nito is important to the Way of White. Perhaps his purpose of spreading death is what Gwyn wants. It makes sense. Spread death, and the undead have to burn humanity to feed the bonfires and keep themselves human. Feed the bonfires, and Gwyn's Age of Fire can last a little longer. The real tragedy here is the deceit. We are all in the dark. Humanity has no idea what caused the undead curse, but it's spreading. Entire lands are becoming infected with the mysterious dark sign, which keeps undead reliant on the bonfires, unable to die.
Yeah, they're very good
No one knows
macro.
where it originated, no one knows who created it, or if there is even a who behind it. All we do know is that you could be a regular human before you turned undead. You'd be unable to die, but unable to stop deteriorating, becoming more and more hollow with every death. Suddenly, you're a threat to those around you. The Way of White busies themselves with purging the undead from the world, but they don't know if the curse is a threat, they don't know how it came about, or if they're just being sent into the catacombs to die. And you're being led by serpents who tell you different things, encouraged to kill all of the lords in your path regardless of whether they're in your way, just so you can get enough souls to satiate the Lord Vessel, in the hope that killing Gwyn will give you answers. There are no answers, yet. At the core of everything is the curse.
Oh, that was neat. Little neato lore.
Yep.
I like that.
It's not really a prepare to cry, but
Yeah.
because he doesn't really have any sad thing to him. He's like,
Yeah.
yep, dead
Like,
things. Love
yeah,
'em."
dead things. Keep them coming.
In fact, if you want to think about it, he's the only one that gets a good ending. He gets to die.
Oh yeah, I guess so. He is very chill. He is, yeah, sure. Until you fight him, he is pretty not chill. He likes to scram and stab you.
Here's another fun
It's not easy to find.
Yeah.
bit. In Dark Souls 3, when you fight Aldrich, if you didn't notice, Aldrich's scythe looks very familiar. And in fact, he uses some magic of Nito. Aldrich consumes gods, and when he does, he gets some of their powers. So it is assumed he ate the bones of Nito.
What? That is so sick. I love that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I pointed out when I was beating Dark Souls 2 last, the final boss of Dark Souls 2 is very much just Nito, but a girl. She literally has the same design, and like certain attacks are just like Nito as well. It's kind of crazy.
Yep.
Find the sun in Lordran. And when you do see it, who's to say it's real?
Oh, it's old
The Age
Watchin.
of Fire is ending, and the world is already dark. Logan believes that there are no gods, no transcendence, only power. To become a god is simply to find that power. The lords found their powers amongst the first flame and proclaimed themselves to be gods. But as the flame fades, the lords must rely on illusions instead of power, until new fuel for the flame is found. As Gwyn burns in his tomb, Gwyndolin and Frampt search desperately for someone to replace him, to maintain their Age of Light a little longer. Solaire reminds me of the legend of Icarus.
Ooh.
Icarus is granted wings and uses them to chase the sun, but he flies too close and falls to his death. Solaire has limitless ambition and strives to obtain the sun as well, but he too runs the risk of flying too close. It's hard to find the sun in Lordran, and the world is already dark. Perhaps Solaire is looking for a new light. There is a prophecy that comes from Solaire's homeland in Astora, a prophecy that sheds light on Solaire's quest.
There is an old saying in my family, "Thou who art undead art chosen, and thine exodus from the undead asylum maketh pilgrimage to the land of ancient lords."
when thou ringest the bell of awakening, the fate of the undead thou shalt know.
To fulfill the prophecy, you must be two things. You must be undead, and you must escape the asylum. Oscar became undead and travelled to the asylum to become a part of the prophecy. You carry out his legacy. But Oscar was not the only one trying to become a part of the prophecy. Solaire also escaped the asylum.
The way I see it, our fates appear to be intertwined, both undead, both imprisoned in the asylum, and now we both end up here, in a land brimming with hollows. Could that really be mere chance? I hardly think so. I became undead to pursue this.
Solaire's quest meant so much that he chose to become undead to fit the prophecy. So if you believe that you are the chosen undead, then you and Solaire are on the same path, and your meeting was not chance, but fate. You can choose to believe that everything in your past led you here. But who was Solaire before he became undead and met you? Gwyn, Lord of Sunlight, had 3 children. One was named Guinevere, who fled her father and Anor Londo as the flame continued to fade. Another was Gwyndolin, born of the moon and raised as a daughter.
So pretty.
Master of illusion, he maintains power in Anor Londo through an illusion of his sister and a fake son. The identity of the 3rd child is a mystery. All we know is that he was a god of war, but his foolishness led to the loss of something invaluable, and he had his god status rescinded. Statues were destroyed, and there are places where it is clear that there have been obvious efforts to remove all trace of him ever existing.
I didn't know that. That's very cool.
In a land far from Anor Londo, near an altar dedicated to sunlight, there is one statue that remains.
Oh, the statue of the
statue of a woman
the child.
A small child. A child wielding a sunlight straightsword.
Huh.
The same sword as Solaire. Solaire never talks of the past, only of the future, only of finding his son. If he is the son of Gwyn, then he has fallen out of his father's graces. But who is Gwyn to take his powers away? Solaire would have lost his status, and nothing more. Even though his equipment has no special powers, he travels through Lordran with little trouble, reaching Anor Londo, Demon's Ruins, and Lost Islith before you.
True. He's a gamer.
It is said that the god of war still watches over his warriors. Solaire crosses between worlds to help you take down your foes.
He got good. He did. He got good before we did.
In the end, it doesn't matter if Solaire is the son of Gwyn. To the world, he's simply a friendly man who helps his comrades when they are in need.
Mm-hmm.
He is a man who gave everything he had to find something, despite looking like a fool. But after years of searching, his hope turns to despair. And his despair turns to madness.
This is the ending that I got with Solaire in Dark Souls 1. You know what's fucked up about this too? Is I accidentally... okay, so I did the sin of the accidental sword swing, and I hit Solaire, and I killed him. So I save scummed and went through a bunch of shit again to make sure he lived, and then I got this ending with him. Oh no, It was just... I tabbed out of the game on stream, I tabbed back in, my Y swang, and just got him. So I save scummed, and then I got this ending after all.
You just like accidentally hitting NPCs, huh?
I love it. It's my favorite activity. I love it. The tab in R1, yes. Yep. Swag on him.
Finally, I have my very own son. I am the son. I've done it. I have. Yes, I did. I did. Oh,
When you hear it without the music and the fighting, that sounds very.
It's so bad out of context. I promise.
Don't let your children watch this.
Don't let your children watch this. I promise it's out of context.
For those who just joined us, no, we are not watching that.
Oh, we're watching Dark Souls out of context.
A man of indomitable
Monka S.
loses his mind to a creature that looks like the sun and dies to your blade. Or does he? Time in Lordran is convoluted, and one undead may take a different path. A path that lets Soler
Oh, okay. I haven't seen this. This is very cool. The back ways path to kill the little creatures.
Yep, but the only way to unlock that door is to give souls to the fair lady.
Ah.
Well, sorry, humanity, not souls.
Yeah. A game about fierce warriors. I swear, Mom.
Takes you both to the kiln of the first flame, where Soler can fight for his son.
You can just poison me through the door too. Oh, that's fun. We just blocks our point though. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Good stuff. Is this just we're just watching them fight Gwen? Yes. Skip. There we go.
But bling bling blongs.
It's true.
With Gwyn defeated, Soler can light a flame of his own and return sunlight to the world. For the fire within Soler will burn the brightest of all.
On Ashland, by the way. I didn't think so. I wish so. That'd be pretty cool, like NPC involved ending like that.
Before we continue to the next one, though,
yes?
This theory was destroyed. Soler is just human. He is not Gwyn's son. In fact, you meet Gwyn's son in the third game.
No way, really? Ooh.
Yeah. In fact, you know, there's a certain king who has no name, who has had his name stricken from the records of everywhere, but was a fierce god of war, and he rides a dragon.
Oh, the Nameless King? Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Whoa, that's crazy. I didn't... Oh, that's awesome. Just had my mind blown. He likes Bombersism K? Yeah.
And part of the reason why he was exiled is because he gave that gift he lost. He brought it to the last of the dragons and made friends with the dragons. The dragons which his dad wanted to kill.
Oh, my God.
That's why he was exiled from the family.
Nuts. Fucking Pinwheel. No. Oh, it all goes back to Pinwheel.
Pinwheel ruined everything.
Oh, this is Dark Souls 2. Okay, well. Okay.
We're gonna go for Artorias now?
Yes.
After the advent of fire, 3 powerful souls were claimed by those who came from the dark. The first was claimed by Nito.
This is so quiet. Vati, your audio mixing.
I think he remade this one specifically.
I sure would hope so. Let's see, Vati.
Because this is one. This was his first one, and I think he remade it.
Oh right, he has a remastered playlist. That's what that means. He remade them a better quality. Oops.
Yep.
Anyway.
In Gwyn's Age of Fire, There were 4 knights who distinguished themselves above all others. First, there was Hawkeye Goth, who fought in the First War against the dragons. He exulted in the thrill of the hunt, plucking dragons out of the sky with his enormous greatbow. Soon, the only dragons left were in his memories, which he revisited endlessly. Fighting on the ground was Ornstein, the dragon slayer. He wielded a long, lightning cross spear that could be stamped deep into a stone dragon's hide. Its curious design went on to remind many of an exiled god of war, though none of them dared to speak his name. And then there was Kiran, whose talents differed considerably from the previous 2. A stealthy assassin, she would have been...
Okay, if dragons were real in real life, I would first be like, oh, cool, but let's be real. We'd all be like, oh, fuck, because dragons
no
are...
match for dragons.
If they're like Dark Souls,
so
they're
she must
killer.
have killed for Gwyn in the Age of Fire to follow.
I would die, Smiles,
She
yeah.
dazzled her foes with streaks of gold in the night, and then stung with the vicious poison of her silver tracer.
I always viewed it as if dragons came back, it would be like Shadowrun.
As the great knight Artorias. For nothing. Not dragons,
where they just would take control of everything, make their own corporations, and screw over the world.
Like the dark.
Good for them.
The dark soul of man filled the Lord of Light with fear, for one day, Gwyn knew, the fire would fade, and humanity would inherit the world. His world. So while he still had time and power, Gwyn began to rig the world in his favor. Mankind had stood amongst those who set out to slay the ancient dragons, and, as if in thanks, Gwyn bestowed upon pygmies and men the Ringed City, an enormous, gilded city located at World's End. The walls were as tall as mountains, and above them soared Medir, an immortal archdragon that was raised by the gods. Below slumbered Gwyn's youngest daughter, the Princess Filianor, a woman of enormous faith and power, who Gwyn gave up to protect the pygmies until the very end of the world. And at first glance, you might think these acts benevolent, you might think they were kind, but in the end, it was just a trick of the light. The walls were not for protection. The dragon had an eternal duty to battle the dark, and Gwyn's daughter, Filianor, would never see her father again. The purpose of the Ringed City was not to protect the holders of the original Dark Soul, it was to imprison them.
I was saying, was it
like
a prison?
ring of fire
Yeah, it's a prison.
that encircles the darkness of humanity. And man was, in fact, branded with this very seal, the Dark Sign. And despite clear evidence of their heroism in the war against the dragons, their Dark Knights never were lauded for their service. So it's no wonder, then, that in all of the spellcraft and the hexes that stem from humanity, one thing remains constant. It craves a free will of its own, and it writhes against its shackles. Perhaps the first example of this was the Mad King. He was pygmy royalty, and he rebelled against the light. We have no idea what crimes he committed, but they must have been terrible, for he was put to death by Shira, a knight of Filianor. Only the Mad King would not die, and Shira, with the Mad King impossibly entwined around her spear, had no choice but to hold him quietly in a dark room until the end of time. There were, of course, other human cities outside of the Ringed City. One such example was the Dark City of New Londo, which was governed by 4 human kings and protected by Knights of the Dark Blade. The kings were renowned for their foresight, and they even had fragments of Gwyn's very own soul bestowed upon them, so that they could better govern their people. Of course, this too was another trick of the light, for what lies at the top of New Londo but Filing Shrine, a place of undead sacrifice to Gwyn's Age of Fire. So no human city was permitted to flourish without a clear benefit to the Age of Fire, and there was no better example of this than another human city called Uldasil, which was the golden land of light sorceries. Light, it turns out, can be manipulated to foster illusions. It can hide your intentions, it can even mess with the fabric of time. And spells of this nature would be of great value to the gods in the coming years, so Uldasil flourished, an exemplary city for Gwyn's pantheon, because it was proof that humanity could be taught to serve their interests. And so it was that a group of missionaries from Ulasil embarked upon the Ringed City, perhaps to preach and reinforce the power of the light in this dark city. One of these missionaries was called Half-Light, and he was a talented individual who was wielding the powerful artifacts of his homeland. He would go on to earn the favor of Filianor, and he would even earn the legendary dragon weapon of Medir. So it was no surprise that Half-Light elected to stay behind, becoming the last recorded spear of the church. And just as Half-Light visited the Ringed City and even stayed behind, the reverse was also true of a certain pygmy from the Ringed City. This pygmy's name was Manus, and while we know nothing about the nature of his visit to Ulasil, we do know one thing: he died there, and the body of primeval man, of Manus, was put to rest far, far beneath the city itself, out of the light and out of mind. We don't know much about Manus, and a lot is left to the imagination. What we do know is that he was a pygmy far from home. He was a part of a race that Gwyn was doing everything in his power to suppress, and when you think on Manus's fate, it's kind of hard to imagine that Gwyn didn't have a hand in it, especially since Gwyn had an order of assassins, the Lord's Blades,
Man, Gwyn
in
sucks.
his employ. The leader of the Lord's Blades was Kidan, the Hornet.
He was scared
It
of
stated
losing
that
the
she
Age
laid
of Light
waste to Gwyn's
and
enemies.
losing his power.
And of course,
Jeez.
there's no proof that the
And he
Lord's
did so many
Blades
stupid
actually
things, he
killed
was
Manus,
still ruined it anyway.
but you could also argue that that's rather the point of assassins, isn't it? Whatever the case, the tide was turning. Mankind was struggling against the world order, and even New Londo, which was once a haven for undead, had turned into a hideous spawning ground for the Abyss and its dark wraiths. At the heart of this uprising was a serpent named Karth, who swayed the Four Kings and taught its undead knights how to pillage back their humanity. Some descriptions even say the dark wraiths became the most human of all, but to others,
the dark wraiths are the enemies of man and any living thing that has a soul.
So as the age of man crept ever closer, yet another Knight of Gwyn appeared,
There he
perfectly
is.
equipped to face it, the great Knight Artorius. With a great sword weighted to strike harder against servants of the dark, a great wolf who defined their fighting style, and a covenant with the beasts of the Abyss, Knight Artorius and Sif defiantly faced the worst of mankind. Yet, in the end, the terror that was the Dark Wraiths could only be stifled with the sacrifice of their entire city. Such was the power of their Four Kings and the resilience of their Abyss. Luckily for Gwyn, such a safety measure had been put in place years ago, and so the sealers of New Londo watched stoically as water rushed into the city and thousands of innocents died by their hand.
The entire city was sacrificed to contain them, for that is how great a threat they were.
But while Gwyn did manage to put the New Londo threat on hold, no one was prepared for the outbreak in Ulasil. I imagine when they figured out that a primeval human was buried beneath their very city, the temptation must have been too great to resist.
Believe it or not, Ulasil has brought the Abyss upon itself, fooled by that toothy serpent. They upturned the grave of primeval man and incited his ornery wrath. What could they have been thinking?
Like the mad pygmy king before him, Manus rejected death, and he was as far from peace as could be. The raw emotion of humanity that we mentioned earlier billowed outwards, corrupting the townsfolk of Ulasil, and Manus became the father of an unstoppable dark abyss. Curiously though, it's almost as if he was searching for something, using his power to reach across time and space until he found it. Instead, he found Dusk, Princess of Ulasil.
I still think on that creature from the abyss that preyed upon me. My faculties were far from lucid, but I quite clearly sensed certain emotions. A wrenching nostalgia, a lost joy, an object of obsession, and a sincere hope to reclaim it. Could these thoughts belong to the beast from the abyss? But if that were true,
Then perhaps it is no beast after all.
The object of his obsession was a pendant, and with it in our possession, we're pulled back to a time where all appears lost.
Well, look at this one. From what faraway age hast thou come? Thy scent is very human indeed, but not intolerable. I am Elizabeth, guardian of this sanctuary. Thou shalt see further on, an abyss was begat of the ancient beast, and threatens to swallow the whole of Ulasil.
This is very random, but I just realized her name's Elizabeth, and like, there's items called the Elizabeth mushroom you can get in Dark Souls 2.
Yep.
I just made that connection.
The city is lost, the abyss is spreading, and mankind has succumbed to the worst parts of their nature. When Gwyn heard of Manus and his abyss, Artorius must have been the first one sent to deal with the threat. He was, after all, the best equipped. But fighting dark wraiths is considerably different to the power of primeval man. So Artorius was bested and was forced to retreat. Beset by the abyss, the final act of Artorius was to protect his companion. He shielded Sif with the divine power of his great shield. After all, his arm was broken, and he could no longer bear the burden. Then, Artorius himself was overcome.
All of you, forgive me, for I have availed you nothing.
Knight Artorius came to stop this, but such a hero has nary a murmur of dark. Without doubt he will be swallowed by the abyss, overcome by its utter blackness. Indeed, the abyss may be unstoppable.
All was lost, and yet strangely, soon after the spread of the abyss was actually halted, and Princess Dusk of Ulasil miraculously wandered out of the abyss. Artorius' name henceforth passed into legend, the knight who gave his life to disperse the abyss to rescue the Princess of Ulasil. This is a lie, of course. In reality, it is we who rescued the princess, and we fulfilled the legacy of Artorius.
This may strike thine ear as somewhat peculiar, but long ago, in my homeland of Ulasil, I was beset by a creature from the abyss. I would have perished then, were it not for the great knight Artorius. In truth, I saw little of what transpired, for mine senses were already fled, but even still, there was something about Artorius, a certain balance of the humours that quite perfectly fits your semblance. Heavens, could it be that?
With this, Manus' suffering has ended. But Manus wasn't the only corruption of the abyss that we killed in Ulasil. There was also Artorius. The legend of Artorius is a lie. He did not vanquish the father of the abyss. He did not eliminate the dark wraiths of New Londo. The abyss is unstoppable, and yet, eons later, the legend of Artorius would inspire a legion of abyss watchers who continue to rage against the dying of the light. Yes, the abyss is unstoppable, but they fight nonetheless. Even in this state, notice that Artorius continues to seek out and kill corruptions of humanity. He's still in there somewhere, but his legend can only live on with his death. Only his fellow knights knew the truth, but they would take his soul and his secret to the grave. And while Artorius' soul was corrupted by the worst of humanity, it was the best of humanity that redeemed it. And the hero of Ulasil would disappear without a trace, almost as if he didn't belong, for in reality, he didn't. And eons later, deep within an enchanted wood, behind 2 locked doors and a troop of forest protectors, an ancient cat speaks the truth.
The legend of Artorius art none but a fabrication. Traversing the dark, 'tis but a fairy tale.
Alvina is keen to downplay the legend of Artorius because heroes and bandits have begun seeking out his grave. They would desecrate his legacy for the secret of abyss walking, and they may do harm to Sif, who, in fact, Alvina helped you rescue back when the world was still young. Imagine what Sif is feeling when you cross paths again years later. You're duty-bound to seek the Abyss, and Sif is duty-bound to stop you. One of you will have to die, because Sif cannot give you the Covenant of Artorias willingly. Maybe, in death, he can find his friend Artorias again.
No sad howls!
No sad noises, no!
And then it makes the fight even worse because when you bring it to low hit points, Sif drags legs around and hobbles.
Yeah, I know about that.
Before I go, I just want to say a couple more things. Firstly, this video was made far, far better by the contributions of a guy called the Parry God, who recorded footage for me this time. It allowed me to sort of...
Good, thank you, Vati. Very cool. We're watching some of the Prayer to Christ series, yes. We're watching good snippets because there's a lot of them. Can I get a playlist?
I think it's still in his Prepared to Cry theme, that list that you had beforehand. It was just probably further down.
Probably.
In the list.
Let's see.
After the advent...
Probably before Demon Souls.
Yeah, probably before Demon Souls. There's Sekiro, there's Demon Souls.
Yeah, there we go. If you go right after Sekiro, there's a Prepare to Cry remaster of Gwen's Light. I guess they're just spotted around in this whenever he remastered them.
That was Music Cry to no matter how many times played. Yeah, it's fucked up. Especially with the knowledge. It's sad. Yeah. I already know Bloodborne. We're not watching Bloodborne videos. Oh yeah, there's Prepare to Cry. Let's see what else we can. Yes.
Go back down a little bit. Down a little bit more. I thought I saw something specific. A little more. A little more. Where is it? Keep going.
Patches?
Dark Souls lore Izalith. Oh, okay. That's supposed to be Dark Souls 3. I thought he had a Dark Souls lore for the original game further down.
Oh.
Oh, no, that's translating Izalith's language, actually.
Oh, that's cool.
The city. But, well, yes, I do want you to watch Patches, but we can get to Patches sooner or later.
Yeah.
We don't have to get there now.
God, there's so many. All right. What do you think?
If you're going to go back to Dark Souls 1, we got to scroll all the way up.
Yeah, scroll. So we did Torius, we did Chaos, Sigmar, Solaire. We didn't do Gwyn yet. We're gonna watch the Patches one. I'm sure we did Tarkus, we did Logan. Didn't do this one.
Oh, there's the remaster for Sigmar.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Yeah. So the last ones we got are the Heroes and Gwyn.
Well, I wonder if they probably did a remaster on Gwyn. They did the whole series. Video. Yes. Yes. Perfect.
Do not go gentle into that good night. Old age should burn and rave at close of
Every game does have Patches. He's everywhere. He's eternal.
Rage against the dying of the light.
The light
Patches is
meant
the
everything
best boy, and I will fight you over
the light. It was nothing. Imagine being a nameless member of some primitive congregation, barely scraping by in a harsh, dark world. Then, you come across a most glorious sight, light. And by that light you find a soul. Not just any soul, but the most powerful soul. One that carries with it the power, no, the responsibility, to lift your race out of the shadows onto the surface, where the dragons dwell. Gwyn did not win this first war overnight. We forget this, but during the Age of Ancients, there was still time for the lords to rise. Civilizations were built, alliances were forged, loyal knights were appointed, and betrayers were born. For after disparity came creatures that were not born equal, creatures like Seath, who lived without the immortal stone scales of his brethren. With his mortality came a desperation.
Well, yeah, Dark Souls has paint, and then Sekiro has like a merchant, but it is still patches, just different.
Would never understand. And so, with their secrets betrayed by the Pale Drake, the dragons' homes were burnt to ash, their scales were pierced by lightning, and their flesh was exposed to disease. The war was won, and Gwyn could have eliminated Seath here, but he chose not to. Instead, he did just the opposite. He granted Seath a piece of his very own soul. He elevated him to the peerage, he granted him dukedom, and also the hand of his daughter, Guinevere, with whom he could sire royal children. Honoring Seath like this ended up costing Gwyn his closest battle compatriot, Havel the Rock, who harbored this deep hatred against the scaleless dragon. Havel is not found in-game, but deep within Anor Londo, behind an illusory wall and protected by a mimic, are his armaments, alongside the occult weaponry designed to kill a god. From this we can guess that Havel nursed this resentment for Gwyn, though it seems he never acted on it. At this time, after all, Gwyn was surrounded by his entourage of knights, many of them wistfully craving this return to the combat that had once given them purpose. Gwyn would repeat this behavior throughout the Age of Fire, keeping his friends close and his enemies even closer, for fire was at its peak.
Havel, date
the whole
ideas.
world was charmed by its brilliance.
Good men, the last wave by, crying how bright their frail deeds might have danced in the green bay. Rage, rage against the dying of the light.
To Nito, Gwyn permitted a quiet domain for all of the deceased, and in return, Nito never did spread death to the gods. Over in Izalith, the witch was tolerated despite spawning her creatures of chaos. But there was a fourth lord, one that I didn't mention when talking about the Dragon Wars, but one who took part in them just the same. The furtive pygmy race and their descendants. The pygmy lords, squirreling away a soul of dark, represented the most significant threat to Gwyn's Age of Fire. So what do you think Gwyn did? Exterminate them? No. Instead, Gwyn indebted them with the greatest gifts of all. While the pygmy lords waited patiently for light to fade, Gwyn twisted their fate, prop up this tiny race, bathe them in the glory of the light, blind them with its brilliance, give them a crown, a ringed city, his youngest daughter, let them indulge in bounty, and, while they're still weak, raise a dragon to watch over them, seal their dark with fire, and shackle them to mortality. Let them spread across the earth, and forget their heritage, their accomplishments. Let the origins of humanity be buried, out of sight and out of mind. So the pygmies were walled off, safe in a city that exists only at the end of the world. Most of them stayed there forever, happily subservient to their princess Filianor, whose very slumber was a miracle that was designed to prevent time from passing. Meanwhile, humans, the pygmies' ancestors, had spread to the outside world, and out there, they too warmed themselves by fire. However, unbeknownst to most of them, this ran counter to their true nature. In the dark, there are no shadows, but where fire resides, shadows twist and shrivel. So, some members of the dark did sense that something was wrong, and they began to ram against their shackles. First, a mad king was born to the pygmies, and he was undying, as the dark should be, so he was held in a dark room until the end of time. Later, yet another pygmy lord would go on to spawn an abyss when he was unearthed in Ulasil. And over time, even mankind turned into monsters. This hollowing process that unfairly became attributed to their darkness instead of the fire that branded them.
The wise men at their end know dark is right, because their words had forked no lightning. They do not go gentle into that good night.
Gwyn's favoured tool of control was the church, something he had used to great effect already in the Ringed City, and he would use it again now to indoctrinate the people of the wider world. Gwyn the White was their deity of worship, and Lloyd the Grey was at its head, acting as a sort of intermediary between gods and humans. They framed undeath as a terrible sin, and so the undead became the subjects of undead hunts, led by cleric knights charged to cleanse the unholy. And if such a cleric, God forbid, actually became undead themselves, then there was a solution to that too. Such ironically cursed humans were shipped off to Lordran and given a new holy mission: retrieve the Rite of Kindling from the deadly catacombs. And if you should fail, well, so what? Gwyn had basically dressed up exile for his undead clerics, but one man whose exile he did not spin for once was the banishment of his firstborn son, the Nameless King, god of war and leader of the Sunlight Covenant, had his godhood rescinded after it was discovered that he was fraternizing with dragons. This was something he covered up. In addition, it seems like Gwyn's captain of the guard, Ornstein, went on to leave his post in favor of the Nameless King. And so too, it appears, did Havel, whose knights arise in the Nameless King's defense at Archdragon Peak. A war had been fought in the name of disparity, yet how righteous, truly, was their war against the ancient, unchanging, everlasting dragons when Gwyn himself refused to cede to the natural order? But Gwyn's manipulation would not last, for the Nameless King was just a crack in the dam, and the wall was set to burst.
Wild men who caught and sang the sun in flight, and learned too late they grieved it on its way. Do not go gentle into that good night.
I love them. Me too.
Many
There's some good
alliances
dragons.
broke, seemingly all at once. Gravelord Nito had become increasingly reclusive, and the Rite of Kindling had been lost within his domain. Izalith had defiled flame, and Gwyn's war against her demons had weakened his armies. Seath was trending towards madness. The Way of White had begun to worship Lloyd instead. And there were even whispers that Karth, one of the primordial serpents, had begun speaking the truth about the Pygmy Lords. Gwyn's light was waning. Illusions could keep it alive no longer, and some people waited for a Dark Lord to be born.
Nice, and that's the other ending you can get. All the
Karth
snake
right?
dudes.
Was he fighting
Where you
against
become the Dark
inevitable?
Lord.
It
is not the
Wrong
canon
soul.
ending, though.
No.
Okay.
He was Lord Gwyn, august, magnificent, and if he was not yet worthy of worship, then it was because he had not yet made a great enough sacrifice. So Gwyn would link the fire, leave a mark, perform a miracle that was so great, a sacrifice so complete, that it would bring the world back from the brink of darkness. And it worked. Well, too well. Gwyn was consumed, and with his dying breath, utterly defied disparity. The world became cursed, and from this point on, every time an age of fire dwindled, the souls of lords would flourish anew, so that it could all play out again. The timeline of fire had warped. It had turned from a straight line, linked into a circle, becoming this wall containing the rightful age of dark until the end of time. Eventually, as the world burned out over and over again, ash itself would arise, a new being created from a
and now we get
thousand
Dark Souls 3.
failures who had tried to link the fire over the years.
Yes.
But ash did not belong in this world, and honestly, they had more in common with the beings of the painted world, where all of fire's discarded things reside. So, they fought for a new purpose, to reunite the Dark Soul, and to paint a new world with it so that they could escape the ashen wasteland that Gwyn had created. And so, far away, at the very end of the world, one of the first victims of the curse, Slave Knight Gale, hollowed beyond belief, also sacrificed himself for a new world, and he did not go gentle into that good night.
Grave men near death who see with blinding sight,
Blind eyes could blaze like meteors and be gay. Rage, rage against the dying.
Poor slave knight. Good.
I love that
Such a
fight too.
good,
My father,
such a good lad.
there on the sad
Just a
height,
terrible end.
curse, bless me now with your fierce tears, I pray. Do not go gentle into that good night. Rage.
And Gwen fucking everything up.
Yeah, messing everything up.
If you're watching this video in the first week of its release, then we have a limited edition print of our new merch design now available below
Very
in the
cool.
description.
Okay, Gwen, you messed everything up.
So yeah, since we're technically at the end of Dark Souls, the two endings are you restart the cycle because Gwyn messed it up. He turned it into a cycle of rebirth. Basically, that's why you hear the bells every time. You hear another cycle, a different timeline where the guys have gone through and rang the bells and all that.
Mhm.
And that's how they do the whole, like, you can join each other. Technically, Solaire's isn't in his own timeline. You go into his timeline, he comes into yours.
Yeah.
His ending is his ending if he makes it to the end and lights the fire, where your ending is your ending.
Oh, okay.
The second ending is where you say, yeah, no, fuck the flame, and you destroy all the cycles right then and there, and it goes into the next phase, the realm of the dark, and you become the Dark Lord.
Oh, okay.
But in order to have Dark Souls 2 and 3, that ending couldn't exist because there wouldn't be the whole cycle of rebirth anymore.
there
So
wouldn't
the
be
canon ending is that you've continued the cycle.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense because then, again, like you just said, the cycle can't repeat because you're in a world darkness. I see, and that like gives so much. I like that now. I understand, like, you know, why they call Dark Souls 3's PC the Ashen one. That's so neat.
Yep. The only thing is Dark Souls 2 doesn't really tie into the story too well because it's a different land. It's in the same world, but it's a different land, and you don't really rekindle that fire. You're more trying to keep the chaos flame at bay, so it doesn't play into the cycle as much. But
yeah, I mean, you know, I don't look at the lore of these games when I play them, but I still, you know, I read dialogue and I read items, and like Dark Souls 2, again, there really isn't like a lot of connection in that way. Like I did the DLC, so I saw the cool chaos stuff, but yeah, it definitely does. It has the least amount of connection.
To Wizardra's question, it is presumed. You know how the Elden Beast is basically the Greater Will's like major domo in the world of Elden Ring.
Yeah.
How there's multiple different worlds, and how there's primordial flame and Dark Souls. There's a theory where they're just separate realms in the same universe, sort of thing.
Also, have a good one, Taro. Take care. Yeah, that's neat.
But there's also theories where the Elden Ring is way before Dark Souls or sometime after.
That's neat to think about. I got the I won't spoil it for those who don't have the ending of Elden Ring, but I got the chaos ending. So that's what that's how I beat the game.
I got Ronnie's ending.
I'm going for that one next because I'm playing Elden Ring off stream, just like a second time. But yeah,
then I got Lady Fia's ending.
Oh,
yep.
I want that one.
I got the Perfect Order ending.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I only got one. That was the chaos ending. I let chaos take the world.
I haven't gotten chaos, and I haven't gotten the Omens ending where he basically turns the entire world into some giant disease plague land.
Yeah. Yeah, Frenzied Flames was called. Yeah, I got the Frenzied Flame ending. I let chaos take the world. Very cool.
Before we move on, however, I did link you. I don't know if you care about it, but it is I know it says Dark Souls 3, but they made a replica of the Sword of Artorias.
Ooh, let's see if it's up in the right tab. It didn't. Hold on. I have two browsers going. Let me yoink it into. Yeah. Check out my glitch into this game. Oh, okay, yeah, I saw you DM me. I never said the game, so I got all the major each ending. Oh, very cool. So they make Artorias' sword.
Flush and my 2 pieces meat underneath our collar here.
Whoa.
Kind of like that.
They were basically, this is when Dark Souls 3 was releasing, and FormSoft commissioned them to make it.
Oh, that's so cool. I want to see the finished product. Let's see.
I'll be ready for the demos.
The Great Sword of Artorias really pushed us yet again. It allowed us to make some decisions on how we would
They
do
try to make
certain
it to
things
scale.
in these builds
Oh,
that
awesome.
I'm sure is going to allow us to do more elaborate pieces in the future.
That's sick as hell.
If you ever want to look at this group on your own time, the Man at Arms, they make video game swords and stuff. So they've made Link's shield and the Master Sword.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
That's so clean, right?
And that's one solid hunk of metal.
I was
They
gonna say,
had
you
to
can
forge it.
You
They
can
didn't,
literally
like,
see
piecemeal
that.
it.
Yeah. You can see that weight.
Not the milk.
Not the milk. Oh God. That's
Click
awesome.
here to subscribe or click here.
That is very cool. Okay, well, that was Dark Souls 1. Let me see what we want to look at with Dark Souls 2. Might just do a little bit of Dark Souls 2 before I go to 3. This is the wrong video. Watchin, prepare to cry.
This is where Vadi knows way more than I do. Well, he still knows more than I do about the other games, but Dark Souls 2 was not one I deep dived into. Dark Souls 2.
I'm curious about a few things in this game. Dark Souls 2. For sure. Oh. Dark Souls 2 lore. Sure. Aha! There we go. We're gonna watch Happy Souls. I promise. We will do that.
We should do it after Dark Souls 2 because Happy Souls is based off Dark Souls 2.
Oh, perfect. Even better. Alright, let me see what I want to look at. I definitely want to check out Sin. That was a really cool area. Lucatiel. And probably Alon.
Poor Lucatiel!
I want to know more about Lucatiel, yes. So
You could get Lucatiel's armor in Dark Souls 3.
What? Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah. The helmet's the hardest one to get because you have to find the bird's nest and trade the proper item to get it.
Oh, I see. Let's look at Sin.
This is the story of a dragon with poison in his heart, and it's the story of the race that discovered him, worshipped his magnificence, but ultimately perished by his
The
side.
Mask 2. Whoa.
Dragons have always been intriguing to humanity, with many believing they hold the secrets to life itself.
The first unexplained. Oh, right,
One who
yeah.
believed this was Vendrick, king of Drangleic, and his brother Aldia. Together they experimented on dragons, in the hopes that they could learn more about their existence. Eventually, they were successful, recreating an ancient dragon with the ability to peer into the past,
Oh, yeah, the
to
big
view
dragon.
the stories of old so that they might learn from them. This is one such story. In the ancient dragon's eyrie, before the chamber with the dragon's egg, is a mural that depicts an ancient civilization who existed long ago.
I kept staring
deep
at this
below the
mural
deepest
during my
depths.
playthrough a few times.
Legend has it that deep below the earth, behind a door locked from the inside, is a magnificent city built for a great slumbering dragon.
Mm-hmm.
In a bygone age, the king in the depths built his city around this beast. This subterranean world centered around the great sanctum that housed the dragon in its depths, and was aptly named Shulva, the Sanctum City. This was a religious city, where sorceries were considered taboo, but miracles flourished, as the people there were grounded in their faith. The people prayed and worshipped, and the priestesses sang to soothe the dragon in its slumber. One wonders whether a single phrase of their song ever reached the dragon's ears, but to people of faith, such questions matter not. As is common, the king had a dear queen.
Hunter in chat asks your favorite Souls game. I wonder.
At this point in our story, you should know that the dragon has a tragic secret.
Hunter Dandy, I have
sin harbors a dreadful
over
store of
1,000
poison.
hours in Dark Souls 1, only about 200 hours in Dark Souls 2, over 3,000 hours in Dark Souls 3, and about 900 hours in Elden Ring so far, and I've only played through Bloodborne once, and I will never touch Sekiro.
That's fair. Zero and everything, that's fine. Mr. Brady, thank you, Trunks.
Dark Souls 3 is the one I've played a lot.
Yeah. Oh, they were the sub, Steely. I appreciate
Wow.
it. Thank you.
Thank you,
No.
Steel Fox 13, for the resub and yummy latte. Sip, sip,
At the most
lem.
Well, I can't quite count my hours in Bloodborne as I played it across many PS4s in my life, but it's a lot if I had to guess. That's when I played the most and will continuously play more.
I have 3 characters in Dark Souls 3 that are max soul level, if you can understand the agony of grinding that out.
I can only imagine, yeah. Right, hours in Bloodborne Sekiro. Sekiro top 3. Yeah, Sekiro's my 3rd favorite. My top 3 are Bloodborne, Dark Souls 3, and Sekiro. That game. Very good. 'Cause I love a good challenge, and Sekiro made me have quite literally heart palpitations because I was so sweaty at that game. But it was good. Oh, hi, Softy. Beppy Dragon. Yeah, I mean, I will always talk about how much I love Bloodborne, but I love these Souls games as well. I really enjoy it too.
There will come a time where he cannot bear it any longer. Looking back, it's impossible to know whether the people knew of the poison, or even if the dragon himself knew. Perhaps the people of the city prayed, sang, and soothed out of fear.
It is the most good game out of the bunch,
the
yeah.
dragon would lead to their demise.
It's the most skill issue. Hey, thanks for the Ray Jason.
This
Welcome
could
in.
only serve to strengthen their faith.
Welcome,
For
welcome.
fear is the heart of reverence, and the people revered their magnificent sleeping beast, the center of their faith.
I just don't like the poise mechanic of
men would come to
Sekiro.
cover
That's
the
about
day.
it.
That's fair.
To the Drakeblood Knights, fresh dragon blood was sacrosanct. They believed that by obtaining it, they could come to a true understanding of life, allowing them to transcend their own pointless existence. In a world where strength of purpose keeps one from hollowing, a belief like this isn't so strange. Led by Soyorg and his famous spear, the Drakeblood Knights lay siege to Shulva. The king of Shulva called his sanctum knights to arms, many of whom renounced their own flesh to eternally
I'm
guard the
excited for
sanctum
it.
from the assault of Soyorg and
Oh,
his
I'm
Drakeblood
wicked hyped for the
Knights.
DLC, yeah.
They were sentenced to eternal stewardship, yet soon the day would come where the sanctum received nary a visit.
At least in my
During
experience
the
with like
conflict,
every
the
Souls
dragon
game,
slept.
like the DLCs are always like almost have all my favorite kinds of content in the DLC. Like Dark Souls 2's DLC really solidified the game for me. Bloodborne's the DLC is incredible for even just lore reasons. Dark Souls 1 DLC is fun because it's got my favorite characters in it and my favorite fights are in it. Dark Souls 3's DLC was insane, so I have very high hopes for Elden Ring's
Lulled by
DLC
the
to blow my
Queen's song.
mind.
You have to wonder who sent
Just to go a
Soyorg
little
and
off
his
topic
Drakeblood
on you.
Knights.
Yeah.
So look now at
They
the
just
crest
released a
upon the
new
ring of
update
Soyorg
to
and see truth
the
of
Seamless
things.
Co-op mod, and you can
This
have
is the
up to
crest of
137 people in the same session.
What?
Soyorg,
That's
leader of the Red
crazy.
Blood Knights, and possibly of Vendrick's
Oh my
kingdom,
god.
cuts down the soldiers of the sanctum and kills the king in the depths. He then faces the slumbering
Yes.
dragon.
If your
With
computer
visions
can
of dragon
handle
blood
hosting
and
that many
omniscience,
people.
Literally.
Soyorg pierces the dragon with a flash of his steel, piercing Sin through the chest. And as you can imagine, it wasn't what he was expecting.
I could
Sin
see one
immediately
streamer doing
awakens,
that
and from
sooner
his
or later,
wounds
just
spews
hosting
forth
it
the
to the
deadly
entire
poison that
crowd.
had long been
Oh,
brewing
yeah.
within him. It blankets the entire city in a miasmic cloud, restoring the dragon's purity, but toppling the city. Soyorg and his Drakeblood Knights disappeared into the sanctum, and nothing more was heard of the race that discovered a dragon and worshipped its magnificence. Until now. There have been many kings and kingdoms, hierarchies that rose and fell, leaving ruined kingdoms behind. We visit the memories of
season players?
Vendrick, king of his own unraveled kingdom.
That's still a lot.
No, King. I am more fit to be a jester. I was unaware of my own blindness.
We are feeble vessels, with feebler souls. We would cast aside the prop of life, only to face greater hardship. Are you another such fool? Or something more? Seeker of fire, conqueror of dark. Do you intend to link the fire? Then you must first take the throne. Prove your worth. Find the ancient crowns. Seek adversity, and they will be yours. And your wishes granted.
Somewhere within the sanctum is the crown of the sunken king, the crown of a king who came before Vendrick, the crown of a king who was killed by Sir Jorg on the day that the dragon awoke. We explore the ruined sanctum, and we uncover the truths that it holds. The soldiers in the sanctum are now undead, coated with the corrosive poison of the dragon, but still carrying out their orders to defend the sanctum from outsiders.
Me too,
Throughout
Para.
the sanctum we find open chests, which are a tribute to the grave robbers and thieves who have flocked to this place. Sin the sleeping dragon now roams his domain, sleeping lightly where he pleases. He even clears a bridge for us at one point, killing the 2 soldiers that block our path. Dragons in all the lore have always kept to themselves. They either think themselves above man or do not care for his conflicts. You have to wonder about Sin. Did he harbor malicious intent? He had poison in his heart, but when he was pierced by Jorg's spear, the poison gushed out and restored his purity. This implies he was pure before, which suggests that the poison was placed within him. But by whom? We find an answer in the sanctum, right before Sin.
You.
Alana, the squalid queen, once again sings to Sin, the slumbering dragon. After the kingdom is ruined by Sin's awakening, she remains alone. I believe Alana sang the song of poison into the dragon's heart, and was at least partly responsible for the fall of the sunken king, just like her sister Nishandra was responsible for the fall of Drangleic. Nothing explicitly confirms Alana's intentions, except the pattern that repeats itself. We are discovering that all great kings have queens that lay in wait, waiting for the right moment to strike, and it's easy to believe that the queen of the Sanctum City was partly responsible for its fall. Ilana defends her sunken kingdom with a mixture of fire, dark, and most notably, poison and filth. Her essence is that of filth and neglect. She even summons a depraved replica of the king's hand, Felstad, completing the image of a queen devoted to making a mire of the world. After we conquer Ilana, we learn who she was from her soul.
Seeker of fire, I see you've subdued another foul creature. One of the Father of the Abyss spawn. That confounded quintessence of humanity. The Abyss once had form, but then dissipated. And yet, traces of its existence endured. Each fragment, thirsting for power, spread dark with no relent. My dear Chandra was one such fragment. A feeble, tiny thing that thirsted for power more than any other. Driven by insatiable lust for a worthy vessel.
All queens thus far are the children of the sentient abyss that existed long ago. They are the pieces that regained form in ways that hint at humanity's true nature. They seek to be whole once again. Ilana, the queen of the Sanctum King, is a child of wrath. She's gathering souls and power from the slumbering dragon in anticipation of the coming day of vengeance. Her sister, Nishandra, the queen of Drangleic, is a child of want. The king's dear Chandra seeks the throne and the power to reshape the world that comes with it. For this, she needs a vessel. Nishandra guards the throne. Ilana guards a crown. I'm sure a third sister lies in the remains of the Old Iron King's kingdom, and we've yet to see her. It appears that the sisters are keeping the crowns and the throne warm, waiting for some day of reckoning where they avenge their father. Every king of light has had a fragment of Manus undoing their efforts from the start. Like Vendrick says, the brighter the flame, the deeper their shadow. Sin's death was a result of our desire for the crown of the sunken king, for it is now our job to gather the crowns and link the fire. We aim to be a lord of light that the previous kings weren't, and we will succeed in this. But what if we have a queen of our own?
Bearer of the curse, I will always be
That was
at
very
your
cool.
side.
I had not. They know they were related, so that's interesting. I thought they were all just like separate ladies, but I realize now they look very familiar.
Everything ends.
So that was cool. I really enjoyed Sin's fight, even though it made me a little angry. Seek lest. That's the one sad thing about Dark Souls 2 is once at some point after you progress, she'll stop saying it. You don't get to hear Bearer of the Curse seek lest. She'll say something different. Let's see. Yes, Lucatiel. I want to learn about this character very badly.
If a person's identity depends on qualities that can crumble, he or she is in danger of despair, for without a sense of self we are nothing, and the world is unmoved by our existence.
If everything should fade, what will be left of me?
We live in fear of this loss of self, our existential crisis.
I'm called Lucatiel. I come from Mira, a land of knights. My sword is always ready.
There is only one way up in Mira. Join the Order and prove yourself in battle.
My family had little fortune and no name. I had to carve out a piece of the world for myself. With two things: my sword and my loyalty to my lord. I was raised to wield a sword from birth. Life was hard, but I never gave it a second thought. I had swift success on the battlefield and quickly attained respectable stature.
And then I came here to...
Who are you?
We came to Drakilian seeking answers. Our flesh, like many others of humanity, is branded with the dark sign of the undead.
This character, I
While
didn't
marked,
really
an
talk too
undead's
much
memory
because
of their humanity
she's like
will
stopped
fade
showing up at some
until
point.
only a hollow husk remains. Undeath robs us of our past, and in doing so, it robs us of our fate.
Lucatiel, hi Jester.
Lucatiel was marked, and she bears it with shame, for it forced her out of her homeland.
Hi, Jester.
Across many kingdoms, the appearance of this curse and those who bear it has been met with fear and hatred. The King of Iron bound the undead in chains and tortured them endlessly. The current King of Light did much the same, sending them to an inescapable Bastille. It is not so strange to think that the land of Mira would have reacted in much the same manner, damning Lucatiel if it was ever discovered what she had become.
Have you heard of the undead?
Yes.
These poor souls affected by the curse.
An undead gradually loses his humanity until his wits degrade completely.
Finally, he turns hollow and preys upon others.
And a hollow can never be human again.
What?
One
You're
can
telling me if I
skirt
go
this
hollow,
wicked
I don't have to
fate
feel
only with the
depressed
help
and have
of
to
the
worry about the
souls
world
found
anymore?
here.
Sign me the fuck up.
No more taxes.
What can go
the legends
wrong?
are true.
No more taxes. You're right.
I can only hope.
Anybody want to help me kindle a flame?
Please.
The mask hides Lucatiel's shame. It is said that Drakilian holds the souls that can cure the curse. Many adventurers rose to the call, some driven by greed, others by desperation. For Lucatiel, Drakilian holds salvation.
Gwen for president 2024.
My memories
No
are
more taxes
fading.
out of the ruling of Gwyn.
Oldest
And that's...
first.
There's no downsides, I promise.
The curse is doing its work upon me. I am frightened. Terribly so. If everything should fade, what will be left of me?
Existential despair. The curse took her knighthood, the thing she devoted her life to. Lucatiel's self was based on her prowess as a knight and her loyalty to her lord. Forced to leave for Drakilian, what does she have left? She will lose herself, given time. She will lose that which made her what she is.
Oh, you... My thoughts...
Ah, she was there.
Very
Yeah, that's why I missed her.
scattered.
I ran through here.
What is this curse? The question rings in my mind, but I haven't the focus to answer it. Loss frightens me no end. loss of memory, loss of self. If I were told that by killing you I would be freed of this curse, then I would draw my sword without hesitation.
So I wanted to actually, like, this is a thing, I think I pointed it out when I was playing Dark Souls 2, but I liked a lot about how in DS2 they really brought up the sort of brain fog that this curse gives people, because a lot of characters you talk to, like, are, like, talk about a memory loss, or they just are super foggy brain. It's so cool. Like, they really drive home the mental anguish and the mental damage that this, like, does to people. It is...
That Halloween does?
Yeah.
They couldn't do it so well on Dark Souls 1. They usually gave you the before, then the after. They didn't really give you the middle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, the actual effects of Halloween is, like, really prevalent in 2, which I think is awesome.
To die. I want to exist. I would sacrifice anything at all for this. It shames me, but it is the truth. Sometimes I feel obsessed with this insignificant thing called self. Even so, I am compelled to preserve it. Am I wrong to feel so? Surely you do the same in my shoes. Maybe we're all cursed.
The visuals? Oh, yeah.
From the moment we're born.
Very good cutscenes.
All of us face this same despair. Cursed or not, there is no meaning in the world, beyond what meaning we give it.
Hi, gamer.
Despite this, we seek meaning. For a life free of purpose simply means that we are able to imprint our own. We are all a product of our past, and this shapes our future. But an undead is doomed to lose his past, and thus fated to be robbed of his future. Lucatiel has one hope, to find her past and recover who she was.
I had an older brother. We learned to fence together. He became the most decorated swordsman in all of Mirror. I never even compared to him. In fact, I never beat him, not once. But then, one day, he was gone, lost without a trace. Now I'm certain that he was taken
comes to
by
life?
the curse.
Yeah,
what?
If you stand still long enough.
Oh my god.
My brother must have come here, too. Soon I may forget even about him.
I would have lost my mind.
Gradually loses his humanity until his wits degrade completely. Finally, he turns hollow and preys upon others.
I'll back up and show you. It's really cool. Also, I'm not going to enter Ohio, Snap. Nope. But I will be at Ferality in VR chat in 2 weeks.
One would
So
hear my...
there we go. Check this shit out.
Now I'm certain that he was taken by the curse.
That's wild.
If only someone... You... What's become of you? Oh...
What was the game trailer into? Oh, I didn't watch the trailer for these games. I just played them.
I won't die in this foul place. You... Who are you? Oh... No, forgive me. I know you. Yes, of course.
You did parry like a real gamer.
How goes your journey?
Welcome back, Restart.
We find Lucatiel here after her help in countless battles and right before her finding her brother. It is assumed that they have fought, but it is not known. Perhaps she never met him. Perhaps it's better that way, for he has lost himself and attacks others to rob them of their humanity. Regardless, Lucatiel never progresses further, so it is here, outside of Aldia's keep, that her journey ends.
I know not what you seek in this faraway land, but I pray for your safety.
My name is Lucatiel. I beg of you remember my name, for I may not myself.
Existential despair is a universal human condition. There is no meaning in the world, and yet we seek it insatiably. Hey guys, if you liked that video, then you can click the
I did like that video. That was a good video, buddy.
So Lucatil was the Solaire of Dark Souls 2.
I mean,
and
it
they
seems like it.
actually added it that in the DLC, if you got her all the way to where she was, she will join you against the Burnt Ivory King.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Also, well done, Restart. I'm glad your team won the game. Nicely done. Let's see. I want to watch.
A man is defined by his ambitions. Before the Iron Crown, all the young lord had was an iron will. Little known and unestablished, the lord held some power, but he wanted a kingdom to match his pride. So with ambition alone, he raised an army and threw his entire might against the kingdom of Ven. Ven was not a desirable region, but even so, the lord lost much to acquire it. He wrested this small throne from its previous ruler and became a king. This act left him enfeebled. He had sacrificed everything for this kingdom, and was discovering that ambition without wisdom is like a bird without wings. How could he hope to hold this kingdom? Ambition had inspired his subjects to action, yes, but ambition alone cannot run a country. It cannot substitute the qualities a ruler needs. The king was short-sighted, he knew little, and his story likely would have ended here. But then, from the east, a powerful warrior came, a man wielding a bewitched sword so powerful
the boss I
it was
didn't
unknown
fight.
whether he controlled the blade, or whether the blade controlled him. This man was Alon. Sir
His
Alon
name is
stands
Sephiroth.
apart from
I mean,
the
what?
other
Oh, sorry.
characters in our story. The others are
The
defined
sword
by
is
their
so
wants
extremely
and
long.
ambitions, but Alon has none
My
to speak
beloved,
of.
I know the boss
Thus,
fight
it's
seems so
impossible to
cool,
say
but that
why
walk
he
back
came to
was
this land,
just
or what he saw in the
unforgivable.
king. Perhaps he thought he was destined for great things, or perhaps they became like brothers. Whatever his desires, Alon decided to serve the short-sighted king. His wisdom was a light in the darkness, and the king was reborn as a powerful ruler. With wisdom and pride, Alon and the king did a great many things. Their rule was defined by their strength, and the kingdom was shaped by their union. The king's army was revolutionized under Alon, with the men mastering great bows and slender blades wielded in an Eastern fashion. The
That was
king,
his fault?
as many kings
Damn.
before him, found himself enraptured with fire and all it represented. He appointed a master of pyromancy, a man named Egil, who would go on to grant fire a will of its own. Egil
I did fight
adored
Blue,
his
yeah.
bull-headed king, and was awarded a great ornamental minotaur helm.
Whoa.
The minotaur, half man, half bull, would come to symbolize the stubbornness and bestial strength of the king and his kingdom. For even with Alon's counsel, the king remained short-sighted and reckless. So like a bull, he charged ahead, savoring his momentum. To sustain his country, the king sacrificed the land. Past the hunting grounds in the copse lay a place called Harvest Valley. The king exploited the land here so thoroughly that poison seeped from the earth, but it mattered not. The stubborn king persisted, adapting his workers and driving the slaves ever harder. The bounty of ore found here was high, so the kingdom became wealthy and well supplied. Within the valley, great relics of times long past were uncovered.
2 cats? Which
Kingdoms
cats?
from long ago, sunken and forgotten to time. A warning existed here, but the king was blind.
There's a
He
boss
did not
fight
seek
with
to
2
learn from
cats
past
in one of the
kingdoms buried
DLCs,
beneath the earth.
and it's one of the
Rather,
most horrible
he
fights in the
intended to
game.
What? Hang
Yeah.
on, I'm looking this up. Dark Souls 2 cat fight.
Lud and Zalin, the king's pets. That's what you're looking at.
Oh.
Oh, there you go, right there. Lud and Zalin, boss fight.
Oh.
Kitty 1.
Oh, jeez.
You can hear it. It's coming.
Yeah, I hear the...
Oh no, it's a magic casting kitty.
It's a magic casting kitty. The run back is worse. Oh god, I believe it. Oh, there's the kitty.
Well, you have to run through a blizzard in a field that you can't see to try to find your way back. It's filled with a bunch of giant elks that will run out of fucking nowhere and bulldoze you over.
I think I saw a Zuli video about this. Dark Souls 2. I think I saw like a thumbnail for this video. Or for like the horses. I could have sworn. Here we go, yeah. I've seen this on my recommended feed. I never watched it, but I want to see what this is.
Yeah, so you have to ride this down.
Oh, it's a coffin thing. Okay.
That is that is the resting area for this boss. You ride that down, drop down into here, and now you have to find your way through this.
Rigid outskirts. Crane Blizzard has come and requested been to show the area without it. Oh.
You see those deer over there? They will charge you.
Oh my god. I know view of the... Oh.
Yeah. So you spawn on the thing, you have to ride the thing down to here, and then you have to run through the blizzard, dodging all these assholes.
There's a summoning circle.
Oh, those aren't the things, those are the summoning circles. Sorry, the deers are out there. Where's the deers?
If I'm going to start spawning, yeah, sometimes you gotta despawn them just to survive. I can't wait to see these deer.
Does she despawn the deer?
Well, Dark Souls 2 has a mechanic where
Oh, there it is. Yeah, see, you can't see the deer until they spawn in.
Oh. Oh, look at them! Oh! But yeah, Dark Souls 2 has the mechanic where if you kill an enemy 12 times, they'll stop spawning. So you can technically just endlessly kill them, but it is very tedious. Just a random guy walking around. God, this is either way, this is just a very long walk to a boss fight. He's just chilling. Dude, it's big chilling.
Yeah, there's a healing pool there at least. That's
okay.
the only saving grace.
More deer. Oh, that's a lot of deer. What? Okay. I see.
Everyone's salted.
Everyone's salted. Never explore this full area. It was not worth it. Yeah, I don't blame you. This is a lot. Is there to get the cats? They're still walking.
Yeah. So you had, and then in this blizzard that you could barely see into, you had to get down here, run across the bridge.
Oh my god.
Run through here. Oh, there's the fog wall. And now you gotta fight the kitties.
Jesus.
Hope you don't die when both the cats attack you at the same time.
Wow, that's a nightmare. Actually nightmarish. Like, while we're here, I want to peek at their Dark Souls 3 videos. They got to have some cool stuff there.
Are we done with Dark Souls 2?
We can go back to it. We're already here, so I want to see if I can find some neat things. Or keep it open. Let me go back to where I was. Library. There we go. Back to Sir Alan and the Iron King.
Profit from their passing. And so, when the Scorching Iron Scepter was found, everything changed. With heat, you can fuel, create, destroy. It's one of the simplest forms of energy, and thus it's one of the most useful. With this artifact, the King of Ven revolutionized his kingdom. Smelting iron became trivial. There were no bounds to what he could create. Iron melted, shifted, and was brought under his control, as if he held sway over the forces of life and creation. The kingdom's warriors were equipped in iron armament. Hulking great suits of armor were brought to life. The king curated a palace made entirely of iron, and some legends even say that he tried to create a dragon out of iron, driven by the same fated lunacy as the kings before him. Presiding over his great age, the Iron King knew unparalleled power. None could stand in his way, and any who would try would be crushed under his might. Be that as it may, the Iron King still faced challenges. All the iron in the world could not cure the undead curse, but not for lack of trying on the king's part. He sought to shackle and imprison all undead in iron, converting the copse to a hunting ground and prison where undead, not animals, were the prey. It seemed fruitless, however, and the hollowed undead continued to multiply even within the ranks of those hunting them. In his rage, the Iron King built a great circular colosseum to torture the undead.
Oh,
they were
I see.
ritually let out of their cells to be run down by the execution chariot, unable to escape and unable to die.
So this is
The
a torture
punishment for
chamber.
offending the
I
Iron
see.
King's might was
Very
harsh,
cool.
even if undeserved. These things became reflections of the king's conceit, hallmarks of his reign. At this moment, a terrible woman who would be his ruinous queen set course for the kingdom. And then, at the peak of the Iron King's rule, his friend walked away. Alon was gone, his distaste left unspoken. The king was alone.
Man, they for the
How had Alon
2
dared to leave
months?
him?
Hey, Rix,
The
I
king's
appreciate
might
it.
was on
Wow.
his right to
Thank
rule
you, Eric
unchallenged.
Stork, for the resub
He
and
could
yummy
not suffer
latte.
the indignity,
Sip,
would
sip,
not.
mlem,
So he
mlem.
tracked his old friend to a far-off keep. He saw that Alon had brought some of the king's own men with him and had posted them as guards, knowing the king would come after
chat,
him.
if you guys
But
don't
the
know,
Iron
this is the walkabout to Sir Alan that I just decided to not do because look, let's just watch that again, shall we? There's lizards in every hole, and they shoot
He could not
fireballs.
suffer the indignity.
It's
Would
so
not.
bad.
This
So he
is
tracked his
where
old
I point
friend.
out that you decided to go unga bunga, and me, here being an intellectual with my magic, just laughed as they died.
I had magic. It
To a
was still
far-off keep.
difficult.
He saw that Alon had brought some of the king's own men with him and had posted them as guards,
It's
knowing
just
the king
Also,
would come after
truth
him.
be told, when
But
I
the
played
Iron King had grown
Dark Souls 2, it was before
and
the
Alon's
patch
knights
that
were no
nerfed
match
Lightning
for his
Bolt.
might.
And
At the top of the
let me
tower,
tell you,
Alon
Oh
waited
boy.
the
for his
glory
king
days
to
of
meet
Lightning
him.
Bolt in Dark Souls 2.
Once, the question the king might have asked was why. Why had Alon left him? But he had been king for a long time, and his arrogance had grown, so when the two men clashed, their ties were forgotten. They had come far together, ever since the days when the Iron King was just a small lord on a small throne. Alon had helped him
That's
become
right,
the man he
Flipper
was
Husky.
today, and he paid
When life
dearly
gives
for
you
it.
lemons,
For
you cut
once,
those
Alon
lemons,
would have
and you
avoided
pour the lemon
every
juice in
blow,
life's
but
eyes,
now it
and
was
you
the
tell
king
them,
who overwhelmed
out of
the teacher.
spite, you're not having it their way.
Alon took his own life in the
You
end.
cut lemons
dying
12
with honor
times, they
instead of to
despawn
the king's
forever.
hand. The memory we experience doesn't end with Alon's death, as you would expect. When we step inside a memory, we see it through to the end. The king walked into the adjacent room after Alon departed, and what he saw there would steal this memory in his mind forever. In this room, Alon had kept the king's old throne, a reminder of the king's humble origins, a keepsake from the time he had travelled to the king's land, offering his servitude and friendship to the man who would become the Iron King. The memory ends here. Nurtured properly, man's ambition allows us to take flight. On ambition's back, we reach greater heights, and kingdoms are elevated alongside the man. But if man looks back and sees not where he has been, then on which path does he travel? The Iron King had lost his way, and now he had lost a friend and mentor as well. From this point onwards, we see evidence that this event had broken the man. After Alon departed, The Iron King named his knights after Sir Alon, for they were loyal to him more than the Iron King. He took Alon's armor back to his home, enshrining it and locking it below his current towering Iron Throne. This bonfire below the throne came to be known as Smelter Throne Bonfire. His pyromancer Egil had experimented with giving fire a will of its own, and the king had become adept at infusing suits of iron with souls. Now, towards the end of his rule, he crafted one more, a terrifying suit of black iron that would come to represent the demons he now held. It's implied he infused it with Alon's soul, for the demon he created took on the combat style of his old friend, battling with inhuman leaps into the air, and the ability to infuse its sword with fire by plunging it into its belly, just like Alon had done.
That is very cool.
The lore is unclear on what happens next. Some of it says that the earth spouted fire, with a smelter demon arising from the flames. It says that the short-sighted king was incinerated by the creature in one swing, and his castle devoured in a sea of flames. The other side of the lore says that the king hurled himself into the magma, perhaps in agony over what he had done to his friend. Though, in the end, the Queen of Ruin arrives at the kingdom and finds no king or country. The short-sighted king had sunk below the scorching iron, and his iron rule sunk with him. If this video added a bit of depth to the experience you had with the game, then let me know. That's my goal here on YouTube.
That was very cool. Very informative. I didn't fight Sir Alan, but I liked the connection in the story. Let me get back to Bati. See if there's more I want to see about Dark Souls 2 before I move on to 3. I learned about Sin, learned about Alan. I could do the Ivory King.
I still think on that creature from the abyss that preyed upon me. My faculties were far from lucid, but I quite clearly sensed certain emotions.
Oh, yes. I fought, actually, I think I made good headway with the boss fight. I fought him 3 times. And I immediately pointed out the OST being really good. So I'll have to give it an actual sit-down listen when I have a chance.
Joy, an object of obsession, and a sincere
How tall my lore was? I am the size of a fully grown lion.
These thoughts belong to the beast from the abyss. But if that were true, then perhaps it is no beast after all.
4 queens remain in empty kingdoms, all of them fragments of this creature that was vanquished long ago. We have seen examples of their evil in what remains. One stands alone in the ruins of her home, another rose from the ashes of a lost kingdom, and yet another gained the love of her king and used it to force him into a dark corner where he would forever think on his mistakes. But you will hear the tale of a 4th queen before the end of this story, and she will make you question everything that you have previously held true. Alsana, Queen of the Ivory King, also stands alone in an empty kingdom.
You, approaching the Leonlois.
Yes.
Turn back. This dead city has nothing to offer. Go back. Do not seek the old chaos, nor its twisted flame.
Why do we build walls? Well, there are 2 reasons. The first is more common. It's to protect something precious. But the second is much more rare and much more terrifying. It's to keep something from getting out. The walls of Aleum Lois are those second kind of walls. The city is a Pandora's box, built to contain one of the most ancient evils the world ever knew. The Chaos.
Wasn't pointed out. Oh.
The Chaos did not always exist. It was born of fear and desperation long ago in the Age of Lords. Theirs was the earliest civilization, built upon the first flame ever to be. 4 powerful beings derived their strength from this flame, for it gave them souls.
I lost my goddamn mind when I got to the old Chaos in Dark Souls 2.
A soul of death and a soul of life. Inevitably, this first flame began to dwindle, and so too did the Lords. The Witch of Izalith, with great power over flame, thought to focus the power of her life soul to create a new flame, a second flame that could replace the first, so that their age would not end. So the witch and her daughters
Sir Alan without taking
initiated this
damage.
ritual,
He offs
but something
himself
went
due to
wrong.
being dishonored.
The
Whoa,
flame
that's
she
crazy.
created was too powerful, and she failed to control it. This was the birth of chaos.
Huh.
The witch and her sisters were either killed or malformed, and the witch herself became the bed of all chaos, deep below Izalith, a city lost to the twisted flame. Countless demons spewed forth from the inextinguishable chaos, infesting Izalith until the land was overrun. Lifetimes later, the bed of chaos would be defeated, but not destroyed, and after the rise and fall of many civilizations, the chaos rose again, in the country of Ferossa, on a barren plain where Aleum Lois was to be built. The Ferossans were the
me
ones
too,
who
Hunter.
dealt with the
It's very
chaos,
cool.
for it had erupted on their land. Ferossans are famed for their god of war, valuing valor and combat prowess. Notable men of Ferossa were shieldless Lathian, who grew tired of the frailty of human foes and set off to slay dragons. There was Vengal, the mad beast of the battlefield, who claimed the heads of countless enemies, and there were the Ferocin Lion Knights, feared for their nimble two-handed swordplay. But the highest-ranking knight, and the most famed of them all, was the Ivory King of Ferossa. After taking his crown, they say he was the first to swing his sword
That's
in times of
Drakilian,
need,
my
be
friend,
it
who
for
was
his
a
homeland
souls
or for
expert.
his people. And his sword was required far to the north, for the old chaos had resurfaced there once more.
This land is barren, cursed by the old chaos. It gave birth to atrocities, and the people fled in fear. Until our Lord, the Ivory King, came.
With his
Echo,
sword,
yeah.
his soul,
Echo.
and his Lois Knights, the Ivory King fought back the chaos. When it was contained, they built Aleum Lois, a vast rampart city. Golems patrolled the walls, given life by the Ivory King, and they were charged with the containment of the creatures of the chaos within. A cult of priestesses was formed, who devoted themselves to a ritual that appeased the ancient flame. The king himself erected his throne at the very entrance to chaos, for he wished to serve as the first line of defense. Any creature of chaos that threatened his city would have to pass him first, and the king would not falter. It was here, in Aleum Lois, that the Ivory King took a queen, Alsana. It appears she was a woman of great power, for she possessed the same talent as the priestesses did, and she quelled the chaos flame below. Together, in a city cut off from the rest of the world, and facing constant peril, they were wed, and they stood together despite the hardship. Like the other queens before her, Alsana was born of dark. She wed her king out
What
of
an outfit.
selfishness, for she saw that the king of Ferossa was strong, and intended to find safety by his side. Nevertheless, the Ivory King loved her, and supported this child of the abyss even as he fought against the flames of chaos. Two ancient evils weighed upon the king, one in front of him and one at his side, but even so he weathered them both, for himself and for his people. There is evidence that having a child of dark by his side weighed upon the king. He had 7 pets, and 2 are found in the outskirts of Aleum Lois, tasked with the mercy killings of those who were exiled from the city. Lud and Zalan are great cats, brothers of Ava, a tiger that remains in the city itself. The 2 outside are cursed with a dark aura, and one has to wonder whether they became this way due to the presence of Alsana, for they are kept out of sight where none would report on their true nature or what the child of dark was doing to those who stood beside her.
Yeah, I think I'm good in not fighting these two. I fought the other cat. That was already a nightmare.
The King sensed the degradation of his own soul. In this moment, he made a decision. He would not run from chaos. Rather, he would give himself to chaos in order to appease the flame. Without a word, he left his home, he left his wife, and he left his country, but not without one final act. For before he set off to strike at the heart of chaos, he entrusted everything to Alsana. Upon his parting, he handed her Aleum Lois, the city, and a ceremonial blade by its namesake. The twin blades of Aleum Lois, one light and one dark, were entwined as the Ivory King and his Dark Queen once were. He knew Alsana was a child of dark all along, but he said nothing. He believed her to be more than the sum of her parts, and so she was. The king's belief in the queen allowed her to rise above her dark nature. It was his final gift to her. But then he left, never to return.
Inevitably, the king was drained of vigor and plunged into the chaos's heart. Aleum Lois was frozen in time. Its leader lost. I remain here to contain the chaos, honoring my lord's wishes. Though I am yet to know your name, stranger, will you lend me your strength? I have but one wish. That my dear lord might be freed from that unspeakable chaos. Many of Aleum Lois's faithful knights followed their lord into the chaos.
I tried to do this fight without the knights, and it was awful until I was told by chat to go find them.
But it was too
Because hoo boy.
You tried to do this fight without the knights?
I had one knight, and I was like, man, this is hard as hell. And everyone's like, please go get the other knights. I'm begging you. So I did. And I also summoned like 3 people to help me out too. It's a freebie, yeah.
So it was like a battle of Midir.
It really was. It was like Midir. I summoned like three people, and then it was 4 knights, and it was still a hard fight, even with all those people involved.
Many were burned along with their lord, and to this day they burn in agony alongside their once proud king, lacking all sense of self, and driven only to expunge those who might disturb the flame, even former compatriots. But those who survived fight with us now, commanded to strike down their former comrades and their own king. Their sacrifice is total, and they freeze the portals so that we may face Chaos's new champion. What makes a king? Some say that it is birthright, while others call it destiny. Perhaps it is not important, as long as the king's name serves to unite his people. The Ivory King was the greatest king we have seen so far. His sacrifice saved the world from chaos, and he was not changed by the Child of Dark at his side. In fact, she alone remains, despite her fearful nature, and watches over chaos out of respect for her lord. Such was his influence over her. For Alsana, we free the Ivory King's soul from the grip of chaos.
You've granted my one wish. My dear lord has departed. Now, I have no regrets. I was born amidst the dark. Long ago, in the depths of the abyss, my father perished. The dark shattered into tiny pieces, one of which was me. How frightened I was. A frail thing, born from but a splinter of dark. I felt that I might simply disappear. I am, in fact, the incarnation of my father's fears. I saw that the king of this land was strong. I sought him only to sustain myself, to smother my fears. Now, I realize that he may have known.
Okay, the echo is very annoying. I've already heard the dialogue. It's driving my ears crazy. We still Lauren, we are. It's just she's very sharp consonants, and it's like piercing my eardrums. I'm tired. Good night, gamer. Okay.
It's like when somebody gets too far with the auto-tune.
Yeah, it's very like titty, I guess. You can use the word for it. I want to go to Dark Souls 3.
Well, then, if we're going to go to Dark Souls 3, we must interlude with Happy Souls.
That's right, it's Happy Souls time. Oh my gosh. Okay, let me grab that. Oh, I opened the wrong program by...
Happy Souls.
Happy Souls. Woohoo! Okay. Hello. I'm very excited about this.
you ready for this? Oh yeah. Let's do this. Dark Souls has trained us well. I know, right? Looks like they made this game easier so casual players can play. Yeah. Whoa! Holy shit!
Is this too easy for you?
You know, I actually think the game seems pretty challenging.
I'll see you later.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Pete. I'm your friend, maybe not.
If you're up with this dude's giving off a really bad vibe, so I think we should kill him. Wait. He gave us a soapstone. Solaire gave us a soapstone. So this guy's like the new Solaire.
I'm
you know?
evil.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Kill you later on.
I will kill you later on. Oh yeah, this silly boss where you could just push him off the edge.
Yep.
Or have him charge past you.
I
Off
done
the
that.
edge.
Yep. I did that on my first Dark Souls 2 playthrough. He fell off the edge.
Ah, yes. Before it was nerfed.
Yeah, that sums it up very well.
Try thruster. Ambush behind. Amazing shit. What? Woman in short for the try time butt. Horse butt? What? Check it out. I'm a baby bird. That's pretty good. Buddy!
We run and we explode! Oh, wow! I'm gonna blow up!
You think you can handle my spells?
You know, you sound a lot like our old friend Frampt. Yeah, he does sound like Frampt.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Here, eat this.
Well, I'm not really hungry.
It is Frampt! Oh, it's good to see you, Frampt.
What?
It's the same noise Frampt makes when you make him eat items for souls.
Amazing.
You wish to guard the bell? Yeah, that sounds really lame, so I think we're gonna pass.
You're gonna regret that!
Blood fart? And rotten sausage? Alright, it's 2-on-2, it's a fair fight. What's this? Alright, it's 2-on-1, it's gonna be an uphill battle.
I'm sorry.
The Chester cap, yes. I'm sorry.
Very
good.
Hey, do you know how to beat this boss?
Yeah, I've beaten him before. Just follow my lead.
Sounds good.
Be free, my master!
Ah, I see.
Find some cover!
gotta move up. All right, let me in. I don't think there's enough room for 3 people in here. All right, very funny. Now make some room. No, seriously, look how tight these walls are. Yeah, you gotta find another spot. I would, but I don't have enough time. If you leave now, you probably have enough time. I've beaten him, and I'm telling you that I don't. Really, we'd let you in, but there's just no room. I disagree. Now let me in. You gotta find another spot. No time. Just find another spot. No time. Just find another spot. I do not have enough time. I just wanted the soul.
That's how it feels as being a co-op guy.
I just wanted the souls.
Hey, this place looks pretty cool. I wonder if there's gonna be a... Buddy? Buddy? Moving box!
What the heck? You can turn into a box? That's amazing!
Hello.
Mati movie.
May I share with you the lore of this land? Yeah, let's hear it. I know it's hard to believe, but we're actually standing in an alarm. Why did you do that? No, that was my fault. Please leave a bad player review on my name, so I may learn from my mistakes.
You know, I actually feel kind of bad.
You should! It was just trying to tell us the lore of the land.
Well, I didn't know that
You
before.
big, fat, sticky green jerk.
Hey, that's my physical appearance. That hurts really bad.
Oh my god, the Scooby-Doo bit! That's so good!
Raggy.
Luigi? Yeah. You know.
You will not proceed! Gandalf! No!
Oh my god.
Oh no. The bane of PvP.
Oh, jeez. It's 2-on-1, pal. Give it up.
Oh. Yeah.
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 That hurts on so many places.
I think we're lost. Oh. Look, when I hit the tree, it makes a funny noise. Oh.
Literally me.
Can you not hit that tree? Why is everyone stabbing me in the back?
'Cause it's easy. And it does a lot of damage.
Did a lot of damage.
Thank you for saving me.
Oh no.
No problem.
I don't have anything with me, but if you meet me in my house, I've got boss weapons.
Boss
Boss
weapons?
weapons. Boss weapons.
He's
Where
got
do you live?
boss weapons!
Down the road. Can't miss it.
Right down the road.
Right down the road.
Guess we'll see you there.
Yep.
What?
Right down the road.
Right down the road. Right down the road.
Right down the road, Jackie.
Right down the road. Hey, thank you, Vin, for the 3 months.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank
Hello.
you,
I
Vanicat,
hope
for the
you're having
resub
a
and
great
yummy
stream.
latte.
I am, thank you.
Sip, lem, lem, lem.
Oh, it's hot. Oh, it's really hot.
You gotta be more careful, buddy.
Ah, yes, Mirror Knight. Soul Book.
Look at the image of the guy
Oh my
sneaking
god.
behind him.
The guy in the back. Oh, nightmare.
You don't
yes.
suppose that's just a regular frog? Oh! We gotta get out of here!
Hey, Walkman Zyko, hello. Thank you for the follow from Connor Burritos. Hello.
I like seeing giant bones of creatures, because then you can, like, picture what it was like before it turned into giant bones. You phrased that really weird, but I know exactly what you're talking about.
More Scooby-Doo.
More Scooby-Doo. Oh, it's fantastic.
There's a giant hole here. Whoa! No! Oh! What is this yellow goo? Oh! Ah, it smells so bad. Oh, come on! Please tell me this is the end. Oh, I did not like that place. Everything hurts. What's that? This is what we've been waiting for.
Praise the sun!
Raise the sun!
Oh, this must be where that giant bird lives. Let's check it out.
Ah. I see.
It's not a bird, it's actually a dragon. What do we do? Maybe we can sneak around it.
Hey, Walkman, I know. Thank you for the follow. Thank you.
Nope, that doesn't work. I think we should get out of here. Yes, please. I don't want to fight any more dragons. Let's go.
I don't want to fight any more dragons.
Do you think he's going to follow us? Just calmly walk away.
Brave undead, you have proven yourself to me. Now, be one with the
lightning.
Oh.
We beat it. Oh, that wasn't too bad. Our souls are free. Why are you being so dramatic? I don't know. It just felt like that took a really long time. Yeah, I guess so. What do we do now? Want to play through again?
Oh, that was so good. I love it. I'm gonna steal some of those bits for some new redeems. I think I have to.
Oh.
Oh, that was lovely. I'm glad I waited to watch it after I beat Dark Souls 2, because it shows all those bosses.
Yep.
Okay, let me go back.
I'm gonna have to give you some funny Dark Soul memes you can use for redeems too.
Yes, the memes. Oh, I mean, that I did talk about how easy that boss fight was. It took me what, 2 tries? Something like that. Pretty easy peasy.
Our story doesn't.
Might have played more though. That is fair. I can see that as well. Memes can be a good way to advertise video games.
We're on to Dark Souls 3.
We are.
The game I know the most of.
Yes, you can feel free to info dump all you'd like as we watch these videos. Vati, please. Oh, there we go. Let me click on this. All right. Oh, there's a lot. I think
it specifically is only going for certain characters. It just doesn't go into everything.
Let's see if he has a lore video.
That last one though, the Grand Betrayal, is about you betraying the that ending where you stab the I believe stab the firekeeper instead of having her take over the fire, I believe.
Oh. There we go. Oh my god. Yeah, there are quite a few lore videos they've got.
Woo!
For Dark Souls 3. Let's see. How was going for? Until we finish Dark Souls 3, we probably won't watch every video. I skipped around a few videos, because, you know. But we'll watch a good chunk of them, because I do want to learn a lot. It was amazing. It was good. You watch First Sin Explained, Lair explains Aldea's motivations. Yes, I do want to watch the First Sin Explained at some point. What do you suggest we watch first?
Me? Well, I gotta look at the list here. What is it? VODS D3?
Yeah, Vati Video D3. We are making good stream time. Yes, we are. Video links. Yeah, we won't watch the half-hour ones. That's a lot of video.
Yeah, that goes through all the bosses by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Which one's a good one? Okay. Man. I don't know which one's a good one to start with, actually. These are all over the place.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you for the raid, Palm Top. Welcome to the stream. We're watching lore videos. Welcome, welcome. Hope you enjoyed playing Honkai.
Well, everybody knows Yorm, the Lonely Ruler. You want to prepare to cry about Yorm?
Sure.
Rarely do the giants of Dark Souls have happy fates.
True.
In the Age of the Gods, they had it best. Perhaps because one of their own was a powerful knight of Gwyn. Yet, even then, he suffered at the hands of former humans who packed his helm with tree resin and fooled him into thinking he was blind. The other giants of this age were put to use as basic laborers. Their wits made them unfit for much else, except in rare occasions. In Drangleic, a distant race of giants invade the kingdom of the humans to take back that which was stolen from them. It ends in bloodshed, not to mention the giants taken for experimentation, their very souls becoming displaced from their bodies. And finally, Lothric, where their abuse hits new heights, imprisoned, forced to wallow in the muck of the cathedral, slaughtered, or feigning death. Only one rose above the rest, and even ruled over humans. Yorm. Yorm is the descendant of an ancient conqueror, a conqueror who once subdued the people of the profaned capital. And in time, Yorm was asked by these very same people to lead them. He would come to accept this role, and he served as both their weighty blade and their stone-hard shield. And you would think that this transfer of power would earn him the people's respect and gratitude, but it didn't. Instead, those who spoke of Yorm as Lord were quite insincere. Perhaps this is because of Yorm's heritage. We don't know who the conqueror before Yorm was, and he might not even be featured in-game. Our two biggest clues, however, are Yorm's size and the fact that the people of the capital suddenly found themselves without a ruler or protector and needed to ask for one. And in my opinion, Wolnir, the enormous conqueror of Karthus who suddenly fell to the abyss, fits this criteria, or at least is a good example of it. Wolnir once brought the rightful lords of the world
big
to
boy.
their knees and ground their crowns to dust. However, he went on to fall to the abyss, presumably leaving many kingdoms without a ruler, and Wolnir wasn't exactly known for sharing his power with others. So at the very least, it was probably an absence of rule like this that led the people of the capital to ask for a powerful protector instead of simply being conquered all over again. So it fits that they would ask Yorm, yet it also fits that they would feel some shame for having to ask him. Their fate would be in the hands of the conqueror's descendant, and not just that, but in the hands of a giant, no less. Simpletons and dullards with very few notable exceptions. So Yorm fought hard to prove himself as lord, risking everything for his people. Against the kingdom's enemies he fought unflinchingly, great machete in one hand and great shield in the other, yet still his people's shame and prejudice must have manifested as bitterness, distrust. For, in another brave gesture, Yorm gave his people the means to defeat him.
I was gonna say,
a storm
like...
ruler, an ancient sword
Yeah.
also known as Giant Slayer, capable of bringing giants to their knees from the strength of storm held within it. Yorm carried 2 of these, and now only 1 remained in his possession. At some point during the wars, Yorm lost the one he wished to protect. It's not clear who this is, whether they were a friend or a partner, nor how they died, but this loss became the legacy of his later years. It was an event so significant he threw away his great shield, for he was no longer interested in self-preservation nor the protection of others. In the place of his shield, Yorm added a left-handed notch to his machete, enabling the smashing technique of a berserker with nothing left to lose. In time, his enemies were crushed, and the only threat to the capital was from within. A group of women, relatives of some oracle from a bygone age, suddenly triggered a curse subsisting deep within them. They all distorted into this same monstrosity, an enormous hand with calcified protrusions
Ooh, I
and
forgot
a
about
hole
the
swirling
hands.
deep within the palm. Despite all of this, they went on living without
Ugh.
any cares, and from that day forward, the profaned flame was born within the capital. The profaned flame. It came to define the capital, and it was defined by
No
3
thanks,
rules.
yeah.
1. It is said to be inextinguishable. 2. It is able to swallow the hearts of those it touches, inspiring cruelty and torture. And 3. The darkness of the abyss can be seen within it. With nothing left to lose, and a monumental soul to burn, Yorm decided to link the fire. With this act, he would put the profaned flame to rest, enable a new age of fire, and prove his detractors wrong. Show them all they were wrong about him. So, just as he gave one storm ruler to those who doubted him, he gave the other to one that he trusted, along with a promise that Sigurd, this bumbling, kind-hearted knight of Katarina, would slay his old friend if he ever faltered in his duty.
Ooh.
And so the fire was linked, and Yorm failed in all the ways that they said he would. In this place, we get an unprecedented look into the linking of the fire. When it happened, items say, a rush of flame fell from the sky and incinerated not only Yorm, but all the residents of the capital. So the question we're left asking is, was this normal? Or was Yorm's soul somehow not enough? Or were giants not supposed to link the fire? For all his hard work protecting these people, they all went up in flames, and I assume his detractors would have felt validated in doubting Yorm if they weren't all burnt to a crisp. Ages pass, bolstered in part by Yorm's sacrifice. But the fire inevitably fades, and Yorm is brought back from the dead to link the fire once more. There must be something about a second chance at life that causes a lord to fear death. For Like the other two lords who rose alongside him, Yorm flees his duty and settles in the ruined capital he once called home. He takes his old throne, which is now surrounded by the melted corpses of those who once doubted him, and he waits. Truly alone this time, even more so than he was in life.
Moment has almost come. I just need a bit more time.
Sigurd, with a little help from you, of course, finds the courage to meet his old friend.
This is 3. Cool. Yeah. Dark Souls 3.
Yorm, old friend. I, Siegward of the Knights of Katarina, have come to uphold my promise. Let the sun shine upon this Lord of Cinder.
Welcome in, Sandrick. Hello.
It seems I am in your debt once again. My thanks. I could have not kept my promise without you. Now, for a final toast. To your valor, and my old friend Yorm. Long may the sun shine. Well, I'm going to have myself a little nap. The only thing to do, really, after a nice toast. You are a true friend. Best of luck with your duty.
After your final toast, and as you leave the arena, Sigurd's soul floats towards you.
Ah. Oh.
Did he die from wounds that he sustained during the fight? It's impossible, you'd think, considering that Siegbrow has...
Hello, Mom. I heard you were
His quest is complete.
Oh,
Even
sorry,
more
I had the
so
wrong
than he
button.
was
I was trying to mute Jacket. Anyway.
in life.
Moment.
Where was I?
After your final toast, and as you leave the arena, Sigurd's soul...
What are you, Jacket? You're right here next to me. You're in bapping range.
You're in bapping range.
Did he die from wounds that he sustained during the fight? It's impossible, you'd think, considering that Siegbrow has healing properties. No. His quest is complete, his oath is fulfilled, so Sigurd ends his life. For all that remained was
There.
that final toast, and to wish you luck with your duty. In the
All
end, all that came from the profaned capital
Yes.
Oh, I'll let him finish his video first, and then I'll Lord
of
dump
the
on you.
cinders of the Lord, fit only to surrender its fire for your ambition. So knowing all of this and all of what happened, what do you make of it? Oh, and did I forget to mention, the profaned flame burns on, exempt from the tragedy and waiting for more hearts to corrupt. And somewhere, a young sorcerer escapes a painting.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, he got corrupted by it.
I see. All right.
Alrighty then. So, to help give some lore behind all of this,
Yeah.
the cycles continue off of Dark Souls 1. And
Yeah.
they continue and continue and continue.
Mhm.
Then we get to Dark Souls 3 cycle. The issue is no one's able to rise up, gather the souls necessary to feed the flame. With the flame feeling itself weakening, it does a contingency.
Mhm.
It raises the Lords of Cinder. Cinders are pieces of a fire. So it resurrects lords who have relit the flame so they can get souls and do it again.
Oh, okay.
But all but one of the lords decide to go against their duty and go off to do their own things. So the flame does another contingency. It awakens all the ashes of the cinders to hunt down the Lords of Cinder and complete the duty for them.
Oh, okay.
So our little onion knight here is the ash for Yorm, who's a Lord of Cinder.
Oh, okay.
Henri is the ash for Aldrich.
I see.
And then Hawkwood is the ash for the, what are they called? Hunters of the Abyss, I believe, is the name. The Abyss Watchers, sorry.
Oh, yeah, the Abyss Watchers. My favorite boss fight in the game.
Yep, Hawkwood is their ash.
Okay, yeah.
Yep.
Interesting.
And then I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, if anybody knows correctly, you are the ash for the prince, basically, Lothric, the younger prince.
Oh, for Lothric, okay.
Yeah.
All right, then. Yeah, because I was curious about, like, what the cinders specifically were, and that's really cool. I like that idea. That's such neat lore.
So if you do all the quests, you technically help all the ashes complete their quests of taking out the cinders. And each of them technically die off after their cinder has been killed off.
Oh, okay.
You can play with Henri, though, and change her story, her or his, depending if you're a female or male character.
That's awesome.
To do a different ending, though.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm gonna replay Dark Souls 3 anyway, but I'll definitely like try to focus hard on the side quests.
You can actually do every single side quest for every character as long as you're careful about where you go.
Okay. So you can like do it all in one run. What you're saying, like
you can't
one
get
playthrough.
Every ending, but you can do all the side quests in one run.
I see. Also restart. Please stop repeating things in chat. Also, Jacques, welcome in. Okay.
So.
Yeah, that's they're so cool.
And I believe somebody wanted us to do the Tyrant.
Sullivan?
Right there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
The
Dark
Tyrant,
Souls and
Sullivan,
40k
was
are my
only a young
favorite lore
sorcerer
series.
when he left.
They are amazing.
Oh yeah, I love Dark Souls. Me too,
The
check
Tyrant, Sullivan, was only a young sorcerer when he left the painting. Ariandel is another world, a sanctuary that pulls forlorn beings from the outside.
Yeah, I really wanted
and gives them a home.
Sullivan's lore anyway.
They find
This is
comfort
good.
in the sameness, and they find comfort in the rot. But imagine growing up in a place like this, surrounded by beings that have lost everything in the outside world. Sullivan alone had lost nothing, so, ironically, in this place of belonging, he did not belong. So it's no surprise that his envy inspired a terrible ambition. For, as Sullivan would prove, there is a lot to fear from a man with nothing to lose. So, a young sorcerer with spells of frost, he left and never returned.
Where have you gone, sweet child? It's cold outside, it's awfully cold. Where have you run off to?
It was cold outside. Home. Far below a dark moon lies Anor Londo, city of the gods. Further still, Irithyll, nestled in the Boreal Valley. And yet, even further below, past the dungeon cells of Irithyll, is the ruins of a once proud capital. The only human kingdom to have ever been ruled by a giant, actually. But his story doesn't matter, for he left nothing of worth behind, except perhaps this. The profaned flame. Profane, for it defies the law of fire and never goes out. Profane, for it has the abyss hidden within it. And profane, for it corrupts the hearts of men, offering power but inspiring evil. Salavan, items say, stumbled upon this place when he was yet a young sorcerer. It's not uncommon to see sorcerers out on distant journeys of discovery, and I'd bet that when he left the capital, he was not the same man. For from here on out, a burning ambition is said to have taken root within him, and considering the nature of this flame, I think we can take that quite literally. So with a greatsword, and perhaps a heart profaned by the flame, he left, his sights set on Irithyll, for to Salavan's dismay, this rotting world was just like the one he had left. At this point in our story, Anor Londo was still a city of the old gods, one of the most resilient cities in the world, for it and the old royalty who resided there remained largely unchanged throughout multiple links of fire. It was home to the children of Gwyn himself, Sister Guinevere with her Silver Knights, her brother Gwyndolin, captain of the Dark Moon Knights, and his half-sister Yorshka, the crossbreed. Power emanated from the cathedral, which was patrolled by the Silver Knights and guarded by Ornstein and Smo, two famous knights of Gwyn. The time would come, however, when Ornstein left the cathedral in search of Gwyn's firstborn child, making Smo the last knight to remain at his post, guarding the ruined cathedral. There are also deacons of the Way of White, which have a sect here in Irithyll, headed by Archdeacon MacDonald. Far away though, many more of this order toil in the Cathedral of the Deep, devoted to maintaining the Age of Fire that Gwyn began. Here, great and terrible beings are put to their final rest. And just now, in our story, a powerful saint named Aldrich has just been sacrificed to the first flame, becoming a Lord of Cinder. Back in Irithyll also, the Order of the Dark Moon Knights, led by the Dark Sun Gwyndolin, swear their oaths. The Blue Phantoms are bound to become a shadow of Father Gwyn and a shadow of Sister Guinevere, hunting down any who would threaten the champions who link the fire.
Blue Phantoms are the ones that defend invaders from
Dark
players,
Moon Knights,
right?
That the sorcerer Salavan saw fit to
So yes, there are two orders. There's the Dark Moon, and then there's the Blue Moon.
Yeah.
Both of them, they make you blue guys, and if people have the order, there's a different order basically that just says, "Hey, if I get invaded, summon some blue guys to help me." To also let you know, because I wanted to add it in, Aldrich the Deep, how he gained power in order to link the flame was from eating children.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he consumed hundreds of children. In fact, Henri and Horace were children that escaped his prison. That's why they are his ash.
Oh, okay. Wow. That's crazy. What a little crazy nugget of lore.
Yep.
Turned into sludge. Oh. He ate Gwyndolin? Just for invading him.
Yes,
yeah.
he's the God Devourer. He ate
he's the God Devourer. Okay, yeah.
He ate the bones of Nito. Supposedly, that's why he has Nito's spells in his scythe.
Yeah.
When we get to him, he has managed to get to Anor Londo. He has ate Gwyndolin, and he is in the process of eating the Gwynda. I can't remember her. I hate pronouncing their names.
Yeah, it's fair. It can be a lot.
Gwyndolin? Yeah, Gwyndolin.
Part of Gwyndolin.
But Gwyndolin has managed to hide his half-sister up in a tower.
Right.
And his half-sister's maintaining the Dark Moon guards. She's the guard captain now.
Okay, I see.
He is fighting the consumption as long as he can, because if Aldrich consumes him, he gains all the memories Gwyndolin has, which means the location of his sister. So we get there while he's still trying to combat the consumption of himself.
My God. Oh, that's so cool. That's awesome. Go head out. All right, Sepper, have a good one. Thank you for popping and saying hi. I appreciate it.
Infiltrate. And we know this because he was presented with the Great Sword of Judgment, a ceremonial sword representing the judgment of the moon. It glows like the blue of the dark moon, but much deeper. If you were to look more closely at this blade, then you would realize that its magic is far closer to sorcery than any existing lunar power. For Salavan did not draw his power from faith like the other knights did, but he drew it instead from sorcery, which is an art that is despised by the old royalty. And perhaps that's for good reason, for sorcery would ultimately be the downfall of the Way of White, the Dark Moon Knights, and the gods alike. When the old world is rotten, you burn it away. And so the pontiff's usurpation of Anor Londo began with Gwyndolin.
The Dark Moon Knights were once led by my elder brother, the Dark Sun
Oh, she's so
Gwyndolin.
thin.
But he was stricken by illness, and leadership of the knights fell to me. Then Salavan wrongfully proclaimed himself pontiff, and took me prisoner. Oh, where could my dear brother be?
Yoshka, the last remaining knightess of the Dark Moon Order, mentions that it all began when her brother fell ill. She doesn't blame his illness on Salavan, but you and I both know that either he or his subordinates weren't above using poison. For it was not only the Dark Moon Knights affected by Salavan's influence. The holy deacons also were befouled from within. Archdeacon MacDonald, a prominent member of their order who resides in Irithyll, committed a grave trespass. He began to channel his faith for sorcery, transforming symbols of ecclesiastic authority into catalysts of deep soul sorceries. For MacDonald, these stagnating souls and the magic derived from them represented the glorious bedrock of this world. Their order was intended to deal with the great and terrible beings that came to them, but inevitably they were affected by the terrors that came into the cathedral. This treason was not kept within Irithyll. No, MacDonald also imparted deep soul sorceries to Archdeacon Royce and his deacons, who all resided in the cathedral, and he added new dark pages to their Tome of Miracles, literally corrupting his order against the very flame that they had sworn to protect. He was undoubtedly collaborating with the sorcerer Salavan, who himself had his new knights infected and empowered by the deep. Dark magics erupt from their throats, drawn towards life, and their very weapons became eaten away by the tiny, biting insects that feed upon those close to the deep.
Oh, I didn't notice that detail.
This
That's
force
cool.
in Irithyll, wielding the profaned flame, gnawed at by the deep, headed by the archdeacons and the pontiff, became an evil that pushed the entire royal family out of their ancient home. However, some residents clearly escaped all of this trauma, because
stuck. Me too.
later, far away in a city named Lothric, it is said that there is another queen revered as a goddess of fertility and bounty, just like Guinevere once was. But back in Anor Londo, now with Pontiff Salavan fully in control, the true atrocities could begin. Many in Irithyll were enslaved, and as you can see, were pushed forward as fodder by the Pontiff's fire witches. The less fortunate were turned into beasts.
Yeah, so this is why I wanted to see this lore badly, because like I heard like just through like mostly jokes and comments is like people kept pointing towards Sullivan for doing some wacky fucked up shit. So I was really intrigued to see like how far it went.
He's a bad boy.
Yeah, like I didn't even know that these little guys here were like once human.
For it is said that men who peer into the black eyes of Salavan are transformed. Look closely at the faces of the dogs, at the hair of the spider women, at these ribcage beasts that prey when they're defenseless. Salavan forced out the beasthood within men, especially in those who would become his Outrider Knights. The most notable of the Outrider Knights was the Dancer of the Boreal Valley.
Oh my god, her.
Her Aurora Veil is actually an artifact of the Old Gods, permitted only to be worn by direct descendants of the old royal family. And before she was controlled by Salavan, the dancer was likely a daughter of Guinevere, as she has a fragment of her mother's soul. However, she was clearly left behind as the rest of her family escaped to Lothric. When captured, the pontiff ordered her to serve first as a dancer, perhaps to shame her or entertain him. Then he made her an Outrider Knight, giving her a ring of his right eye that he knew would transform her. She became an enchanting beast of death, her armor fusing with her own hide.
Oof.
Never far from the fleeting dancer was Vort, the Outrider Knight who received the pontiff's left eye ring. Clearly, there was something between them, some bond shared, for they would never return to Irithyll, but like all the Outrider Knights, their spirits can sometimes be seen roaming the old city, together.
Oh.
In total, 5 Outrider Knights were dispatched to Lothric. 1 guarding the Road of Sacrifices, the 2nd in the basement of Lothric Castle, the 3rd skulking in the Grand Archives, and the 2 most unique knights, Vort and the Dancer, guard the main exit and entrance to Lothric Castle itself. Their placement is no coincidence. Salavan may be back in Irithyll, but he knows that the last vestiges of the royal family have a presence in Lothric, and his eyes are all over their failing kingdom, watching as the royal family desperately struggles to produce an heir to the linking of the fire, waiting as he knows that when they fail, Aldrich will be raised once more as a Lord of Cinder. And who do you think he'll be indebted to when he rises from his grave? To this end, Salavan protected the gate to Irithyll with an old trick from the Painted World. A magical barrier was erected, repelling everything and everyone except those with a message from a small doll. Wherever you go, it says, the moon still sets in Irithyll. Wherever you may be, Irithyll is your home. Salavan, or the deacons, placed one of these dolls in Aldrich's coffin and waited. And eventually, of course, he came, for where else would he go? Aldrich had spent a long time ruminating on the fading of the fire. For him, it inspired prophetic visions of a new future, an age not of fire, but of deep seas. He knew the path to this world would be arduous, but he had no fear, for he would become not a mere devourer of men, but a devourer of gods. And so, imagine his pleasure when he found one waiting for him in his new cathedral. Gwyndolin, son of Gwyn and former captain of the Dark Moon Knights.
If only he were here, I would be most pleased for ye both to meet. As most assuredly would he.
But Aldrich wasn't the only being resurrected. You put the pontiff's achievements to shame, rolling over him with the help of either Black Hand Gotthard for Lothric, the Pale Shade for Londor, or Anri for Horus.
I fought
the
him
pontiff
solo.
Made many enemies,
I think,
and they were his downfall in the end.
You could actually get all 3
Here
if you
you
tried
have a
hard enough.
man who stopped at nothing
Nice.
to change the world. He mastered sorceries of
Love
frost,
Wind Rider Fluff.
miracles of the moon. He partnered with a kingdom-ending flame and took advantage of the deep. He used all of this, plus social and political manipulation, to usurp an age-old kingdom, rising
up,
within
yep.
the ranks of its knights, twisting its deacons to feed a god to a lord of cinder and supplant the Age of Fire.
Ooh.
The tyrant Salavan tore apart many bonds, but was undone
Hey, think of it, the
himself
Raid Gale.
by a
Welcome,
mere
welcome.
unkindled
Hello.
proves that no champion is more powerful than the fire linking curse. So if this man can't change the world, then
What a
hope
meanie.
do we
Yeah.
have?
That was I was happy I could watch that video because I have been dying to know Pontiff Sullivan's lore for so long.
So I got some lore theories for you.
All right, one sec. Let me thank chat. Thank you for the raid from Gail. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome in, Malik. And also, I'm glad you're enjoying the stream, y'all. I know I'm very quiet, but I just really enjoy these videos. All right, go ahead. Continue.
So Aldrich, right?
Yeah.
Consumed so many he became sludge and all that.
Yes.
When you kill him and go back to talk to the Shrine Handmaiden, Smog's armor set becomes available for sale. Smog was known for being a glutton. So it is theorized when Sullivan took over, he corrupted Smog with the flame and forced Smog to eat things.
Oh my god.
It is believed that Aldrich is actually our big boy Smog.
No
and
way.
He forced Aldrich to become a Lord of Cinder.
Oh, that's a crazy theory.
Yep.
That's so cool. I mean, yeah, I like
There's no way to prove it, but
Right.
the connections are there.
I mean, that is one of the best things about FromSoft lore. I've said time and time again, Miyazaki states blatantly that a lot of it is interpretation and theorizing, which is really a lot of the fun of it. Is people making their own theories and filling in their own blanks. Welcome in, EXO. Hi.
Also, do you want me to give you some funny thing you can do against poor Aldrich, the Devourer of Gods, the next time you fight them?
Yes, I do.
If you take the spell Vow of Silence, it negates anything he casts.
My god.
If he starts his archer ability, you use Vow of Silence, boom, it's gone. He tries to use his spear, Vow of Silence, it's gone.
Whoa.
He tries to use his beam ability, Vow of Silence, it's gone.
That's nuts.
Yep, you can completely nerf Aldrich with Vow of Silence.
What kind of spell is that? Is it like a miracle or is it like sorcery?
It is yes, it is a miracle. Requires 30 faith. It is from the Church of Londor, the Hollow.
Ah, okay. Aldrich's bullying. Listen. Sometimes it's okay to bully.
He deserves bullying.
Yeah, I think it's okay. Smar's around in a look-alike in our Londor room with a bunch of Silver Knights. Ooh, I think I actually found Smo's armor when I played Dark Souls 3.
Yeah, it's available to be bought from the Handmaiden after you kill Aldrich. So. Yes.
That's like the linking connection.
Yep.
I don't blame bullying. Aldrich is taken for mage boss. That's what I'm saying. For a mage boss, Aldrich is fucking tanky. That was a tough one for sure. I think I've heard people pronounce Smo differently. I pronounce it Smo myself, but I've heard Smaug and others. I just think
there's other ways to pronounce them. Smog,
Yeah.
Smog.
Yeah.
All right, you know what? I want it. Go to patches. Go to patches.
Yeah, it's patches time. Chat, it's time for patches.
I'm unbreakable.
I'm so excited.
Unbreakable.
Patches, the hyena, the spider, the trustworthy, the unbreakable. The fact he makes it to the end of the world,
Now I
never
want
truly
s'mores.
hollowing,
Me too.
is nothing short of incredible. For we've come across countless undead who lost their humanity in pursuit of a purpose, yet long after they're gone, Patches remains. Any undead who makes it to the end of the world is certainly worthy of a second glance. For surely, Patches isn't as straightforward as he seems, though you'd be forgiven for thinking otherwise.
There's a fine stash of treasure right down that hole. I'll strip your corpse clean! Wait now. You didn't actually fall down then. Everybody makes mistakes. I'm not above it all, I swear. We're on the same side. I'm Trusty Patches, the one and
Gaslight gatekeep girl boss. Oh my god, Patches.
Patches is clearly in love with tricking everyone for profit.
Yep.
But for a man who allegedly reviles the greed of men and claims to be devoid of all worldly wants, is the profit truly what
Bye, Pawn.
drives
Have a
him
good
in
one.
this endless task? I think his greed is a front, a facade designed to hide his true purpose, which is to punish the greed and the want of others.
Every age, it seems, is tainted by the greed of men.
Rubbish to one such as I, devoid of all worldly wants.
Time and time again, we're lured by our greed, eventually finding a somewhat loyal friend in Patches after our punishment is delivered. But across all these worlds, there is one man that Patches truly befriends, and this friendship gives us a rare insight into what he values. This friendship is with Grey Rat.
Ah, I see you've met Grey Rat. The slinking rodent. But he did me a good turn back in Lothric Dungeon. Doubtless I should do something about that little dead. Well, maybe not. Well, I can hardly believe he's still standing.
Grey Rat the Thief once fancied himself a martyr for the poor, the Soul's version of Robin Hood, if you like. It was his concern for others that led him to climb the Great Wall to Lothric, where he freed Patches from the Lothric dungeon before being locked away in a cell of his own, awaiting your rescue.
I don't want to sit around and die a petty rat. And I consider myself your friend.
Indebted to you, and with all those he loves dead, Grey Rat dedicates himself fully to your cause, even embarking upon suicidal thieving runs through the most dangerous territories. It's these actions that lead Patches to his uncharacteristic concern.
Hey, what happened to Grey Rat anyhow? I haven't seen him at all lately. If you know where he scurried off to, be sure and tell me. Now I need to stock up, and if he's gone and croaked, he'll have left a gold mine. What? Gone all the way to Irithyll, has he? There can't be much left of that frozen sprawl. The old rat. He's gone off the deep end this time.
He makes an effort to hide his affection for this man, though his actions betray that he cares. For, dressed once again in the armor of the Onion Knight, to hide his identity, it's Patches, not Sigurd, that actually rescues Grey Rat in Irithyll.
I might have died if it wasn't for that peculiar Onion Knight.
So of all the men to save, why Grey Rat? Well, Grey Rat is much like Patches. You can see what they have in common. They're both petty thieves, yet Grey Rat is one who acts without concern for himself.
They both squat
really
well.
Let's do the same joke. Yeah, they both squat a lot.
Respects him.
They sit weird.
Off to Lothric, the castle of no return. That old thief's lost it if he thinks
Hi,
there's a
Phantom.
chance in there. It's not like he's new to this game. What's got into him?
Yet Patches also does outlive him. The curse of life is the curse of want, after all, and if we view greed as the reason that many hollow and die, then it makes sense that Patches is the one perfectly suited to resist the curse by resisting want and greed entirely. He thrives upon punishing others for their greed. So, with no want and grounded by his desire to punish others for their want and trick them and trap them, Patches makes it to the end of the world. But slowly, the world is ending, and soon there's no one left to lure into his traps. There's no one else to trick with their own greed. So it seems that Patches too wavers in his duty, for here, at world's end, even he loses himself, which gives us a glimpse of the good heart that he used to have before the world made him what he was.
I'm hollow. Yes. I try to play it off, but I haven't a clue about my past, who I was, or what I lived for. Not even my own blessed name. You remember that treasure? Well, I fetched it for you. Here, go ahead. It's yours. Maybe it'll help you with that solemn duty of yours. I'm off in search of the Purging Monument. Once I find it, everything will come back to me. Who I was, what I lived for, what my name was, and what terrible grudges I held. I don't know. I just have this feeling that that's the kind of man I was.
The Purging Monument has the power to purge the undead curse and restore one's humanity. Ironically, only by displaying humanity can it be found.
What did I come here in search of? Damn. Stop it. I'm unbreakable. Unbreakable.
Wow, that's fucked up. Think about, like, going to a place to reverse your, like, hollowing, but your hollow makes you forget where you were going. That's fucked.
Please.
That's messed up.
Someone
Welcome in,
tell me,
Zexon. Hello.
Who am I? Why am I here?
With your help, Lap can find the Purging Monument. And surely, Lap is to be trusted.
Are you certain of that? No. Sorry.
The fog
I
brain,
know you'd
yeah.
never lie to me. Thank you. Thank you kindly. I swear upon my birth name that I am your friend.
Oh.
No matter what might come out, no matter what I was, if you would do me the honor, allow me to be a true friend. Always.
At first glance, what's to come simply seems like more of the same, from Lap, from Patches.
Finally, you've come. Now I know exactly who I was. And for that, I've a little thanks to be giving. Go this way and peep past the broken staircase. Some awfully fine treasures just sitting there all alone. It'll change your life.
Yeah, buddy.
This swift kick down a hole fills you with frustration, till you realize that he's actually kicked you where you want to go, to the ledge that leads out of this graveyard, a setback that allows you to move forward.
Every age, it seems, is tainted by the greed of men. Rubbish to one such as I, devoid of all worldly wants. I don't know. Maybe it's just the way we are. I'll stick you in my prayers. A fine dark soul to you.
For the first time, Patches helps you on your quest
You'd
in a
think for you,
perfectly
bestie,
fitting
yep.
way. He sets you on the path to the Church of Filianor, where he assists you one last time in your quest to weaken the Lord's grip on the Ringed City. He did always despise clerics, charlatans he calls them, and it's fitting beyond words that Patches would play a part in undoing the greatest lie of all, undoing the greed of the gods that's rooted in faith, in Filianor, and in fire. Here you both stand, at the end of the world, undead, unbroken, yet we two could not be more different. Patches fought for no one but himself, for no cause other than to scoff at the greed of men. But you, he's seen your kind time and time and time again, and he outlived you all. Those who lost everything and grasped for the faintest glimmer of hope. Kind-hearted fools, doomed by the very light that guides them. He's seen men throw away their lives for the truth, for to an undead life is meaningless. Patches probably figures, why seek the truth when greater men have tried and gone mad as a result? Even with the truth in tow, there is no fate for us other than the loss of self. Because even if you're selfless, you can't save everyone. No. No matter how hard you tried, in the end you couldn't save a single soul. And the more you try to help, the more you fight against evil, the more you will lose. For you're doomed to lose those closest to you. Family, friends. Some may even turn against you. For even with your boundless compassion, no one can foretell the consequences of your good intentions. All of this, it's just want and greed, in some shape or another, a desire to look back at something that made your life worthwhile. Whether it's a thirst for knowledge, a desperate faith, some petty revenge. It's taken some crestfallen men eons to find something worth fighting for, and even then, they're fated to lose it all. For even the gods are in despair, the lords shy from their duty, and the last fire is fading. But something sets you two apart, and maybe the one thing that you both have in common is that you never looked back. Another thing I've never looked back from is switching from Skype to Discord.
Oh, there we go. Now he's just doing that.
He's doing a thing.
So yes.
Wow.
Patches is the only being, not even the first undead, made it past the fire. Patches has made it through all the games, made it through all the recycles, all the way to the end of the world, and helped you kill the second to final boss.
Man,
and lets you take the glory at the end.
I mean, yeah, I'm converted into a Patches defender. I always thought he was just like a funny little guy, but yeah, like Team Patches all the way. What a bro.
He is the best bro, and he hides it behind a facade of being an asshole.
Just spending his life punishing the greed of men? That's crazy. That's so good. And then
he specifically hates the church. This church that Gwen has turned into controlling humans.
Wow, he still kind of is, honestly, yeah. I mean, yeah, even in non-Dark Souls games, he's still punishing you for your greed.
Did not know it was the Swedish word for patch.
Oh. Yeah, I like him in Elden Ring as well.
I knew he was Patches when I first met Lap because the voice is uncanny. But
who is Lap from Armored Core or something? Where are they from?
Lap is the name of the armored guy in the Reen City.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't have the name Patches. Right. He calls himself Lap because he doesn't know his name. He's hollowed.
Okay. I see. That's crazy good. I love that.
And I love how when he doesn't have his memories of being Patches, he goes back to his what his personality was before he met the greed of men.
Yeah,
where he was a kind soul, just trying to help you out.
Yeah, he was nice and he's like he wants to be your friend, and help. Like that's so good. That's such what a good character. Like that's wonderful.
And you never would have known without reading into it.
Yeah, exactly. Again, this is the beauty of these games. You would never know until you looked into it.
That's why I defend him every time somebody badmouths him. I'm like, no.
Well, I'll be on your side now, defending them. I will also defend Patches forever.
I don't know how much more you want to go through.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it has been 5 hours.
I would say I want you to at least see Vonti's theory about the Soulsborns all being connected.
Oh, yes. Okay. Let's see. Is there a specific video on that?
It's like Souls. Yeah.
Souls. All connected theory. I'm just going to type it into YouTube and see what I get. Joint timeline of Soulsborne, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay. So hi, Fairbanks. Oh, Hammer. Rebranding. Oh, okay. Hammer, you know what? I'm going to actually VIP you so I don't forget that you're Hammer. So I will forget. I'm sorry. I'm bad at name changes. So let me just give you a VIP badge.
I have never once played Dark Souls. Never had the money for them. They look neat, though.
You should add them to your wishes on Steam. They go on sale. I mean, not often, but you can definitely snag a few Souls games for cheap. But welcome in, Shedge, and also hi, Ada. I hope you're doing well. Okay, let's watch this last video then. I'm excited.
Yep, so this one connects Demon Souls, all 3 Dark Souls, and Bloodborne into one possible timeline, supposedly.
I'm really hyped about this. You got $1.75. I see.
With the old one.
You know what is free though? Twitch Prime. Okay, just kidding. Video time.
Okay. Rage? Oh no.
Twitch Prime subs are free, baby.
Once awakened, it inspires a hierarchy of demons dedicated to the retrieval of every soul in exchange for great power. In the evil ending, deep below the Nexus, every soul is given to the Old One, and a great fog blankets the world. Eons later, deep below a grey land covered in fog.
Actually, before you try this, I will talk about the obvious thing I mentioned before, where it's not confirmed, but FromSoft has a habit of kind of hinting at the next Souls game in the previous game. So we have the masked guy in Dark Souls 1, which hints to Bloodborne, and then in Bloodborne we find a man with an Eastern set, which alludes to Sekiro, and in Sekiro we find an armored character, which relates to Elden Ring. So there already is these little he-who funny nudges towards these games,
Four hollow beings
which is cool.
An immense amount of souls, and the story of Dark Souls begins. The fog is dispersed, civilization is reborn, and souls flourish anew. However, the irrevocable poison of the Old One persists, and eventually humanity looks for an escape from this cursed world. They find a way out through a painted world of blood, and as the tale of Bloodborne begins, humanity creeps ever closer to the eldritch truth that they've forgotten, strengthened by the echoes of the past found within the blood. This is an argument for the shared timeline of the Soulsborne universe, and I'll be honest, it's kind of a lesson in how easy it can be to push an entertaining theory, just as long as you cherry pick only the evidence that suits your narrative.
Also true.
It's really dishonest to tell a story in that way, but it is a lot of fun. So, from your perspective, I hope it's interesting for you to sort of try and find the gaps that I'm leaving in my logic. First, let's establish that the Old One is a Great One from Lovecraftian fiction. So the Great Ones, as described by H.P. Lovecraft, are cosmic deities that are so inconceivable and horrific to humanity that they often shatter the minds of those who encounter them. As an example of this, let me introduce you to these renditions of Azathoth and Shub-Niggurath, both of whom are very similar in some ways to the Old One of Demon Souls. So, Azathoth is commonly called the Nuclear Chaos, the blind, idiot god who resides at the center of the universe. He rules all time and space, yet his chaotic and really unpredictable, idiotic nature inspires this fear that he could accidentally bring about the end of the world at any time. According to Lovecraft, Azathoth is lulled by the thin, monotonous piping of a demonic flute, and many writers of Lovecraftian fiction take this music as an attempt to soothe Azathoth and his chaos into a dormant, lulled state. Similarly, of course, the Old One of Demon Souls also appears to lack intelligence. It's also wholly capable of bringing about the end of the world, as the last time it was awakened, it erased half the world in fog. This world was only saved by the efforts of the Monumentals, who lulled the Great One back to slumber and set about preserving the fabric of reality that remained. Sound familiar? Consider also Shub-Niggurath, mother of 1,000 young, who is depicted as this great floating entity made of mouths, tentacles, and lesser creatures that emerge from its body. This being is the subject of a lot of worship, and in fact, it consumes its most worthy worshippers and then spits them out as an immortal being. So again, this is not unlike our widely worshipped Old One, which is also a great floating entity which spawned all
I've never
of
seen this
demonkind,
character. They're
and
very
one
cool
who
looking.
consumes the Slayer of Demons at the end of the game in return for great power. In addition, like many of Bloodborne's Great Ones, the Old One comes from the ocean.
Yeah.
Not only that, but like Lovecraft's Great Ones, the Old One's very nature cannot be fathomed by the living. And finally, there's a place called Latria in Demon Souls, which you should remember from your PTSD if you've played the game. And Latria is actually a theological term for worship. In this place, many have been evolved to a higher
I've not
state
played
of being,
Demon
thanks
Souls,
to their
but now I want to
proximity
play
their
it even
god,
more, knowing this is like
is
part of the
revealed
story.
is the Old One. And a lot of these transformations are definitely Lovecraftian in style. So, while I don't recommend you buy into this shared timeline theory that I'm peddling, one thing you absolutely can take from this is just how far back From Software's Lovecraftian inspirations go.
True.
It's the cosmic horror of the Old One that makes it such a great antagonist for Demon Souls.
That is very cool.
And once it lures you to its side in the evil ending, when all souls have been channeled into this unfathomable deposit of energy, when a grey, deep fog envelops the world, we have the perfect transition into the Dark Souls universe, where millennia later, it's easy to imagine latent hollows stumbling upon these souls of lords deep below the earth. These souls from the Old One have combusted to create the first flame, and when you think about it, the body of the Old One would have made for fantastic kindling. So these four husks inherit the condensed souls of the Old One deep below the earth, and with these they dispel the grey fog that's above.
Yeah, I do promise I'll play Demon Souls one day. One day, if I can get my paws on it. It'll be a stream for sure, because I would like to play as many FromSofts as I can. And Demon Souls is on that list. Especially, I'm really even more intrigued now knowing it's got all this cool atmospheric stuff going on in it.
of them, because a soul, after all, as defined by the monumental, is the essence with which living things comprehend the world around them. Fog actually represents a lack of clarity, and with souls, hollows are granted the clarity to
let me know how you like it,
pierce
Hunter.
the fog. Demon Souls actually has one of the best and only definitions of the concepts of souls and fog in the Souls universe. And so a new world is created by the Lords, and the structure of this world is really similar to the world of Demon Souls. A core law of the world is that the strong will always dominate the weak, and souls will naturally coalesce towards powerful entities as a result of this. The chosen undead, the bearer of the curse, the Ashen One. Every iteration of this world moves towards a state of entropy where all the souls are held by one being, just like it did in Demon Souls. And this process is assisted by a maiden who's able to channel souls in every game. Perhaps it's no surprise that these maidens began to obscure their sight and dress in black over time, just like their ancestor once did. Notice how this new world also retains the twin arts of miracles and sorcery, and just like in Demon Souls, it's rumored that both these arts share the same source. In Demon Souls, for example, the Talisman of Beasts reveals that both miracles and sorceries draw upon the power of the Old One. And in Dark Souls, there are items like Velka's Talisman, which reveal that miracles can indeed be cast with intelligence alone, and sorceries, paradoxically, with faith. You might ask, what is pyromancy, then? And even Demon Souls explains that, because Demon Souls had flame sorcery, and Dark Souls mentions that flame sorcery was once a thing. And of course, at the core of Dark Souls is the curse. In every age, there's this effort to gain insight into this cursed existence, as kings and scholars both attempt to look deeper into souls for answers and an escape. However,
The
Insight, I know,
soul and
insight.
the curse are one and the same.
the soul is the curse. The curse is irrevocably tied to the soul.
Sorry to pause again, but Avalon, by the way, I saw you. You resubbed when I wasn't live, so I couldn't properly thank you. So, thank you for the resub. I saw you do it before I even went live today. How dare. Thank you for the sub. I had to thank you eventually. Anyway.
Reminding
Called
us
out.
of a certain
Sneaky.
poison that was placed upon the earth millennia ago. On the first day, mankind was granted a soul, and on the second, upon earth was planted an irrevocable poison, a soul-devouring demon. The curse is characterized by being soul-devouring, and the Old One's poison is irrevocable, just like the curse. And I think that when it consumed every soul in Demon Souls, for the Lords to eventually absorb at the start of Dark Souls, it became an inseparable part of souls themselves, a curse, a poison. The only thing that transcends the soul and the poison of the Old One is whatever God placed them there on the first and second day of creation. And so if one wants answers, one would have to glance towards the heavens. So as we move towards Bloodborne, consider Chester of Ulyssil. He's dressed in a hunter's attire, he has rose daggers that cause bleeding, and he also favors a crossbow in a world without guns. Chester looks like he belongs in Yharnam, not Ulyssil, and indeed perhaps he's proof that Yharnam is what the future holds.
Let me guess. Snatched by a shadowy limb and dragged off to the past?
Maybe.
Yes, of course. Exactly what happened to me. We are both strangers in this strange land.
So if Bloodborne takes place in the future, how did the inhabitants of this world get there? How did they escape the curse of their own souls? And the answer, as characters in Souls slowly began to realize, was blood, a substance which is mentioned more and more as the series progresses. Get this. In Dark Souls 2, the Drakeblood Knights began to worship the blood of dragons, which they believed would allow them to understand life and transcend existence. Concepts that are very familiar to Bloodborne players.
Now, I'm going to point it out. I'm going to info dump about Bloodborne lore. This is so cool because literally the pale blood, like everything in Bloodborne began because they found in the catacombs, or the catacombs of Bloodborne, those dungeons you can go to, chalices, they used the blood of a old one or great one, and that's how it all began. Was they were in the chalices and they found them there. Now the exact type of blood they used is, well, it's questionable, but it's the same type of deal here.
In Dark Souls 3, the sacred blood of the wolf was spread amongst the Abyss Watchers, and their souls became one with the soul of the Wolf Blood Master. It's our first sign that blood is sort of a vessel for souls and the curse. In Ashes of Ariandel, we see blood's ability to appease the flame, just like a soul would. And in the Ringed City, the primal link to blood is confirmed, with Gale's consumption of the blood of the Dark Soul, and its subsequent retrieval for the creation of Aria's painting. So Vendrick believed that the answer to the curse lay within the soul itself, but in reality, to escape, we would have to understand that blood is a powerful human-defining resource, just like souls are. And so, with a world painted with the most primal blood imaginable, humanity separates their cursed souls from the blood, leaving the old ones' poison behind and escaping the world of Dark Souls, traveling or born by blood to a new world where they can become closer to the insight that they crave. Symbolically, Yharnam ends up being built above the Chalice dungeons below, and many of these contain knights in plate armor from the medieval
I was literally just saying this. I was just saying
this. In this world of Bloodborne, blood alone contains the powerful echoes of the past, and the concept of a soul no longer exists. Hence, the curse no longer exists. Humanity, now relying on blood instead of the souls that they left behind, has escaped the irrevocable poison of the Old One, but they remain under the influence of Great Ones, just like it. Similar to how Demon Souls revolves directly around the Old One, the story of Bloodborne revolves directly around the revelations about the Great Ones, many of which can be extended to the Old One as well. The motivations of these elder beings are mysterious and they're incomprehensible to mankind, except for one thing: childbirth. The Great Ones crave children, yet paradoxically their children are always destined to die. To solve this problem, they often have surrogate children through humans. Viewed in this way, the Old One is no different to the Great Ones in Bloodborne. Think about it, it's an entity with the goal of grooming a child called a Slayer of Demons, and the Old One itself had to die as well in order for its poison to survive. Interestingly, there is an undeniable link to Demon Souls that ended up being cut from Bloodborne early in development, in the word Umbasa. In Demon Souls, Umbasa was a word of reverence that was often spoken by priests and miracle users. Listen to Gascoigne's dialogue, which was present in the network test.
Sick creature, may you rest in peace, Umbasa.
And to this random Yharnamite, extracted from the game's files only recently.
Give your blessing, and wash from us the blood of beasts, Umbasa.
The use of this word hints at a rediscovery of a god that was introduced in Demon Souls and lost in Dark Souls. A god that granted humans a soul, but also granted them the poison of the Old One. This was a litany of stories that eventually ended in the ascension of mankind in Bloodborne to a new eldritch childhood, where they are finally on even footing with the so-called gods that started it all. That does it for this video, which is probably like one of the most bizarre things I've ever made on this channel, because it was a strange experience for me. I just tried my hardest to sell you on something I don't really believe, and I ignored my logic a lot of the time when writing this script in order to sell it to you better. Did you think I was successful? Did I fail?
Think so.
Did you notice any difference compared to my other videos? I'd love to see you rip apart this theory in the comments. Please, go ahead. Remember, this was the most voted for video by patrons a couple of months ago, and I hope I delivered for you guys. So thanks to all of you guys who supported my channel back then and now. It's incredibly heartening to still have so many of you giving a couple of dollars.
Hell yeah, Batu. That was a good video. Very good.
I can't remember what video he did it in, but he also showed off a cool little feature he noticed. So Dark Souls 1,
when you get to the underground, you can see the base of all these trees
Oh.
in the distance, like these tall pillars going into the sky.
Mm-hmm.
And the you know the floor where you have that jumping hydra. That's where he shows it.
Yeah.
You show all these bases of these trees in the water, and you watch them go up into this fog, and then he shows the area in Bloodborne where these pillars coming out of the water in this fog up into the air.
Yeah, that's the Hunter's Dream, has those extending pillars coming out of the fog and in the sky. That's very cool.
Yeah. I can't remember which video he shows that in, but I just remember that. I thought it was in this one too, but
yeah, that's really neat. No, I agree, Strife. The Chalices dungeons are very good. I would love to see FromSoft bring back the idea of Chalices into a new game, because I love Bloodborne. The dungeons are very good. I just wish there was a bit more to it, because the idea of procedurally generated dungeons in a FromSoft game with not only different enemies, but weapons and bosses is such a cool idea. Unfortunately, the dungeons suffer from being too repetitive and just kind of samey. If anything, we did at least get really cool cut content from the dungeons and funny glitches. Hearts between Watchdog and Amidala. Yeah, as someone who has Platinum Bloodborne, yeah. Amidala and Defiled Chalice, never again. Welcome in, Zoe. For Hangout ultimately. I mean, yeah, they could still, yeah, even if they were just handcrafted, that'd be fine too. But I mean, there are people literally still to this day. This game, the Bloodborne is like 7 years old now or something. There are people still. There's an entire Reddit for it called Tomb Prospectors. There are people who are still finding new dungeons to this day, looking for things. They never stop searching for like potential new cool things in these randomized chalices. It's very cool. New stuff, yeah. I mean, it's randomized. Like it's all random. It's just glyphs you type in, like letters and numbers. So.
Ooh, you know what? Color me curious, Jackie. You know the Body Video DS3 little thing you have?
Yeah.
It's only 8 minutes, well, about 9 minutes long, but it says Dark Souls 3 10 early game secrets.
Yeah, but we can definitely watch that, sure. Dark Souls 3 early game secrets. I love his like insight and secret videos. They're my favorite.
I think this emote is going to be very popular. It's found by trading a homeward bone with Pickle P or Pumperum the Crows, whose nests are found atop Filing Shrine after you buy the tower key from the Handmaiden. As always, there's this huge list of shiny items that you can trade by dropping one at a time, and I'll throw a list of all the currently known ones in the description. The most notable ones though are Lucatiel's mask, emotes, a lightning gem, and the shiniest reward of all. While you're up in the rafters,
you can get
grab
Solar's
that
armor
Estus
off of
shard
her.
and then walk to the far end and hit the wall. It's an illusory one. There are so many of these in Dark Souls 3.
Okay, so this is not lore secrets.
Behind
This is
it
just
is the covetous
like, yeah,
Silver
it's game
Serpent
secrets,
Ring,
yeah.
which increases souls
found
dropped
this.
by around 10%. Number 3 is that the Estus Shard and the Nest and the Ring, all of it is accessible early without the tower key via this jumping shortcut off the tree.
Yes.
Face the roof, run diagonally up the tree, and then do a diagonal right while pressing L3. If you're having trouble making the jump, don't worry, you're probably not bad. It's just more than likely that it's been patched since this video came out. So no one tell me
It still works. Yeah, it still works. When I played the Dark Souls randomizer, which I want to play again with better settings, I had to do that jump.
Would have met a woman named Emma in the cathedral. If you kill her, then it initiates one of the major endgame boss fights early, which leads to an endgame area if you can kill the boss. And it's a pretty big if, because the dancer is tough.
Early game
Killing her
dancer, I'd
legitimately
rather
at
die.
around soul level 35 was by far the hardest thing I've done in this game, and I've finished it a few times now.
Challenge run.
However, if you do it,
Challenge
then the
run.
rewards are pretty damn good, especially if you're running a faith or a strength build, because there are a lot of miracles
guess so,
and
yeah.
strength
That'd be
weapons
good.
in Upper Lothric Castle. Here's a short list of what you can get.
That's a lot of stuff.
Wow, that's a lot of stuff. Get the enchanted swords. I love those. Winged Knight Axe, Great Lance, Great Sword, Sunlight Straight Sword, Bloom Shield, Sniper Crossbow, Knight's Ring, Tie-Dye Chunks. Wow, that's a lot of stuff.
Only if you can defeat the dancer.
Short list, quote
a
unquote.
way to cheese the dancer and kill her easily on any character, but it's probably gonna get patched soon. I'll tell you about it later in this upcoming video instead. Number 5. So, fast forwarding to the undead settlement, there's this really secret covenant that you can join, but you have to do it before killing the cursed Greatwood. Turn right at the burning tree, go across the bridge, and then go around the right side of the building through these barrels, climb the ladder, and run along the rooftops to the right. Below, you'll see a cage carrier, but as long as you haven't killed the cursed Greatwood, he's non-hostile. So walk up behind him and, do the logical thing. Climb into his cage, get thrown down into a pit, crawl out of your cage, and talk to Hodrick to join the Mound Maker's Covenant. Mound Makers drop a white or a red sign, but it appears purple. So if someone summons you with this sign, then you can either kill the enemies in their world and help them, or you can kill the host or their phantom.
So what's great is if you invade as a purple, you are considered a neutral party. You can kill the host and the blues, or you can turn around and kill the reds. You get summoned into a fight between invaders and a host, and you can decide which side you want to help.
That's insane.
And they both can fight you too, but there could be 2 blues that help a host who could have 2 whites or 2 golds.
Yeah.
And two reds can invade. So you can have up to 6, 8 people all in a PvP match.
That's nuts.
Fighting in a 3-way battle.
Right, so
that's
between
crazy.
Us, here's what we're gonna do. When the game first comes out, no one's going to know what these purple signs do. So
True.
Put on a white summon ring that you get from Yuria, get summoned into someone's world, and just kill all the enemies, help them out, be friendly, wave at them, and then, once you've gained their trust, turn on them when the time is right. Backstab them when their health is low, or something like that. Eventually, you'll get 10 vertebra shackles, and these can be handed in for a new katana called Bloodlust, which I've heard is good, or 30 shackles rewards you with the Warmth spell.
The Warmth spell
Number
is a spell
6.
that heals you
When
over
I first
time. It
uploaded
just
this
floats
video,
above
I
you.
said that you had to offer
nice.
the young white branch to the giant in order to gain his friendship, but apparently this isn't true. Though Koizish in the comments said that he doesn't fire upon you if you start with the white birch starting gift, which I confirmed, and that's at least somewhat interesting, right? Anyway, in this re-uploaded video, enjoy the fact that you can do emotes at the Firekeeper and get a response.
Oh, you can do that in Bloodborne as well.
Exciting, huh?
Oh,
Number 7.
that's so cute.
Did you know that some enemies are ridiculously weak to fire? For example, dogs, the tree hollows, both of those will writhe on the ground if you hit them with any fire damage at all, which pretty much guarantees you a kill after the first hit. The best example of this, though, are those maggot monsters, who are completely incapacitated by fire, so pull out the torch every time you face against them. Without this knowledge of fire, they're really tough because they cover you in maggots and your bleed meter will rise for a ridiculous stretch of time.
This is cool. They brought this into Bloodborne and also Elden Ring. If you attack the hand critters with fire in Elden Ring, they like roll on their backs and like flop around, incapacitated.
But
That's
don't
cool.
worry, if you do get covered in maggots, simply pull out a torch and they'll all fly off. Number 8. In Farron's Swamp, if you follow the left wall as soon as you enter the swamp, you'll eventually come across these 3 tree monsters.
Things.
And after dealing with the bullshit of the swamp, I bet most of you just ignored them. Well, if you kill them, one of them drops the Black Bow of Faris, which is one of the best ranged weapons, and also Faris's cap. Number 9. Before Farron's Swamp is the Crucifixion Woods, where you'll experience your first NPC invasion from Yellowfinger if you're in Ember form. Kill him, and he'll drop the Xanthus Helm and a Hazel Pick. And this is a recurring theme
Also,
throughout
get
the
an
game,
extra
so
sticker.
if you're someone who wants to hunt down every weapon, make sure you're embered at least once in every area, and you'll get invaded and you'll get NPCs to kill for their weapons. Number 10, speaking of killing, if you're wondering what NPCs drop, don't worry, I sacrificed one of my characters and made him go on a murdering spree to find out. Anri drops her luck-scaling straight sword, Horace drops a shield with really balanced defenses, Cornix the Pyromancer gives his awesome-looking set, Aegon drops his weapon and his shield, Arena drops the tower key, the Giant drops the Hawk ring, Sigurd drops the Storm Ruler, the Pierce shield, and the Katarina set, Ceres drops her talisman, Uria drops Dark Drift, the invisible katana, Leonard drops his hat, and Patches drops his spear and his ring. Most of the NPCs I've named just now also drop their ashes, which gives you access to a bunch of their armor sets at the Handmaiden, if you didn't know. And
right,
if you're wondering where to find these NPCs and initiate all their quest lines, subscribe, because I'm going to be putting out a video this week with all of that info, because the first time I played Dark Souls 3, I missed so many quest lines, and you should be able to catch them all if you watch that video. But to finish, one more thing, which is a bit of a challenge to you guys. I wanted to put this in as a secret, but I couldn't figure it out. So in the Undead Settlement, past the ladder we climbed earlier to get to the Moundmaker's Covenant, there's this NPC who is a friendly undead conglomerate.
Oh.
Another Nana disappeared. Sir Granton carries a cage. He ever has his cage.
Wow.
And Nana's never coming back. So come into the cage and become Nana's shade.
I cannot figure out what this guy is on about, and I can't figure out his...
Yeah.
He's just explaining the thing he talked about in the first. The guy in the cage is telling you to go over to the other area and climb inside that guy's cage and become
Do you
the
have any
mad,
idea?
mad hunters.
My best guess is that he's giving you a hint that you're supposed to climb into the guy's cage nearby.
Yeah.
But, goddamn, that's From Software's idea of a hint, apparently.
It's a pretty good
Thank you
hint.
for watching, guys.
Maybe.
I hope you
I don't
learned
know.
something.
That's cool. That was a nice video.
Yep.
Sing to me a little song. That's nice. All right, let's scoot over to the cafe. Boop. All right, y'all. This has been so much fun. I learned so much today about Dark Souls.
I'm on a table.
You're on a table, you are. Drakilian, thank you for hanging out with me today. I really had a great time with you here. Thank you for giving us your knowledge and fun facts. This was lovely.
I wish I could give more, but the videos were doing everything.
Yeah, they really were. But it was nice to have you. I hope you had a good time as well. This was great. You're the goods for you. So you're on stream? Yeah, thanks, y'all. I'm glad you guys had a good time with it. I'll put the VOD up on YouTube tomorrow along with Bioshock finally, because YouTube struck that video like 5 times. I'll get Bioshock up as well as Super Mario Sunshine, and I'll do like 3 uploads tomorrow on YouTube. Yes?
I posted those 2 redeem videos for you if you want to take a gander at them.
Yes. More, I finally add like Dark Souls memes to my streams. I can't wait. Oh yeah, there are links to chat, Discord, YouTube, Twitter. If you're not in the server yet, what are you even doing? Get in there. So I will be off tomorrow, but Wednesday is a double feature. I'll be streaming Bioshock 1 at 5 p.m. At 11, I'll be at Boost Play for the Amori collab. Thursday's GeoGuessr, we might hit 100 streaks. Friday is Whiskey Dingo's VR Chat collab. Saturday, Sunshine. I don't know about Sunday yet, but we'll see.
So many collabs.
So many collabs this week, yes. A lot of friends want to hang out this week. Any final words for Killian while I hunt for someone to raid?
Well, speaking of hunt, you should all go and hunt some beasts.
Yes. Yes. Oh, I know who to raid. Easy peasy.
Well, who are we raiding?
My friend Ash is doing a like little Barkathon stream to raise money for a new computer. And I never get to raid Ash because she always streams when I'm like in the midday. But since she's doing a marathon, we can go raid her. Alright, y'all. Here's the raid message. As always, go give Ash your love. Go bark at her for me. And again, Drakilian, thank you for hanging out. I had a really lovely time today with you. I'll see you guys.
It was a pleasure.
I'll see you guys Wednesday for Bioshock. Until then, take care. Have a good day tomorrow.
Would you kindly all have a good day?
Yeah. Would you kindly? All right, bye-bye, everybody. Peace. And...